Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motang, hakuna koga book.
And there it is. There you are. There you are. So there you are. So how long have you been waiting? Hopefully not for that long. There you are. Good to see you again. Good to see you again. You know, I should have perfected my introductory phase by now. I have hundreds of sessions I have done, but every single day, as soon as my big bald head appears on your screen, on my screen in this instance, I feel a surge of nerves, a surge of nerves. I wonder if that's a good thing. So good day, good to see you. Good to have you here. Always a delight. Your company never taken for granted. So it is with gratitude that you're always welcome. So thank you for spending the time with us. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as you're coming in. You already know all the reasons why you are always being invited to click on the like button. It helps with the YouTube algorithm. Nothing more complicated than that. And the same applies to the subscription button as well. So if you haven't done both, do those two things in one swift motion, and then all better, and then you fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness, click on like and subscribe. So do that. And then if you want to come join us on the screen, there's a hyperlink in the comment section that says StreamYard. So that hyperlink is your open invitation to come and pow and jow. So come spend time on the screens and share thoughts. You're amongst friends. Hopefully you've seen the sessions before, and if you haven't seen the sessions, it's a relaxed, convivial atmosphere with intelligent grown-ups speaking about matters germane and pertinent to Nigeria. Nothing more complicated than that. We have back and forth. Our voices can be raised sometimes, but we all live on a happy note. So that's what happens here. So if that is your diet, then this here is your menu. So I'm not sure where I'm going with that metaphor, but click on like and subscribe. And if you want to come join us on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So do those. And then, of course, what is showing bold on your screen is your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. If you feel inclined, there is no obligation to do that. But if you're feeling inclined to do that, then you're welcome to do it. So there's no pressure on that. Where there is pressure is on the like and subscribe button, and a little bit of pressure on the hyperlink that says StreamYard as well. I'm really pushing for people to click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. I'm really pushing for people to click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, because from the example that we've seen over the last 3 days, we're now reaching into the core north, and we're hearing the voices of our brothers there, and we're delighting in it. So that's what we want: new, intelligent, different perspectives sort of voices. So if you're one of those, then this exactly is the space for you. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and if you feel inclined, click. That's the longest is just that I've just delivered. It's just really invitation to you to click on like and subscribe. So do all those. So what are we contending with today? So the politics and campaigning has come and gone. So there is no high octane back and forth anymore. The only thing really left is for the Electoral Tribunal to do their bit. But there is no real sense that anything will deviate from what already obtained. It will be a real seismic move for the Electoral Tribunal to tell us that Mahmoud Yakubu should now issue a certificate of return to Atiku Abubakar or Peter Obi. It will be a real seismic move, something unlikely to happen. So the elections have come and gone. So we're now at the phase to now start to discuss what Nigeria will look like. This is where we are now. So we're discussing what Nigeria will look like, and then we're introducing lifestyle storylines, relationships, sort of things. We're expanding into the wider African space, but we're not yet reaching the global space because I don't think we're yet at that level to be discussing global politics when we've not yet perfected our own situation. But it's just a musing session, a relaxed little gathering of friends just talking matters, that are that agitates their mind. Let's put it that way. So there it is. So the matters that agitate for today, let me remove the buy the coffee thing. Anybody that is interested would have done that already. So matters that agitate today. So no, the headline, let me bring. So matters that agitate today. I owe you nothing. Tinubu replies Wike over fresh demands from his presidency. So now, this is it right there. I've never really disagreed just off the back of a headline before, because I like to read the body of the story before I form any thoughts. But just off the back of this headline, I'm saying no. I'm saying no. I'm saying you are wrong. You owe him everything. You owe him everything. There are three people. In fact, there are three people that have made Tinubu the president today. Three people. The main person that has made him the president is Peter Obi. I think we all know that, and we all know why I've said that. So we all know that Peter Obi is the number one reason that Tinubu is the president today. But the number two reason, a distant but not that far distant second, is Yemsen Wike. The 5 spaces that Yemsen Wike pulled from Atiku Abubakar. So that's one of the key reasons why. Because if Peter Obi had moved and Kwakwanso rather Wike had stayed true and delivered River State, what's the margin between Atiku and Tinubu? Is less than 1 million. So if Wike had stayed true and he and his troop, they are stayed true, the election would have been a lot tighter. That's not to say there won't be still a marginal win for Tinubu, but there's a greater chance that Atiku would have pipped him at the post. So he owes Wike everything. So there are 3 people, like I said, that have actually gifted Tinubu this presidency. Main number 1 gold star one is Peter Obi. We all know that. Number 2, a strong second, is Yemsen Wike. This guy you are saying, no, the whiskey-loving governor of River State. So he's the number 2. I think I'm not saying anything controversial. This I think we are all agreed on. The number 2 reason why Tinubu is president is Yemsen Wike. And the number 3 reason is Kwakwanso. So remove all those 3. We'll be going to Adamawa to celebrate the presidency. I owe you nothing. Tinubu replies Wike over fresh demand from his presidency. But then I suspect that is a game of brinksmanship that is in play there. So I think that is a negotiating position, telling him that I'm not going to yield to you too readily. But of course, he's going to make good with Wike. Tinubu in River State now, maybe he would have left. He's gone to inaugurate or commission or whatever it is, a series of projects that Wike has done. And there was a back and forth of banter between them. So hopefully that is in the realms of banter. I went through gruesome campaign to win presidential poll. This headline now is one of the reasons why a lot of people they somewhat they recoil when they recoil. Right. This next headline now is one of the main reasons why a lot of people recoil when people say Tinubu is ill, is undeserving of that presidency and all of that. We all witnessed that election in real time. We all witnessed the election and the campaigning in real time. And I'm not sure that it was humanly possible for anybody. A 45-year-old man would have collapsed with the sort of schedule that Tinubu had to endure. I went through gruesome campaign to win presidential poll. So that is Tinubu then telling you then that he put in the work and he got the reward. So maybe you are thinking that reward is deserving or not. That is subjective. That is subject to your politics. But what is not subjective or subject to your politics is that this guy put in the work. We all saw him. We saw it. From city to city, two cities on the same day on instances, he put in the work. So they put in the work, but is that work sufficient enough, deserving of that post? That is where the argument is at the moment. And that argument, of course, to be settled at the Election Petition Tribunal. So now, this next headline is one of the things that really frustrates within the Nigerian space, because there is absolutely categorically not one single thing that happens within the Nigerian space that doesn't land on this sort of headline. Sudan crisis, IGBOS amongst the first batch of Nigerian evacuees. Federal government clarifies. So ordinarily, the federal government should not really be speaking to what ethnicity was cleared out of a trouble zone. The federal government has no business telling us what ethnicity was evacuated. All they need to be telling us is that every single Nigerian had been gotten out of that hellhole unharmed. But this, of course, it goes to the heart of why we are the way we are. Ethnicity. They say religion is the most divisive thing in Nigeria. It is not. It is actually ethnicity. But we'll find out soon now why the federal government have felt the need to come out and say this. Sudan crisis. IGBOS amongst the first batch of Nigerian evacuees. Federal government clarify. So federal government clarify. It has almost become tradition now, hasn't it? As soon as I start the session, my friendly neighborhood obedient families, they sort of, I don't know, I'm not going to say it's a cyber attack, but it's somewhat of a curiosity. But yes, so that ethnic undertone is one space that is the biggest fault line that we have as a country. And by the way, there's still quite a few spaces left in the there's still quite a few spaces left in the on the studio. So if you want to come and join us, now will be the moment. Is when we get into an hour and a bit into the sessions, and then people start to want to come join in the conversation, then the space is already full. So there it is. So let's go on to the next headline. And as I said, hopefully we're now slowly approaching that phase when we will no longer be discussing this as a headline. And I suspect that in the next few weeks, that will exactly be the case. But we are still where we are, and this is where we are now. Peter Obi is really crossing the line. Need to relax. So this is the APC party now speaking the language of enough is enough to the Peter Obi narrative. So you can understand somewhat. You can understand somewhat why they felt the need to go down that route, because it's just somewhat grueling. The sort of narratives that it's a never-ending grind. I am tired, and I'm not even a contestant in anything. Just woo, 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 and wah, wah, wah all of the time. Just a relentless grind. Enough is what the APC is saying. You are in court, so let them make a decision. Stop straddling studios after studios and radio stations after television stations, whooping and hollering as though you had like some mental tick. If you have a mental tick, then go seek the appropriate. So just enough of the noise. Peter Obi is really crossing the line, needs to relax. APC. So Peter Obi crossing the line, needs to relax. But what underpins that? What latest development? Is this coming off the back of the interview that he granted to Arise TV? Well, we'll find out shortly. I haven't read it, but we'll read it together. We will read it together. And then this next headline that I am going to show you, it's going to be, right, this next headline that I'm going to show you is going to be prefixed by a video clip that it's about a 10-15 minute video clip that sets the scene for this next headline. So we keep saying that the Senate presidency is fait accompli, but that fate is not at all accomplished yet. Wanting Senate presidency to checkmate Tinubu means living in fear. Shehu Sani turned Northerner. So, as I said, we thought that the Senate presidency was a done deal, and Tinubu had already indicated the direction that he wants it to go. But then, of course, Tinubu soon to discover that it's not running a fiefdom, and nobody owes him fealty. You know, it's soon to discover that it's not the czar of a kingdom, it's not the Oba of anything, it's a politician that has to negotiate. And that thing now, because the North are about to be skimmed out of power. And forget Kasim Shettima, because we always say in Nigeria that the vice president is a spare tire. Where power really lies is where that power can make a decision. The Senate presidency can make a decision, so power lies there. The vice president cannot make a decision, so power does not lie there. So the Senate president can make a decision, the president himself can make a decision, the House of Reps can make a decision, and senior ministers can make decisions. So now, within those two decision-making power positions, within those several decision-making power positions, there is no Northerner there. And this makes them feel uneasy because I can't recall the last time that a Northerner was not in the power position within the Nigerian dynamic. And it looks as though they are hustling very hard for that Senate presidency. So because people are saying they should relax because they've held power and held sway in Nigeria for that long, that they should sit this one out. But when have you ever known anybody to sit out opportunities to retain, to hold on to power? So there it is. The North moves for that power position, which is the Senate presidency. So, like I said, there's a video clip that goes with that as well. So the video clip, let me remove this one. The video clip that goes with that, I may well start the session with it, I may not, but this is the video clip that goes with it. This chap that you are going to listen to in a moment, Dayo Shobowale is one of the sharp. I've just come across him, by the way, so I suspect that a lot of you already know about him. He's one of the sharpest minds within the Nigerian space. He's an old boy, but I would like you to listen to this guy. He's one of the sharpest minds that it's just the arrogance of intelligence. You know, the way he, anyway, you'll see, then you'll see what I mean. So there it is. So a rich and diverse menu, of course, is always a rich and diverse menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Surrender yourself to the space for however long the session lasts. Just go with the ride. And you are encouraged to come and join us on the screen. Still quite a few spaces, so you are encouraged to come and join us on the screen. We want to hear different and divergent opinions. So all that. So click on the like button. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. The coffee thing, XYZ, and of course, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So you already know my opening spiel. So do my opening spiel as you listen to the K Guys. Egbelemu, the K Guys. Do you have your calabash ready?
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. you don't come. Oh, Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Latif kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Akoko Orun Meiko, the cockroaches of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku koniriwa gbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So I cannot imagine a prayer more important than that. And by the way, like I said, the elections are over, and the new cycle, their beats pattern. So any and everybody is invited to bring up the topics that they would like to discuss. So these topics that I have brought to the fore, they just are holding spaces. They are holding topics to hold the space. So you're invited to bring whatever it is you would like to talk about as well. And we just open the floor and let the conversation flow. So open the floor and let the conversation flow. Let's go straight then to this. Let's steam through this. I owe you nothing. Tinubu replies Wike over fresh demand from his presidency. President-elect Bola Tinubu has responded to the River State Governor Yemsin Wike's demand for the refund of 80. Oh, right. Okay, so I see where that is. So it's not at all political, but it is still political. President-elect Bola Tinubu has responded to the River State Governor Yemsin Wike's demand for the refund of 80 billion naira used for infrastructure development of the federal road in the state. Correspondents report that the former Lagos State Governor arrived Port Harcourt on Wednesday on a 2-day visit to commission the Ramakwata sorry, can you mute yourself, whoever that is, for a moment? Correspondents report that the former Lagos State Governor arrived Port Harcourt on Wednesday on a 2-day visit to commission the Ramakwata XYZ flyover and the newly built magistrate court complex in Obia Apo and Port Harcourt local government areas, respectively. The president-elect, who is in the state at the instance of Wike and in the company of the House of Representatives Speaker Femi Gbadabe-Amila, amongst others, during the commission of the project, responded to the demands of the governor of his forthcoming administration, saying he owed the River State government nothing for building the federal road. So that I owe you nothing essentially speaks to just our projects. I thought it was a political thing. Tinubu, however, stressed that if Wike wants a refund of the funds used in building the federal roads from his administration, then he would have to lobby for it. He said the flyover and sorry, I beg your pardon. Can you mute yourself? Otherwise, people will not hear the readout. I think that's Ribado. So Ribado, mute yourself. So yes, Yeah, let me take it at 2 paragraphs off again. The president-elect who is in the state at the instance of Wike and in the company of the House of Representatives Speaker Femi Gbajabiamila, amongst others, during the commissioning of the project, responded to the demands of the governor of his forthcoming administration, saying that he owed the Rivers State government nothing for building the federal roads. Tinubu, however, stressed that if Wike wants a refund of the funds used in building the federal roads from his administration, then he would have to lobby. He said, the flyover and the demand you made for the refund, I owe you nothing. It's your road. You cannot choke me and make a demand. I commend your effort. You have to lobby me to collect the refund. The president-elect will also be hosted at a state house banquet later in the evening. So the politics has now begun actually. But then somewhat disappointed that Tinubu will be taking this tonality, especially remembering how he was stifled of funds by the Obasanjo administration. But there it is right there. So there it is right there. The politics now, the politicking to an administration has now begun in full swing. I went through, and by the way, they should really refund that money quickly because the federal roads are completely dilapidated all over the country. And it is then down to the state governors to have that immediate impact and look to collect back at some point. But if it's not paying them back, then we will continue to well, you know what we'll continue to do, those sort of roads we have in Nigeria. I went through gruesome campaign to win presidential poll, Tinubu. The president-elect Asiwaju Bola Tinubu said he went through what he described as a gruesome political campaign to win the 2023 presidential election. Tinubu stated this while speaking at the commissioning of the XYZ flyover in Port Harcourt on Wednesday. He said he was happy for emerging victorious in the recently concluded presidential election, despite the gruesome campaign. The president-elect said he fought hard during the campaign to emerge victorious at the poll. Tinubu, however, said despite the hurdles and campaigns against him by the opposition party, he won the election. The president-elect said, "It is an honor and privilege to be in your midst today. I am a very happy man. Happy because I went through a gruesome campaign, fought hard, supported by many of you, and I won." Meanwhile, Tinubu has assured that his administration would not marginalize any part of the country. So that's a deviation from the tonality that Buhari started his administration with, that he told us that you cannot, in all fairness, give me 5% and expect anything from me. Tinubu stated, I will leave legacy projects across the length and breadth of Nigeria. I will never forget the pivotal role the great and wonderful people of this state played in my victorious campaign to become the next president of this country. You have my eternal gratitude. So in His Excellency Wike, I see a man of principle. He took a principled stand that the presidency should be returned to the South, and he had the courage to stand by his convictions, not minding whose ox was good. He is indeed a man of great integrity. So there it is right there. It's essentially applauding and patting on the back of Yemsin Wike, essentially what that is all about. I think in the course of governance, I think we will see a strong Wike presence in the course of governance. But it'd be interesting actually to see how Wike plays in this administration, because of course Wike is a PDP man. You know, so are they going to do a cross-party administration of all of the talents? And is Wike even a talent? Or is Wike even going to leave there's so many Wike questions still to be answered, but very quickly to be answered as Tinubu starts to assemble his team. So now this next headline, it really saddens me because we're always here. We've never left this spot as a country. Sudan crisis, Igbo amongst the first batch of Nigerian evacuees, federal government clarify. Nigeria's federal government has clarified that Igbos were amongst the first set of Nigerians that were evacuated from crisis-ridden Sudan. The Nigerian government, especially the chairman CEO, Nigeria in Diaspora, Honorable when did she become an honorable? Was she ever a parliamentarian? Is a thing. I don't recall that she was ever in parliament. Nigeria's federal government has clarified that Igbos were amongst the first set of Nigerians that were evacuated from crisis-ridden Sudan. The Nigerian government, especially the chairman CEO, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Honorable Abike Dabiri Arewa, was called out by a stranded Nigerian in Sudan on social media for allegedly denying Igbos a lift in the bus chartered to convey stranded Nigerians from Khartoum to Cairo in Egypt. So there it is. And it's just that singular paragraph. It's just where any and everything is just an ethnic back and forth within the Nigerian space. A statement on Tuesday by the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Francesca Omayili, reads, the attention of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been drawn to a video making the rounds on social media of an unidentified man with no indication of his contact details or location, claiming that the Nigerian embassy in Khartoum, Sudan, refused to evacuate Igbos resident in Sudan. What is an Igbo man even doing in Sudan is the thing. There's no, if there's a place on this planet that an Igbo man cannot be found, forget that place. That place is doomed to eternity. If any place has any singular prospect, you see our brothers from the Southeast there. The ministry has investigated the allegation and can assure Nigerians that there is no truth whatsoever to the allegation. The Nigerian embassy in Khartoum confirmed that evacuees of Igbo extraction were amongst the first batch of 637 Nigerians evacuated to Aswan border, Egypt, where they are presently awaiting their eventual return to Nigeria. In addition, the embassy noted that before the commencement of the movement of buses deployed for the evacuation exercise in Khartoum, there were scuffles between the students and other Nigerian residents due to the limited number of buses. However, more buses were made available to accommodate every Nigerian national in Sudan who indicated interest to be evacuated. As she added, it is therefore surprising that such a misleading allegation could be leveled against officials of the embassy who had worked tirelessly on the evacuation exercise. To this end, the general public is advised to disregard the allegation. So, like I said, we listened to an audio clip of the ambassador, the Nigerian ambassador to Sudan. We listened to an audio clip of him telling the Nigerian public exactly what is going on. And he also said then that they will remain in Sudan until every single Nigerian that wanted to be evacuated has been evacuated. So I'm not quite sure why they will still, but Nigerians will always be Nigerians anyway. I don't think we have it within us. I don't think we have it within us to act like a civilized people. I'm not saying that we're all barbarians, but you know what we are like now. We can't pretend. You know what we are like. So that's what we are like. So that's what we are like. But what is this guy like? It's just a never-ending saga. In Yoruba land, we say "Entobagbadi otoshi ogbeta laroka." So that seems to be what is playing out here. Entogbe adie otoshi ogbeti alaroka. Peter Obi is really crossing the line, needs to relax. So a friendly warning from the APC. But what's inspired this? The All Progressive Congress APC has accused the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi of crossing lines with his assertion on reclaiming a stolen mandate from the 2023 elections. The APC, through its National Publicity Secretary, Felix Moka, wondered how someone who came a distant third during the election can be laying claim to victory and going about saying he's going to reclaim a stolen mandate. It's almost like a parallel universe. Sometimes, when you look at the Nigerian landscape sometimes and it's almost like a parallel universe. It's almost like we live in different worlds. So we live in different worlds. The APC speaking during an interview with Arise TV, Moka stated that Obi thinks everyone is obsessed with him. But in reality, people have moved on, and it is time for the Labour Party candidates to do the same. The APC spokesperson added that Obi needs to relax and allow his lawyers to handle his case at the tribunal rather than accusing the APC of attacking or digging up facts about his personal life. Moka accused Obi of being too sanctimonious for someone who volunteered to venture into politics and run for. Yes, it's the pious sanctimoniousness that it's just I was listening to some platform some time ago, one of these Obi leaning platforms, and I kid you not, somebody was saying in all seriousness that Obi can walk on water. So that's where they are. Moka also accused Obi of being too sanctimonious for someone who volunteered to venture into politics and run for the presidency of Nigeria, saying running for the presidency of any country is never a walk in the park. The APC spokesperson went further to accuse Obi of making a political capital of exploiting people's vulnerability. The position of APC comes as direct reaction to the submission made by Peter Obi during an interview on Arise on Monday. So enough of the noise already is essentially what that means. So enough of the noise already is essentially what that means. Let me give you a quick, it's just about 4 paragraphs. So let me give you a quick commentary from Shehu Sani. Wanting Senate presidency to checkmate Tinubu means living in fear. Shehu Sani taunts Northerners. Actually, let me share the screen as well, so we can all so this will be the last readout. So let me share the screen so we can all we can all see it together. I wonder if the font is too faint for you to read on your screens, but at least you'll see it adds to the optics. I think it adds to the optics. No, not this one. That's not yeah. So let's it adds to the optics. It's just to the total presentation of it. So let's share the screen. We'll make this the last readout, and then we try to kick off the conversation. So there it is, Shehu Sani. You know, the one thing that is emerging from Shehu Sani now is his caustic, acerbic remarks to politics, his irreverence of all the goings on, the way he sees the ridiculousness of it, what we do in Nigeria, and he pokes fun at it. So that's what Shehu Sani brings to the party. Wanting Senate presidency to checkmate Tinubu means living in fear. Shehu Sani taunts Northerners. Shehu Sani, a social critic and former Nigerian lawmaker from Kaduna State, has described Northerners as living in fear for wanting Senate presidency after supporting the president-elect Bola Asiwaju Tinubu. The former senator made this known in a Twitter post on Tuesday, where he said the Northerners want the position to checkmate the Tinubu-led administration. And Northerners who supported Asiwaju to the throne are now saying they want the Senate presidency in order to checkmate him. It is a good political strategy, but it's like being in love and also being in doubt and living in fear. True love is supposed to be blind, a hero. So there is a Shehu Sani with, as ever, his cryptic, acerbic remarks to the Nigerian political space. So cryptic, acerbic remarks to the Nigerian political space, but a man that is not at all cryptic, he speaks as he finds. So let's hear from This one is a. Now I'm going to play you two clips. So this one first is from your Farish's brother.
Now who bankrolled Labour Party? How did they get money for the last election? You know, they wonder. Labour, how did they get that jet? They branded Labour. Who bankrolled? Who are the donors? Have they explained to us? Because Showore done in his own time. Showore will even give us account. As bad as Showore be, he will still come and say, Mr. Taye donate, Mr. Kende donate, we buy fuel, we do this. I beg, who are the people that bankrolled Labour Party? Who are these people? How much did we spend for that election? We spent over 60 billion. Where did they come from? There is no saint politician in this Nigeria. If Obi and Papaso alone had their vote together and they are rich together, they don't win now. Now greed, everybody wants to do their own. Atiku started the greed. Papaso and Obi put for through. Then Wike now burn the greed. That was why we lost. If Atiku and Obi had come up with Atiku and Obi again, Atiku would have been president-elect. Obi will have been vice president-elect now. Don't be fooled. Politician are politician. Let's move forward as a nation. Don't let's turn our country to Sudan.
So there are two things in that. So the one thing that I wanted to highlight, the reason why I actually brought that video was that question: who bankrolled the Peter Obi campaign? Remember, we did a piece once to actually audit the cost of being Nigerian president, and I think it was actually the Financial Times of London that put a $2 billion price on the Nigerian presidency. So that's how much it will cost you, both in terms of the money you use to bribe people, the logistics money, the aeroplanes, the vehicles, the posters, everything wrapped together. The cost price of being the Nigerian president, when you total up all the figures at the end of a campaign and you land on that seat, is $2 billion. But who bankrolled Peter Obi is the thing. Because Peter Obi, as wealthy as he is, he doesn't have presidential money. Nowhere near. And it's not the $2 that Emeka and Chiamaka are donating from Dallas or wherever, or the 10 euros that Okechukwu and Osage. It's not. That's not what's run the campaign. These campaigns are usually backed by money bags, and it is a bet. So money bags will back different candidates to propel them towards the presidency. If that candidate wins, they are quitting. So the money bag that funded Buhari, we all know, in 2015 was essentially mainly Rotimi Amechi, who emptied everything River State to gift Buhari that presidency, and a little bit of funding from Tinubu as well. And he was paid off, of course, with the ministry that he got, and he just helped himself. But who funded Peter Obi's campaign is the thing. A lot of people will say Obasanjo, but I don't think that Obasanjo actually has presidential money. I don't think he has presidential money. But really, that mystery, everything about Peter Obi mysterious anyway. Who funded his campaign? This is something we have to dig out. Let me play you this last 3-minute clip, and then we'll get into the conversation.
The administration of President Muhammadu Buhari will run full circle by May 29, when his 2 terms come to an end. Bola Tinubu alongside Kashim Shettima will be sworn in as Nigeria's 16th president and vice president on that day. Nigeria's presidential inauguration is a highly anticipated event that signifies the peaceful transfer of power from an outgoing president to an incoming one. May 29 became a significant day in Nigeria's democratic journey, first in 1999, when Olusegun Obasanjo took office on that date, marking the transition of power from military rule to democracy, and the date has come to stay ever since. Bola Tinubu is expected to be sworn in as president at Eagle Square, Abuja, by the current Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Ariwola. The iconic Eagle Square is located at the Central Business District of Abuja, where previous presidents like Olusegun Obasanjo, Umar Yar'Adua, Goodluck Jonathan, and Muhammadu Buhari have previously been sworn in. This has not always been so, particularly before Abuja became Nigeria's capital, as the swearing-in of the first Prime Minister of Nigeria in Lagos, First Republic. In the Second Republic, that of the first elected executive president of Nigeria, Shehu Shagari, was held at the Tafawa Balewa Square in Lagos. So, how is the Inauguration Day performed? On Nigeria's Presidential Inauguration Day, the process of the event begins with the arrival of both the outgoing and incoming presidents at the venue, followed by the administering of the oath of office by the incumbent Chief Justice of the Federation, who is currently Justice Olukayode Ariwola. As both Tinubu and his Vice President-elect Kashim Shettima are Muslims, they are expected to place both hands on a copy of the Quran while swearing to uphold the Constitution of Nigeria. In his inaugural speech, the new president will then go ahead to outline his vision for the country and his plans for the next 4 years, which will be delivered after the oath-taking inauguration ceremony. The presidential inauguration is a highly publicized event, attracting guests from different parts of the world, including diplomats, heads of state, government officials, foreign and local dignitaries. And one of the key highlights on Inauguration Day is usually the military parade, a highly coordinated and choreographed event that showcases the various branches of Nigeria's armed forces, including the Army, Navy, and Air Force, who are all there to pledge allegiance of the armed forces of Nigeria to the new commander-in-chief. After the oath-taking and parade ceremonies, an inauguration ball will be held where the new president and vice president will hold a dinner for his guests and then have a meet and greet session before his first day in office. But beyond the razzmatazz of Nigeria's presidential inauguration day, the incoming government has its work cut out for it. The challenges of repositioning the economy, huge youth unemployment, and addressing the problems of insecurity among the first key tasks before it. Godfrey Eshemoge, Arise News.
So there it is. I was only really bringing you that. I think we started this journey in 1999. So we're 2000. So we're 20-something years into unbroken democracy now in Nigeria. So I don't think we've ever really paused to reflect on that. So we're 20-something years into unbroken democracy in Nigeria now. When Tinubu is sworn in on the 29th, and then if he goes on to complete his 4-year term, I think we've seen the end of any military coup in Nigeria again. I don't think we'll ever hear I Brigadier General something or the other. I think we are past that now. We were a nascent democracy. Now we're an evolving democracy, and very soon we can actually talk of ourselves as a maturing democracy and then a matured democracy. So the maturing of the Nigerian democracy is look at the sort of elections that we had in 1999. All that happened in 1999 was that Babangida went to Kirikiri, yanked Obasanjo out of prison, marched him to Aso Rock and sat him on a seat and told us that we've had an election. So that was what happened. It was a farce, even more farcical what brought in Yadua. But then the thing started to change under Goodluck Jonathan as the legislation was continuously being perfected. So the perfecting of that legislation now is now culminating in this 2022 electoral bill that now seems to have really pivoted. The votes are now counting in Nigerian politics. So that is where we are now. I'm going to open up the conversation in a moment, but I'm desperate for you to hear this man, who I suspect that a lot of you may have heard of before, but I've just come across him and I've been delighted in him. I hope you delight too. Let's hear 5 minutes from him, and then we kick it off with Bishop.
Now, at least 39 out of the 58 senators elected across the various political parties in northern Nigeria have met to resolve that their region must produce the Senate president in the 10th National Assembly. A ranking senator from the Northwest revealed the information to this day on Monday in confidence. The source said the senators-elect maintained that the North deserved the number 3 position in the country because the region delivered the highest number of votes for the president-elect Asiwaju Bola Tinubu in the February 25th election. Now, according to him, his colleagues also agreed to hold an expanded meeting that would involve all the 58 selected or elected senators, I should say, from the 3 geopolitical zones of Nigeria in the second week of May. Joining us to discuss the resolution by the Northern Senators-elect to produce the Senate President is Arise analyst Mr. Dayo Shibwale. Good afternoon, Mr. Shibwale. Pleasure to have you.
Pleasure to be here.
So let's begin. Now, when I looked at this article, basically, this that was given, confidence, this disclosure, one of the things that struck me was the fact that what was emphasized is that the North deserves to produce a Senate president based on the fact that they delivered the most votes to the president-elect. Should that be the basis as opposed to what is most imperative for national unity? Is that a solid point when you compare that to what might be in the national interest?
That is, to me, it's no big deal. It's wishful thinking on their part. And like I've always said, they are like the proverbial ostrich with his head buried in the sand. The political equation has changed since the Muslim ticket. The Muslim ticket was brought in by the APC. There's a fella song, when trouble sleep, you gotta go wake up. That is my own attitude to this issue. The Muslim ticket has brought change to Nigeria's politics and has altered our political equation and calculations in terms of geography, in terms of politics, in terms of religion. And you see, in change management is an oxymoron because you can't manage change. Change cannot be ordered like a soldier on a drill. This change has come, and people you can't manage change. The APC invited this change. You cannot ignore it. You cannot run away from it. If it wants, you can fight it. It will see the consequence. These senators, as far as I'm concerned, are living in the past. Are living in the past. If we had the normal situation of power sharing between North and South, the Christians and this will not arise. So they are like a bottleneck in the path of progress based on the pragmatism that the party must adopt in dealing with the reality of the Muslim ticket. To say that they not brought the largest number of votes, yes, the number of votes are not Muslim votes alone.
Exactly.
And it almost cost them the election because they lost the Southeast literally. And even Tinubu himself lost Lagos. Buhari lost Katsina. So those are the realities on the ground. Now, like I said, see, people still have the mindset.
All right. I'm not going to label you with the fullness of it, but that guy, I will recommend that people listen to him. It just has such an excellent delivery, But let's kick it off. Let's kick it off with Bishop, who hopefully is ready to go. Bishop, you're up first.
Yes. Good evening.
All right. So apologies, Bishop. Just for a moment. Just off the feedback that we got yesterday, we're going to be implementing those feedbacks because, of course, the platform are all of us. So however you want it to go, it will go. So in the opening phase, because we have quite enough people here, we'll have a 5 to 7 minute introductory monologue from everybody, and then we get into the thickness of the conversation. We kick that 5 to 7 minutes off with Bishop. Sorry, Bishop, you're up first. Bishop, good to see you. Sorry, Bishop, on mute.
Yeah, good evening, everyone, from wherever you may be listening or you may be joining us from. Adale Koko will always say, please do remember to like, share, and if you have not subscribed, kindly do so. Thank you very much. So, can we kick it off?
Yeah, kick it off. You can start off with wherever you like, just start it off with wherever you like.
Okay, I remember you actually corrected when you read, because I read what transpired in Port Harcourt earlier on, and it was a good thing that you were able to fix that. That the lobby I did not owe you anything, it's in respect of the refund for the reconstruction or the construction of the federal roads, the bridges and the rest. So that's late. You actually made a mistake. He said Abigail was in the Federal House of Representatives. Abigail Aburi was there. She was a member, I think about 2 or 3 legislative house ago. But she was a honorable member of the Federal House of Representatives. I saw you struggling to pronounce Rumokuta. It's Rumokuta. Maybe some of us will need to lecture you on how to pronounce some names, either from the south or the northeast or the northwest or whatever. And this man that just spoke now, what's his name?
Dayo Shobo Ale.
It's very correct. It's like the situation we have now is like a proverbial bone that is stuck in your neck. They just have to find a way to navigate around it. Otherwise, we're able to pull this through to produce a Muslim ticket. It was actually a kind of a miracle. To now go ahead to still make number 3 man a Muslim in this dispensation, we're pushing their luck a little bit too far.
But what about merit though? Because there's an argument that the Senate presidency should go to the North. In fact, the North has the strongest argument for the Senate presidency, but they don't have
What's the merit in it? Tell me the merit.
Because, like they rightly said, they delivered the most votes to the victory, and more to it, they're the largest part of the country, and they don't have a power player in decision-making positions.
They just leaving the presidency after 8 years. They just had the presidency for 8 solid years. And it was not the vote of Northwest alone that gave them the presidency. It was a collective thing. We just have to reason beyond selfish and individual, we must be very nationalistic. I don't think it's right. They might get it and probably go away with it, but it will be laying some very dangerous precedents for things to come. I would rather say I'm being petty or I'm being I would rather we have a South person and a Christian as the this president of the Senate.
Sorry, Bishop, are we abandoning merit as a criteria in Nigeria now? Have we abandoned merit as a criteria or criterion? Yeah.
Say the argument we had before that there is nobody that is qualified to be the Senate president of Nigeria. Is that what we're saying? We are saying merit. What they're banking on is the power of the strength, that if you're able to galvanize 58 or whatever number of the governor, and that's.
Have we lost you? Can anyone hear me? Have we lost Bishop or have we lost me?
It looked like his connection is having problem.
Yeah, Ajale Koko, that's what we often hear when you're talking to us, when you're driving and you're talking to us. So as Bishop looks to reconnect, let's 5-7 minute monologue from you. So Ajale Koko, it's back. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we lost you for a moment, but carry on.
Sorry about that. So I'm saying that the idea, they're not talking about merit, they're just talking about the numerical strength. People that can come together, they just say, oh, we have this number and we can do it our way. I don't think that should be, I don't think that is the kind of politics we should be playing now. They pulled it off. APC pulled it off with the Muslim ticket. Yeah, but asking to take the Senate presidency after a Muslim again, we're pushing it a little bit too far. That's my honest and candid opinion. So whatever it is, I think APC should be able to put this out in order inside and come up with a decision that will put all this noise to rest.
All right, and to the Diaspora Commission feeling the need to come and defend its work in Sudan. There was a viral video that went around saying that they were setting aside the Southeasterners in the rescue mission, and the Diaspora Commission felt the need to come out and say this. I think this space, this ethnic thing that we do in Nigeria is something that we really need to address.
Unfortunately, ordinarily they shouldn't have. But the caliber of persons and the number of persons that rode on the back of that very ridiculous piece of video that the guy played out, and it was all lies. People debunked him, and some people Nigerians actually rose up. But some supposedly eminent and educated and highly placed people actually believed that's something. I think that was why they felt it was necessary. Ordinarily, for me, I would not have dignified it with a response. They shouldn't have done that. It's a little bit too petty for me. Even though it was the piece of news itself was in bad taste. Somebody coming up, and when people eventually came up with the counter narrative of what actually played out, the guy did not come back to come and deny it. But if you see some people that are very influential running with it and making comments, side comment, oh, is this the sign of things to come? Is this, it's very annoying that we can reduce ourselves to that kind of level. How on earth that we they come and say, because you are, in that space, it should be about Nigeria first. After somebody now came up with a video and people did not even bother to try and corroborate, and yet a lot of people jumped on it. So it's okay if they felt it was necessary for them to do that. At least the important thing is that I think about now some of them will be landing at the first batch should be landing now in Abuja Airport. So good thing.
All right, brilliant. Bishop, stay with us. Let's go on from you and go to let's go to Ajanle Koko. Let's have Ajanle Koko next. So Ajanle Koko. So now the question being asked by the Fayose Jr., Isaac Fayose, that who bankrolled the Obi campaign? So that question remains unanswered. Who bankrolled the Obi campaign? Obi, we know, is a wealthy man. We all know that. But I think you were here when we did this session on trying to cost what the spend is to become Nigeria's president. As wealthy as Obi is a pauper in terms of what you need to spend to be the Nigerian president. So now, who signed the checks for that campaign? So that's where the question is. And I suspect it is not Obasanjo, because I don't think even he has that level of wealth. So who do you think the investors are then in Obi's campaign? Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Look, I think that question should go to all the candidates who bankrolled their campaign. We saw other candidates like Obi, the two other candidates. I don't want to talk about Kwakwaso. Kwakwaso, I don't believe he spent so much like APC and PDP and Labour. We saw them flying around in helicopter. We saw them sharing money to their party members. We saw a lot of video, people fighting over money, that money were not given to them, stuff like that. And that money was money problem that caused the problem between the those guys in Labour in Ogun State and the what do you call him, that campaign manager of Obi, Donyo Kukwe. So, to be fair to Obi, I think that same problem should go to others. So we don't really know who are those people that bankroll this campaign, but we saw when he came here, when he came to United States and some other Western countries, he was able to raise some money. Remember, the electoral law allow him to source for money within the country and from outside the country. So the question that we should ask him properly is to give account of how much he raised.
Is there a law that sets a cap as to how much? Because I know in this country there's a cap on how much you can spend on an electoral campaign. Do we have that in Nigeria?
Yes, we do. I think it's if I could remember, I think is it not 1 billion or 2 billion for president, and some amount. I can't remember the exact amount, but it's the specific amount that is capped for the governors and the presidency, and so I can't remember, maybe 2 million or 1 billion or something like that, but I cannot really remember. But the electoral law allowed them to raise money from within and from outside the country, as long as they are Nigerians. So, but that is what we should ask from every one of them. How much were they able to raise for their campaign, and how much did they spend? They should be able to release the account of, their expenses, campaign expenses, so that they can show transparency from there. So, but it's going to be very unfair to put that question to Obi alone and not asking the other. So, one man, that's my take on that.
All right. The space then, the Sudanese crisis, IGBOS amongst the first batch of Nigerians to be evacuated. It always saddens me that everything always reverts to that sort of tone in Nigeria.
Well, I've not watched the video. It's in both of you. I mean, Bishop and you were saying that some people play some video that IGBOS were abandoned or something like that. And that was the reason why the Abeke Dabiri came out to, clarify that that video was not true, and that Igbo people were among the first set of people that were brought to the country. Brought back to Nigeria. So it's just who we are as people. We are very tribalistic, and I think for the reason that what's the name of that guy? That Onyema. What's the name of that world peace man?
Godfrey Onyema.
Godfrey Onyema. I think he offered to donate his aircraft to bring Nigeria home.
Oh no! That's Alan Onyema. Yeah.
Alan Onyema.
Godfrey Onyema is the foreign minister.
Okay. I think for the reason that he donated his aircraft to go and pick them. So some Igbos are owing to that they should be given some kind of preferential treatment over other. Maybe that was what was responsible for that video.
Is it Alan Onyema's plane that? Because I thought they deployed Nigerian Air Force jets to go and bring them home.
Yeah, that's including that as well. So, but he donated his plane, maybe like 4 or 3 aircraft, and that man is a man with good. This is not his first time. He did it that same similar problem we had in where was that?
South Africa.
South Africa. Yeah, South Africa. So, but for being what
and Ukraine.
And Ukraine, yes.
He did it in during COVID-19.
Yeah, good man, good heart. So, as some Igbos are, being what that is, we are just tribal. We are just too tribal, man. So they're trying to own it that and why should we should be given that they should give us that preferential treatment about that. I mean, we the way we do things sometimes is just ridiculous. So I think some, I'm not saying Igbo people in entirety, but some of our people from the East just believe that why shouldn't even it's our man is just doing it. Why can't he? So, but Abike Dabiri has clarified it all, and I don't think I would never believe that Nigeria will ever. You know me, that I say it straight against Nigerian state when they do, but I will not believe that Nigerian state will ever do that to abandon some ethnic group among other Nigerians and pick up some others when we are trying to, rescue all Nigeria. Nigerian states will never do that. So I don't know why some crooked people, got to that. I don't know why they have to do that to ridicule the country. That is not good. But Abigail Dabiri has done good, to clarify it and put the issue on the right perspective. So good job to Abigail Dabiri, and we have to commend her. We have to commend the Godfrey Oyema, the CEO of WordPress. We have to commend the Foreign Affairs Minister.
Do you think Nigeria has done a decent, because we must not continuously criticize just for its own sake, in the handling of this Sudanese thing for our people? Do you think Nigeria, do you think they did a decent job this time around?
I think so. I think they did a very good job. The war happened suddenly. Nobody prepared. Even nobody knew that it's going to. That war will quickly, happen like that. But everybody was caught unaware with that senseless war that stupid people were fighting among themselves, killing their people unnecessarily. So everybody was caught unaware. So, but so far so good. They did excellent job. They were able to coordinate, buses, and those bus services, they charge so high because you see a lot of countries were on them. A lot of countries were offering big amounts, but Nigerian state was able to do their best. To get buses, and the ambassador in Nigerian ambassador over there, stood with Nigerian people. That is the kind of leadership that we're looking up to. It stood with them. It was communicating with them. Though another report said some of the staff ran away too. Some of Nigerian diplomats over there ran away. They couldn't be found. They ran for their lives. So I
that's fair enough. Now, I don't blame
them because this is a war zone. Nobody prepared for their war, so they run away. But the ambassador stood with them, very courageous man. He said, if anything going to happen to Nigerian people, he want to be among them. Let it happen to them together. And we have to commend the president too for giving that phone call to the Egyptian president so that they can, create a pathway for Nigerian to pass through to the airport. I mean via their border and to Egypt airport and for evacuation back home. So they did a very good job, and you know, this is what we expect from them. They should always stand up for Nigerian people. The only thing that happened is that you know, the incident that happened at the desert, where the buses abandon our children that until when they get fully paid before they will continue. That was just the only bad thing that happened. And but for their effort, I think we should commend them all. They did a good job, Oman.
All right. And finally, was there anything else that caught your attention in the news cycle today? Is there anything that caught your attention?
Yeah, Tinubu's visit to Rivers State. I think Yemsin Wike gave the highest of the highest honor to President-elect Tinubu. I don't think there's any other person in Nigeria that can get such an honor. For him to declare holiday to receive him, that is a high level of honor to somebody, particularly to the president-elect. Closing down the state, no work, everywhere was closed down to receive him. And the reason for that, Wike wanted everybody in that state to come out in their millions to receive the president-elect. And doing that is showing signal to leaders in his party, as well as leaders in PDP. Look, as well as leaders in APC and other parties, that this is the man that I work for. I am backing him fully, openly, and I'm with him. I'm giving him my full support. He is my president. That is what Wike demonstrated with that action. And, you know, the president-elect acknowledged it as well. In his speech, he said, "Oh, I really thank you. I see all the flag, all the billboard and everything that, you know, welcoming him. He was really glad at what Wike did. And, you know, Wike used that opportunity to tell him that, look, many federal roads that you pass through that are looking very good were constructed by us, by the state, without dime from the federal government. And therefore, asking the president that, look, we have paid so much money from our own scarce resources to build this road for you, and I'll be looking forward to you to repay me. The president-elect replied him when he was delivering his own speech that, look, I owe you nothing, but things can still happen if you know how to play your game. If you know how to lobby, you have to lobby to get whatever you want from the presidency. It's not just by open mouth. You can't get it on a platter of gold. You work for it, meaning that you have to lobby, you have to do your job. So he's telling Wike and others around the world, because we know President Buhari put a ban on all the states across the federation not to touch federal road, not to spend their money on federal road, that if they do, they are not going to be repaid. They will not get any refund for, you know, any repair that they carry out on federal road. So President Tinubu is telling him and others that, well, it's going to be a new sheriff in town 2019. If you guys put your head together we can do something about that. If you want to start to build the federal road in your state, and you guys cooperate together to lobby, we can leave the ban. I think that is the signal that Tinubu was passing on to all of them in that in his speech. So it was, I think if we go down in history in that state, that one person, the president-elect, visited, and there was a public holiday declared for him, and everywhere was shut down. People turned out in their thousands to welcome him, and there's going to be a banquet night for him to tonight over there. That must have been carried out as well. And tomorrow there's going to be the president-elect is going to open, I think maybe magistrate, a court complex as well. And after that, I think we go back to Abuja. But Wike is a strategic politician. Is a man that knows what to do at the right time to achieve results. And what he has done is that what he's doing right now from day one to fight down Atiku, to deliver the state to Tinubu, and now to honor Tinubu with holiday visit to his hometown. He has really show to Tinubu and his team and APC, look, I have done well for you. It is time to compensate, and I believe he will get appointment. I believe Tinubu will not forget if he will surely want to get Wike in his team so that his popularity can spread across that south area. Because if APC can get their if they can really get their spread in that south area, they're going to be the strongest party in Nigeria, because PDP has been the strongest party there for 16 years. I mean, up to this time, PDP look like they are losing out in the southeast. And if Wike and his team and other political leaders in the south, if they march together and put their weight behind Tinubu, that will be the end of PDP in that zone. So Wike has done well, and I believe that Tinubu will respond by giving him appointment in his incoming government. That's my take. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Ajane Koko. So up next, Ribado. So Ribado, you are up next. So let's hear from you. You are logged in twice. So say something so I can remove one. Okay, so yeah, we've got that one. So let's kick it off this way, Ribado. What's caught your attention in the news cycle today? What especially did you notice in the news that you thought that you're having thoughts about? Ribado.
Yeah, can you hear me? Sorry, my
yeah, we can now. Carry on.
Okay. Well, we have all seen the news, just like the way the previous speakers dissected it. So let me just jump into what I'm curious about. About the Senate presidency.
Yes, the North wants it, and I think there's an argument for the North to get it.
I would like to react to the submission of Mr. Bishop. I think he really got it wrong. Definitely, his understanding of these new politics that it's taking wind in Nigeria. It's far beyond religion's lines. I think his understanding of our politics is quite rudimentary, seriously speaking. We have passed beyond that level of Muslim or Christian or this or that. And I want to holistically discuss this issue of tribalism. In essence, that unconsciously, I don't know how we allow that to happen to us. Unconsciously, we have been led to believe that tribalism is something negative, something that is bad. And I think we inherited this from the colonial masters. You know, we are all different people, and we are all supposed to be proud of the tribe we are coming from. And it's just so unnatural for you to feel like for you to be a good person or an ideal person, you have to treat your brother or somebody as equal as you will treat your brother from your tribal area. I think that is quite wrong. But I don't know if you guys will really try to understand from where I'm coming from. We are supposed to showcase. I'm coming. I will drive the point to you, people. You know, we are supposed to showcase the stuff we are made of, so that at least the other people from the other tribe will understand us and see the good side of it. That is one thing. But it's quite very unfortunate that we has institutionalized such a concept and bring negative light to it, and the politicians are busy building and making profit from it. That is one thing. Then you should know that we are coming, the process is maturing. As far as politics everywhere in the world is concerned, it's about numbers. And everybody knows what northern Nigeria can bring to bear when it comes to numbers.
No. I don't think you can say that, Ribadu, because if it's purely about numbers, then you will not have representation. Politics really is about representation. And you were talking about tribe and ethnicity. There's a heavy, the largest tribe in Nigeria is actually, numerically, the largest tribe is actually the Hausas. So if we're playing politics mainly on numbers, we will never have anything other than a Hausa president. So it's about representation, not numbers.
No, you did not understand. Well, you did not allow me to expatiate on that, okay?
All right, carry on.
What I'm trying to tell you, it's about numbers, because the ability to win a position in this current situation is if you have the ability to sell your candidate to the other numerical people. I don't know if you're getting me. So the issue of trying to say it's wrong for the North, or it's not right for the North to seek a Senate presidency, is quite annoying. You understand? And apart from that, we have come to a stage that that was why yesterday I said it is the most complex election ever held in this country we have ever witnessed. And now the way things are is in the Senate, it's not just about the North or the South, it's also about capacity, the capability, which I strongly believe still we have it in abundance from the North.
What do you mean by capability? Capability in what sense?
Okay. The capability to foster the bridges, to lobby, you understand? Just like the way, look at how Kashim Shettima did. Do you know Kashim Shettima was the first person to profess support for Tinubu presidency? And everybody thought it's not possible, it's not going to be, Muslim ticket will not. But they all prove people wrong. So we are very likely to see something like that repeating itself in the Senate. So what I expect from people, what I expect from people is for them to try to say, okay, these people what we are going to do, let's keep these religion things aside. Let's keep this North and South aside. Let's see.
No, we're not at that level yet in Nigeria, Ribadu. You saw how the elections played out. It was fought mainly on religious grounds, and the Christian space they were up in arms at the APC ticket. And by the way, Tinubu's vote, it was heavily impacted by the Muslim ticket. So if you now have another Muslim as the number 3 citizen of the country, it might well break the back of it be that step too far.
I will beg to. I'm coming. Let me make this point true, okay? I will beg to differ. See, one man, you have to understand one thing, okay? What is portrayed in the media is quite different from what is happening in reality. You should be quite aware of that. You know, we were there on the, we were part of the process of the officials during this election. You understand? And it's
your voice is a bit low. Your voice is low, Ribadu.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Much better. Carry on.
Okay. I think you cannot say that that it is fought mainly on religious lines, based on religious lines. You understand? Because that is mostly what the media portray, which is quite different from what happened in the real sense. You understand? So I don't think we should really.
No, you are wrong. You are wrong, Ribadu. As 70% of Peter Obi's votes, they were religious votes. They were anti-Muslim ticket votes. 70% of his votes. The middle belt. Why would anybody in the middle belt vote for Peter Obi outside of religion?
Or I like this. I like this your statement, and let me convince you otherwise. Peter Obi was able to use the religious platform to showcase himself, and because it was mainly the medium that has complete structures that will go to the grassroots. Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? Hello?
Yeah, we're listening. Carry on.
Okay. Had it been there is alternate structure on the ground, had it been there is alternate structure on the ground that he will convey or showcase his mandate, it would have still bring the same result. So
that's not correct.
No, it's not.
let me give you example. Like in Maiduguri here, the IGBOS here, they have unions, market unions. You understand? And it was those market unions that were used to campaign for Peter Obi, which part of that, there is segment of it that are Kanuri people, locally people from, the message went through. But anyway, that is a media for you. You understand? What you see on the ground is entirely different from what is showcased from the media.
That's a wrong assessment, Ribadu. But have a rebuttal, Bishop, and then we'll go on to a kernel. It's just opening remarks from people, but I'll have that rebuttal, Bishop.
Yeah, thank you very much. Ribadu, thank you. But I really don't understand. I don't know what you mean, but I have a limited understanding of politics or how politics is played. I think that's a little bit too, I don't know how to put it. But you're not correct. And I will tell you very straight away. In as much as we want to get to a situation in Nigeria whereby nobody cares about who you are or where you are from or the language you speak or how you worship God, in as much it's a desirable place we want to get to, we are not. The fact now is that we are not there yet. So religion is a factor. It was a factor, a big factor in this last election, except we want to be very insensitive to the sensibilities or the feelings of others who will pretend that it is not. It is a very huge factor. And I'll give you one or two reasons. I don't know whether I live in Borno. I used to live in Maiduguri in the early 80s. And I know there was shortly after the Metasini crisis, they approved a section of a place for all the churches to be, just that section. And as accommodating as people of Boronu were, worshiping then was a little bit difficult, because there are certain things you want to go and get, whether within the state or thereabout, that your religion will play a factor, even though you are legally, lawfully qualified for that thing, for those things. Apart from your ethnic, where you come from, your religion, and if you speak the language, will play a factor. And we go to many places today, and we see these things still play factor. So if anybody wants to play the ostrich and say, oh, it doesn't matter, and I think it's very insulting for you to say, oh, there are very many competent and capable people in the north. And that's insulting.
No, sorry, how is that insulting? There are countless competent people in the north.
What he meant by that was that, so there are no such capable and competent people from the south. That's
he didn't say that. Oh, he didn't say that. Oh, Abba, he didn't say that now.
He
didn't say that.
No. Context of the way he presented it. We were saying a Senate president from the, so you are saying a Senate president from the south, and you are talking, oh, we are talking of merit, and they are very merited. So are you saying there are no people that merit it or that are competent from the southern part of the country? You can go back and listen to it. But my view is this: if maybe it's not, I have a very how do you put it? I don't have a good understanding of politics, but I want to say, and I believe a lot of people share in my opinion, we were able to scale through this last election because a lot of people came to the understanding and people rally around from here and there. And the fact that the PDP by itself lost that election, if Kwakwanso alone had not left PDP, we will not be talking what we are talking now. If Peter Obi, let's even talk Peter Obi, let's even talk Wike. If Wike and Kwakwanso had not left, the religion alone is enough to have done, would have done enough damage for APC to have lost that election. If you think the religion did not play a fact and it's not significant in what is going to play out in the coming weeks, then let's say good luck to Nigeria then. We'll wait to see how it plays out.
Let me interject, sorry, please.
I wanted everybody to get an opening monologue, but a very brief interjection now, what please?
Okay, thank you. I thank everybody on Hassan, the way you guys present your case here is exceptional and is a thing that everybody has to take note of. While I'm praising you people, I'm trying to awaken our southern people that for a very long time we take northern people that they are just a bunch of many people, they're not that smart. But you two guys here, I believe you guys supersede almost everybody on this platform. The way you convince people how things are played in the north. And then let me quickly end this. Anyway, for your submission, you were saying, I want to ask you two questions. I want you to answer me just yes or no.
No. Hold on. The background noise is a bit much. Let's come back to you. Let's go to Ekene to have his opening remarks. Ekene, let's hear from you. So what have you been listening to in the news? What have you been listening to in the news?
Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you, one man. We have been on the news since today, especially what happened in Port Harcourt. So, and I just finished watching the banquet that they held this night. Very interesting.
Did he announce the Senate president there? Somebody said he announced the Senate president.
Yes, the Senate president is Akpabio. There is no two ways about that. So,
Akpabio.
Yes, the man came with his crew. So they all stood when they called him out to speak on behalf of the Senate. All the senators came out in solidarity of him. They stood behind him, as in, just like you need to see how they acted. So they said they were supposed to be 60 of them that would have come, but because of they don't have enough aircraft, only 40 came. So, and all of them, when they called him out, all of them stood up behind him. So it's a sign. So there is no two ways about that. So maybe I don't know if the voting pattern will change, but I know that the announcement that they made this night shows that he was the anointed Senate president. So, and on what he said about,
but that skims out the Southeast then from that's not good news. But carry on.
That it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm not paying as a Southeast now. It doesn't take anything away from me. So I'm just expecting him to do justice.
That is what Ekene wish for now. Ekene doesn't want it to come to Southeast.
I didn't wish it like that. So never mind.
That is what you said earlier, because the only option you have from there is
well, we cannot get it. So there is no need of me killing myself over that. So
let me remind you what you said earlier some days ago. It was that it should not come to Southeast because the only person that it look good to take it is Kalu, and you guys don't like Kalu. You don't want it to come there. If it were to
that is the thing now.
So I think,
and I said that the only person that we can present, unfortunately, cannot get it. That is Abalibe. So we cannot get it. So there is no need of us fighting over it. So that's my submission. Then. So, and on what people are saying about what Tinubu told Governor Wike that he owe him nothing. Well, most of the time, that is why all this media news, I don't like it sometimes. Sometimes I love to leave matter until I digest it very well before I'll be able to make my comments. So I was able to digest the statement this night during their banquet. So, and the man told him that there can only be one president at a time. He cannot sign anything to Rivers State. And that what he said was just that he just like he don't know what is there, and he cannot just make a promise that he know that he might not keep. It doesn't mean that he will not do it if he get there and it's possible for him to do it, maybe to pay them back. So that is the submission of Tinubu, which I like. You don't expect him to come out and be promising yes, so wicked that I will do this and I will do that. Then when he get there, if he's not able to do that, then you begin to hold him man. You said you will give us the money for this, and later you didn't do that. So I like his submission there. That is a Bola Tinubu submission. So he's being sincere to him, which is very good. It's not just to come out and promise somebody something because he supported you. And at the end of the day, if you are not able to keep the promise, people begin to hold you responsible. So,
all right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Stay with us. Let's hear from Hassan next. So Hassan, you're up next. Opening remarks. What have you noticed in the news cycle today? What is foremost in your thoughts, Hassan?
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
We can. It sounds like you're in a party or something.
Unfortunately, yes. But this is the most serene part of the place that I can get. So I'm sorry for any disturbance.
All right, carry on. Let's hear from you.
Yes, but I've been following the discussions, and well, I want to start with the Wike space. Okay, so I'm just going to take a few seconds to laugh at Wike. And anybody that is supporting Wike and thinking that Wike is some sort of genius or he has done anything exceptional, no. Wike is just a typical politician. I just want to remind everybody of the role that Rotimi Amechi played. That space of being the incumbent governor in Rivers State already gives you so much leverage. You have so much money because the derivation that Nigeria pays to states. Okay, if you are in the Rivers State, you have access to money, like real money. So you can always you are going to make a mark in Nigeria's politics. Wike is nobody. He is nothing exceptional. Let us watch him fade away. In the scheme of things, because one, Wike is corrupt, very, very corrupt. He carries a lot of baggages. Wike, I see Wike as just an opportune tout. So it's not like he's somebody who has a lot of future. Tinubu, the way he, responded to him today, okay, of course, you the scratch my back, I scratch yours kind of politics that we do in this country. Wike, yes, he delivered. Of course, Tinubu would come. Of course, he will grace his occasion. He'll always be somebody, he has scratched, Tinubu has scratched his back. And I'm very sure Wike must have, gotten something from Tinubu because, Nigerian politics, the way it is money centered, Tinubu pumped money to all the states. So Wike must have collected something too. So it's not as if it's a one-way thing that Wike just did out of the goodness of his heart. No. Let's not look at Wike as somebody who is that who has some form of political future. What is it that you said the highest he can get is to become a minister in this country, and that too is a risk for Tinubu to take because the way Wike talks.
Hold on, Hassan. Do you think Wike is politicking to the Tinubu administration, or do you think
it's ass licking? He's an ass licker.
No, I think he wants to own PDP. That's why I think his politics
No. He knows it now. If he leaves the government house, see, there is no certainty in Nigeria's politics. You see, you may bring somebody that will be your successor, and that person becomes a governor. And if you are not careful, and with the way the Wike I know, the way he does things, don't be surprised that it's not going to take long before he and his successor begins to get a problem within themselves. So I don't see Wike doing anything exceptional. I don't applaud this. Of course, if I'm Tinubu, that's the same thing that I would do. But it's good. Like he's a dog and he's been put on his leash. So well done to Tinubu for that. I'm happy today because this has demonstrated and give me some form of joy that yes, Tinubu is the kind of person that I like to lead Nigeria. Like you don't just give people access just because they've done something that is just mundane. This is something you expect anybody who is there to do that with the kind of power that you have as a governor, of course, of a super rich state with the kind of money that River State generates. So Wike is nothing exceptional. Let's forget about it.
Hassan, you say Wike is nothing let me mute you for a moment because the music is you say Wike is nothing exceptional. But do you anticipate that you will see Wike's name on the ticket at 2027 as the PDP candidate?
Impossible.
Wike, that one is sure, very sure.
Impossible. See,
it's very sure. It's a sure banker.
Impossible. You know why? Who is interjecting?
It's a Kenneth, but carry on, Hassan. If you can find an even more quiet space, can you go somewhere a bit quieter? The music
okay, just give me like 2 minutes. Let Kenneth say his mind so that I can repeat him.
Oh, all right. Carry on, Kenneth. No, I agree with you, by the way, Kenneth. It's almost certain that Wike will be on the PDP ticket.
It's starting. Wike wants to own PDP. That is only fight he's fighting. And I noticed it right from the beginning. So even the time Obi was visiting him, I was even angry with Obi self. I don't know the reason why he will visit him. Because right from the beginning, or even to the people that I canvass I campaign to. I told them to forget Wike. I told them right from the beginning, they were rejoicing there. Wike. I told them Wike will do nothing to support Obi. Wike will only support where he will benefit and where he. So the only thing Wike wanted to do is to own the party. And what he has done now, I don't know if we can even organize the party again because the party is beyond repair. Where will he start? It's only in the southeast. Where? In the north, where? You kill the political career of somebody like Atiku Abubakar, and you expect to go back there and say, but I see him fighting for the ticket. He will fight for the ticket. Maybe they might not vote him in the primary, but he will come out to contest.
I think he will get that ticket. I think Wike is going to be on the ballot for PDP 2027.
Maybe he will be on the ballot. He might be on the ballot, but I know he will come out.
I think this is a bit better.
Oh, yes, carry on.
Okay, see, being on the ballot is different from owning the party. Let's establish that first. Okay? And Amechi, don't forget, Amechi said during APC's 2015 presidential primary that I will match Atiku naira to naira, dollar to dollar. In fact, Amechi has a nickname in northern Nigeria. We call him Serkinyaki. Serkinyaki Mbabo Buhari. Do you know what that means? It's a traditional title. No, like a chief of war, like a gladiator or a general. That is what we called Wike during the 2015. And, it is the platform that you have and how you use that platform, And normally, look at the people from South. They are very, very outspoken. That worry mentality, that Agbero-ish thing, and that, they are very, very aggressive people. And it shows the way they do their politics. There is a lot of violence. Look at the kind of politics they do in Rivers State. It's in Kano, Lagos, and Rivers that every election people will die. There are elements of culture. The way Nigeria's politics play.
Oh, we lost Hassan. There it is. We're losing our. Is it back?
Oh man, I want to say something.
Yeah, your connection is poor. Your connection is poor, though. There's some grainy sound at the background, but say whatever it is you wanted to say, and then we're going to Prince Daddy. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to say that the 270 Nigerians in Sudan have just arrived in Nigeria, so I'm just happy about that. So my epics have just landed. So
all right. All right, where are you watching that? Where are you watching that? Maybe we can present it here as well. Where are you watching it?
Channel on their rise.
All right. I'll check it. So let's go on to Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, you're up next as we wait Hassan to rejoin us. So Prince Daddy, you're up next. Is an opening monologue, just inviting then what you have noticed in the news cycle. So Prince Daddy. On mail, Prince Obalola, Prince Daddy. All right. So it's going well.
Hey, sorry, one man. Where I am right now is kind of noisy. So I'll take the next turn.
All right, brilliant. Let's go to Thomas then. Let's go to Thomas then, who hopefully is ready for us. Thomas, you're up next.
Yeah, I'm here, one man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. So we're just doing an opening phase for people to have about 5-7 minutes just to speak to the platform, what they are noticing in politics. We do have talking points, but first to share thoughts. So what did you pick up in the news cycle today? What are you thinking about in terms of Nigeria and politics?
It's just the swearing in of Tinubu. That's what I've been focusing on the news to see how the transition is going to go smoothly, as we hope. The people that have been threatening to use this thing to disrupt the transition or inauguration, I hope they will change their mind, and the smooth transition will take place. And I'm hopeful. One man, I'm very sorry to say this, and I'm even not sorry. I pray Tinubu do well. We can't afford for him to fail. If Tinubu fail, I don't know how we're going to get out.
Do you think this is the last window for Nigeria?
It may not be the last window, but it's going to take more effect. It's going to throw us back like 40-50 years backward if Tinubu don't get it right. If I'm expecting him in 3 weeks thereabout, his cabinet should be ready. They should start kick off like a wildfire, like a train in Japan, like running like a 500,000 kilometers per hour. So so that they can catch up with the dilapidated problem with it has been Buhari has created. So in 3 weeks, I expected these ministers to get ready. Everything should get ready now. It's not that we are still thinking, we are still deliberating, we are still consulting. I don't want to hear that kind of thing. So because we can't. I don't pray for him to fail, even though I'm not his fans, but I pray for him to succeed so that Nigeria can succeed. I will leave it there.
You know that break that he took in France and everywhere else. I think he actually went there to perfect his plans. You say you are giving him 3 weeks. I would not be surprised if he assembled his team within a week. Because Tinubu has been preparing for this job for 30 years, so he knows everybody and he knows what he wants. So
I can confirm that his team is ready. That one is sure. His team is ready. Babaji Amila is the chief of staff. Is what are they calling it? So the man always, anywhere that he is, Tinubu is. Babaji Amila always sit there. He always give it as in. So you cannot tell me that he's not his chief of staff or what. So I can confirm that his team is ready. So any other person can say.
And even not just a team.
One man, I'm back. Sorry for my network.
All right. Let Thomas last that point, and then we come back to you. Thomas, back to you.
Yes, and even not just a team. I want competent hands. Even if it's the same people ally that he has now and had some technocrats to the cabinet, and they kick off like a train, like as you say, it's like 500 kilometers per hour. You have to kick off. He can't fail. I'm praying for him not to fail. I'm praying. I have it on my mind, even though being president, I don't like it. I would like somebody that is younger, much better, much agile, much. I would like that, but this is our reality for now. We just have to work with what we have at hand. There is nothing we can do about it. Tinubu is going to be your president. There is nothing. It's only death that can stop him not to be the president. But I pray he will work for Nigeria. Nigeria will work with him, and Nigeria will be a better place. That is my prayer. I would like Nigeria to be. I'll be thinking maybe I'm going back to Nigeria in his tenure, in 4 years. I will be open going back to Nigeria. Nigeria is the best place to live in the whole world. To me, that is my take. Thank you, Oma.
All right, Billiam, when you say go back to Nigeria, do you mean move back to Nigeria or visit on holiday?
Move back to Nigeria.
My God.
Yes.
Yes. It's too early. It's too early now. I know you are still young.
Sorry,
one man.
Makes two of us.
Everybody have their own. One man. Let me tell you something.
Hold on, Bishop. We can barely hear you, but yeah, go and say what you wanted to say, Thomas.
I will tell you for facts. I've been outside Nigeria, outside living here maybe 10 years. The best time I have in 10 years is the 3 weeks. The last 3 weeks I spent in Nigeria.
You know, a holiday. You have to think hard though. You know, going on a holiday, that tells you then that you are there for a period and you go back. So a lot of the things, the day-to-day living that grinds, you won't see it. But if you go there and live, Nigeria is not and what would you do, by the way? You can't go there and start writing application for a job. How will you earn a living in Nigeria?
One man. If I have my money, one man. People are enjoying Nigeria. People that have money in Nigeria, they don't want to live abroad. Forget about this abroad. You and I is. Forget about it. Nigeria is still the best place to live.
You have you said if you have money, you will enjoy Nigeria. That is just only the thing. Must you have that so much money to enjoy life at all?
I'm not Bajali Koko, I'm not talking of $1 billion. Oh, I'm not talking
No,
of
I'm just
wretched people,
talking of
rich of people.
if you want to live, hold on. If you want to live the same standard you live where you are now, how much do you think you'll be spending in Nigeria per month? The same standard you live.
I can't set the number now, but what I'm just trying to tell you that is
you are there for 2 weeks.
3 weeks.
For 3 weeks. So you know how much you spend for 3 weeks. You should be able to do your calculation to know how much you'll be spending for 4 weeks.
We were there with him now. You spent close to 2 million in that. You remember we were there with you. You were calling us every day. You spent close to 2 million. Yeah.
No. It's one man. I will not deceive you with what I spend, my wife spend, and close to almost 6 million or 5 million
in 2 weeks.
In 3 weeks.
Look at that. Can you sustain that?
No. It's not one man. You can't say it is about
one man. Can I come back?
Yeah, come back.
Okay. So I've had a lot of people say that one man, you are just a black, you are just a white man in a black man's skin. I'm beginning to, to agree with that a little bit.
I'm an Oyo man. I grew up on Abala.
Okay, let me say, I want to categorically agree with all those who say Nigeria is paradise. For me, Nigeria is paradise. You know, like the last time I left Nigeria, I couldn't wait to get back. Really, I couldn't wait to get back. And I did not spend up to 2 months out there. I didn't lack money. I didn't lack anything in the white man's country. But like, that is not me. That is not where I am living in my essence. When I came back to Nigeria, I know a lot of Southerners say that Northerners don't like this to stay in white in the West and things like that. Like we hardly adapt and things like that. Yeah, but you know, like that place is not meant for you. It doesn't resonate with your spirit. You cannot eat the food. You are not in your essence. That let me just leave that one at that too first.
But hold on. When you were your 2 months in whichever country, how many times did you say up Nepal when the lights went off?
Really, that is not really my kind of concern, really.
Look at that. Suffering and smiling. Look at that.
No. Those things they are cosmetic things now. Life goes beyond that now. I'm somebody whose life's philosophy is about, living every second and ensuring that I'm happy in every moment that I live. It doesn't really matter how much is in my bank account, as long as I'm happy, I'm in the company of the people that I love. I love them, they love me, and they express and I express that love. That is what life is mostly about for me. And there is nowhere I'll get that like here in Nigeria. So for me, man, forget it. Nigeria is the goal.
That's the tone of a mommy's boy. Mommy's boy. Look at that.
No, it's not even about that.
Sorry, Hassan, what you mean the West? You mean Dubai, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, or Germany, or Swiss? Which one are you talking about?
Scandinavia. Let's leave it at Scandinavia.
That's why you couldn't feel at home. If you're in Dubai, it would be a different story. I don't think you want to go home, or Saudi Arabia.
No, I've been in Saudi Arabia. And I was eager to get back home.
Okay, yes. All right, thanks.
Yeah, their food is bland. The weather is very harsh, and most of them are racist. They don't really care if you are black, whether you are Muslim or not. They just see a black man and they call us abd. That is a slave mostly. They may not see it in your face, but deep down in them, most of them are racist.
Hold on, one please. You know what you just said there, Hassan. I was listening to a piece by the daughter of Lamido Sanusi. So Lamido Sanusi, he has a big estate in Saudi Arabia. He's a devout Muslim and a very rich man, so you'd expect. And the daughter was even telling us that even the gate man at their house was being racist to her.
Yeah, the racism there is endemic. It is endemic.
So if they are racist to the daughter of Sanusi, then I mean, who else is above?
Just forget those people. If you are going there for spirituality, okay, just focus on what took you there. Just go and do it there and just leave there. Nonsense space for them, because this Middle East, it's not the place for a black man. You see, that is why in the grand scheme of things, a lot of us argue things based on our ideology in life and what we think is the best for the black person. You see, the way the West is the superpower, as far as we are concerned in this global order that we are in now.
Have we lost Hassan again? Oh, that network, man.
One man, let me just conclude so that you can move on.
In the lifetime of my grandchildren, I don't want this power, okay, of world leadership to shift to the East in any shape or form. I do not fancy a superpower like the Chinese. I do not fancy a superpower like the Russians because of their fascism, their racism. There is no way an African man.
Hold on. Don't steam off.
Okay.
The Russians, I'm not sure that they're as racist as the Western Europeans and the Americans. And the Chinese, I don't think they care especially about
one man.
Yes. The Slavs, the Slavic people, most of them are racist to the black man. If you take 10 of them, 8 of them are racist. Unfortunately, but that is just the reality. How many people you see in those places that they are really at home living there? Black people, except those who have no other option than to survive. There are people who are existing and there are people who are living. So me, I want to live. It's not about existence. So who wanted to interject?
I would rather. Go on. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. To support. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, woman. To support Hassan's his opinion about the Russians and what they call them, the Chinese people. Yeah, the Chinese. Yeah. They see if they should take up that power, that mantle of being that power of being the world leaders, is going to really cause problem, because freedom of speech, freedom of certain things, like look at the way we enjoy certain freedom in the world. But if these people should come, look at their countries, what kind of the way they operate, the way they do things. So I think what Hassan is saying is really making sense concerning these people not picking up that.
Sorry, is it that ideology is super wrong?
No, bro, for real. I'm being.
Hold on, let me.
Okay.
I know, understand, that's your opinion. Don't believe all this propaganda these Western people are telling you. The most racist people on earth you can ever think of is the West. You see, Hassan is just talking about Saudi Arabia, they are super racist. But when he moved to Chinese, he forgot that Saudi Arabia are racist, that he cannot even stand them on the same feet. The Chinese man don't have your time. When they agree business with you, it's business. But the Westerners don't even want to do business with you. He's using you, that's why you are dead. But you won't understand until you get there. Continue.
You don't live in the West, and you are saying that the West are more racist than the people.
Ajali Coco, the West has nothing good for us.
Hold on now.
You in America there. You in America there.
You don't.
You in America, you have different set of laws for you, the black man and the white man.
Hold on. You don't live here. You don't have the experience, but you are condemning the West. But West are the people that we take so much refugee from Africa than any other part of the world. How much refugee?
Ajalico, this is an insult. This is an insult to Africa now.
Hold on now. Sudan problem. Do you know how many Sudanese that were brought to the West, to America, to Britain, to Asia, and to other Western countries? Do you know how many Rwandans that were brought to the West, how many did Chinese take to Chinese or Japanese, Japan, where you live?
Can I interject?
Even Australia.
Hold on, let me,
yes.
Hold on, let me interject now. Sorry.
Hold on now.
Sorry.
Hold on, let me land. So when you people talk like this against the West and you don't know how things operate in the West, I just don't get it. The law in the West, there's a law in the West. They have law against racism. And if you can prove it, that anybody act racist against you, a citizen of this country act in a racist manner against you, the law will take its course on that person. And it has happened that I've seen several times. People that acted racism against Sudanese because it's a black man. You know that they are very black people. He acted racism against him. And the law took its course against that person. So, but
sorry,
look,
you think
you don't paint the picture as if, the West is the worst against this thing. If not for the West, if we have country as you have in Saudi Arabia and Asia, if we practice the same way, dictatorial rule, that you think we can survive in this country? You think we can even live in this country at all? Your country is more racist.
Jacob, let me respond before I forget all you are saying. Before I forget all you are saying, after I forgot my school of thought.
All right, respond, and then we go back to Hassan to carry on his narrative about Wike. So yeah.
Your country, Japan, where you live, are more racist than any country in the West here.
Okay, thank you. Let me respond to you. What you just say about Sudan is, you think it doesn't happen in any other country? Even in Russia, if you can prove racism against anybody else, they'll still jail you. It's simple as ABC. Racism was learned from somebody and it was passed down. The way the West met racism on Chinese met on the Arabian met on the African met on the West African, the West African met on that. Just go down like that. All is from the West. Now, let me tell you why I said the West is the most racist. You are talking about Sudan, this. Who is causing the problem in Sudan? It's not the West. If they have heart and heart, why will you go and cause unrest because of American interest? Is the Chinese causing unrest there, or the Russians? Who destroyed Libya? Is it Russia? Who destroyed Syria? Is it Russia? Who destroyed Iraq? Is it Russia? Who's causing problem in Nigeria? Is it Russia? Who's causing problem in Nigerian borders? France, because of uranium, controlling another mass uranium. They look at that country, not even paying them. France takes 500 billion every year from Africa. Only France, 555 billion precisely. Is Chinese taking that? Chinese said they're going to offer, hold on, just finish. Russia and Chinese said they're going to offer technology, infrastructure for all that thing. What is the US going to say they're going to offer? Loans and aids. What will loans and aids do for any country to develop?
Let me tell you something, bro. See, with these people even offering this thing, the way the West are even offering their own aid is even better than the way Russia, especially China, the way they offer their. How will you offer somebody help you at the time? For instance, this loan of 18, you come and take over the person's property. Does it make sense at all? So it's better. I prefer the West, the way they even operate than the way this.
You think the West is not controlling parties in Nigeria?
No. I want to move on from there. It's just the background noise and then the back connection is just it's making it difficult to listen to. Let's get back to Hassan. Hassan, take us back to James and Wike.
Okay. What I would say on Nyemsum Wike is that look at how Rotimi Emichi has faded into political oblivion. It is my hope that we will rehash, Nyesom Wike in the next 2-3 years. The way he's going to fade into
do you not think that Wike is a different political animal? Because hold on.
It's a recency bias. It's a human thing. One man. He's the one that is in the news right now on our faces, and that's all.
No. Well, Rotimi Amechi was in the news too. He was a minister of state for 7 years.
Let the time run its course, and you see.
who do you think is smarter, just in terms of cranial functioning, Wike or Amechi?
Amechi is even more trustworthy. Wike is not the kind of person that you want to get too close to you, really, and that is why Tinubu was pushing him off. You don't want that kind of person too close to you. He's too unbalanced. Yeah, he's too unbalanced. Have you had Wike's call?
Can I ask you, are you a PDP guy?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, but I think I don't know.
But I would admit this. I really am. I'm a Rotimi Amechi person. Like I love to. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah.
We see where you're coming from. And
yes, I would admit that. I'm not ashamed of that.
And you're a Atiku man too.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah.
No, not necessarily.
Yeah, but from the way you are pushing, it seems that you don't see anything good in Wike at all. But look, really, I don't. Yeah, you don't see anything good, but whether you like it or not, look, Wike has played the politics right, and he's been able to push himself to a position of recognition in Nigeria today. Everybody knows Wike. Every political power in Nigeria will reckon with Wike. So all this one you are saying, oh, Wike do this, big deal. Tinubu did not say anything bad to him. He made a demand, which is legitimate. They constructed the road abandoned by the federal government, and it's making he was playing to the to the president-elect. In your own time, please, we would like you to refund us. And the president-elect told him that, well, you have to lobby. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing. I mean, Tinubu's response is nothing bad. It's just the way he has to say it. But Tinubu may lift that ban on no repair on federal road by states.
I understand, Najali Koko. I understand. I understand where you're coming from. You see,
Wike defeated. He was able to destroy Atiku rascality. And Atiku himself, as old as he is in politics, we expected him to manage Wike well, and others that were not happy with the way Ayosha Ayu managed the party. But Atiku did not use his wisdom. The wisdom of elders, Atiku did not deploy it. And that is why he failed. So, look, Wike did the right thing that he's supposed to do. Because you can't have a person, a leader of the party, that is the chairman, that said, okay, if the presidential candidate of the party emerges from the north, I will step down. There's a video to it. He said it openly and publicly. And when a northerner emerges, now you sit put, say, no, you are not going. That is irresponsible. Those kind of irresponsible leadership must be brought down by us. And that is what Wike did. It is politics.
But excuse me, Babaja. I thought by now you should confirm that this guy, I don't know why you're applauding this guy for this whole thing that has just happened. See.
Okay.
And he supported the winning candidate.
Babaja, hold on first. Please, let me just say something. Let me say something to you. This guy, this election has come and gone, and with everything that has played out, you should understand that this guy is just fighting for himself and not for justice. For especially the way he claims for the South.
Who is fighting for justice?
Wike is fighting for himself.
No.
Why I even applaud him is because this guy he's a real politician. Because he wants to be relevant, and he's definitely going to be relevant in this next administration. That is about to be ushered in on the 29th of May. So you saying all these things that he was fighting for a good cause? Never. He was fighting for himself, for his own relevance, and that is what is playing out.
Who is fighting for the people? Who is fighting for the people among them? Is it Tinubu that is fighting for the people? Tinubu that said, if they brought this thing to the south, and particularly to the southwest, it is my turn.
Is he the only political leader in the Southwest? He claimed, he said, I'm claiming it is my
Coco, please
so
let me
all of them are
respond.
fighting
Let me
for
respond to
yeah,
you, and then
go ahead.
we can move on from this topic. You see, power, the way it is played, power mostly is a zero-sum game. They say, everything is fair in love and war, and the way power is gotten, you can say it's similar to war. Not exactly the same thing, but yeah, people die in the course of getting power. It's no different. So what I'm trying to say is that there is deeper meaning in the things that we think are just surface things. What the kind of hand that Wike is trying to play. This is chess. This is 3D chess that's being played on our eyes. So there's nothing wrong in us giving it some kind of deeper meaning. And that response from Tinubu, there is nothing. It's nothing. Tinubu can decide to play to the gallery, but the fact that he gave him that response, that made headlines, man, just know that he is not as strong. Yeah, he's a lieutenant for APC since he delivered Rivers for APC. We can give him that. But even at that, how did he even deliver? Have you not had Wike calls, the way he calls resident electoral commissioners and people that are working for INEC? He calls you, he say, I know you are from so state. If you don't do what, I'll kill you. This is the kind of rascal. Some people are thinking he's some kind of hero. No, I cannot bring myself to like somebody like Wike, really. And I hope that he is short-lived in everything that he tries to do in the Nigerian space. Maybe that is a reverse thing kind of politics, and that's the way they do their thing. Fine, let him be restricted in that space. He's not the kind of person because we saw him as minister.
Hold on, Hassan, hold on. Wike, the Wike that you are painting, what you are actually painting is the everyday Nigerian politician. How is it different from? They are all killers and they are all ruthless. Is it more ruthless or more devious than any one of them? It's not more ruthless than Tinubu, and Tinubu is not even half as ruthless as Buhari. They are all ruthless.
Look, in power, there is this thing that they call using the cat's paw. That whatever you do, even if you are whatever you are, you don't want to be too open about it. In your face, kind of. I'm a rascal in your face. I will do it. He has a band when he's doing his political. He's the only one that he's the leader. His first tenure, they are playing band. Wike, as if people are worshiping him. This your song that you even play every time that you keep playing to us. He plays it in his it's just to give the middle finger to his political opponents. One. Second, as they paying them, it is what, who, why? Just do what the people vote you to do. Why do you have to go to that? It's that drunken person, somebody that's if he's power drunk. No, that brand of politics does not belong in the national space. That is what I'm trying to say.
That is entertainment into
in Rivers State, in Warri, let them keep it there.
Dynamism
we don't want him in national politics.
Hold on,
and Tinubu's signal is okay for me. I'm reading something into that.
Look, that dynamism that guy brought into political campaign in Nigeria is extraordinary. It's force of its kind. When Wike man the monstrum and speak, you will listen, you will laugh, you might not agree with in totality with what you're saying, but it will say a lot of things that
will it be right? Will it be right by Babajali Koko to compare Wike, his brand of politics, to that of Donald Trump? Playing to the pageantry all the time.
Kind of similar.
Yes. Now, this kind of people, yes, they may be populist, but they're just playing too much to the gallantry. There is no much substance behind the person himself.
But let me tell you this: even your most admired, I think you admire what do you call the Shetima? Your admired politician.
He did well.
because I see you praise him all the time. Yeah, you really like him. But he has done some ridiculous thing too. We had the audio when this guy was bashing the Igbo people in his conversation with, what do you call it? With
Amosun.
So what do you
No,
want to say? Look,
that
these
was not
people.
Kashim Shatima. That was not him. You see, that is the
That
problem
was
I have
him
with
now.
the kind of media, the kind of
Yeah,
things people are
that's why I
exposed to.
call him
That
your
is not that is
But
not the
you
way
can
Kashim
believe that
Shatima
Obi, you
speaks.
can
So
believe that Obi
that
was
is
saying
not
yes,
that has
that,
been
but you can't
debunked.
believe Shetima was that person in that
You were doing so
Oh
well.
no,
You were doing
You can believe
no,
what
that was not Shetima, and that Yoruba guy was also not a governor. That was not Amosu.
If you see, you understand that the haters for Wike from the north, it's not because Wike is being rascal. Wike hatred is because he double crossed Atiku, but because they allow Atiku to win the election, because he created G5, that's just the hate for Wike. But Tambawa did the same. It's not a problem. But Wike is doing the same thing that Tambawa is doing. The Northerners are angry about it, and I'm sick of saying that when
don't say the Northerners.
Hassan,
Who is talking?
hold on
Address
now.
Hassan.
It's me.
This is not a Northerner thing. The way you are talking is
hold
wrong.
on,
It's
hold
wrong.
on, hold on.
Wait. You said the not. It's me that is saying my opinion.
Sorry, when I say everybody, hold on. Wike'S, take on board what Hassan said. So address Hassan because he's not Northerner, he's Hassan. He doesn't speak for the whole of the North, but carry on.
Okay, for the sake of the for the panelists and the show. Okay, Hassan, let me put it to you. Let me just make it personal to you. Your anger for Wike is not because Wike is being rascal, is being loud and the rest. Your problem because he did onto Atiku what the other people of Atiku always doing to people like Wike all the time, and they can go scot-free with it, no problem. But now Wike is playing the return match. Now he's not the evil and that's the villain. It's wrong. You can sick of telling like people like Atiku decide for people like Wike all the time who to be or how to play. Let people have a fair play. If Wike plays politics loudly, it's because it came from a loud area, and let it be like that. It's not. You must not tell him how to play loud politics. It's wrong. You are trying to unify this country.
I don't know why you presume that everybody that hates Wike, he must hate him because he likes Atiku. That is an error from your side. I don't know what I have said about Atiku that has made you to
I'm saying
take it to that. Well, let me finish. Wait, let me finish. I let you finish. I don't know what I have said about Atiku that has led you to that conclusion. Anyway, I have told you here right now that I am a Rotimi Amechi person, and the reason I don't like Wike is based on his interactions with on that space and his fight with Rotimi Amechi, and the way he has escalated that and made enemies of people. They even killed.
Have we lost it? All right. Hold on. Let me. I hope you can still. Are you back? All right. Let me play you this tape.
I'm back.
Yeah, hold on a moment. Let me play you this tape because it looks as though you are trying to rewrite history, Hassan. Let me play you this tape.
Alaji, congratulations. Thank you very much, Kule. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Honestly, I accept your congratulations, even though I'm PDP. Because you remember one time when the fighting in Borno, when our people were being killed left and right. Then what is it, Alaji? I said, do you remember one time when our people were being killed in Borno State, left and right, Bauchi, Gombe, everywhere in the north? Of course. I remember you were saying that was there any Southerner among us? We were the one killing ourselves. I always remember this statement, Mr. Kule. But look at this today now. Today our brother is in charge, and I'm sure he made it clear to the world. The first thing
one man, please, can you just pause the video? I've seen this before. Let's save time.
So that's Shetima.
Okay, that is not Shetima. Let me say this categorically again. Anybody that does not agree, fine, that's his opinion. But this is a typical intonation of a typical Hausa person. The way the Kanuri speaks Hausa and English is completely different. But if you don't have the the northern ear, a trained northern ear to understand, you know, those nuances. You may not necessarily, but find somebody who understands Kanuri, who is who has been in the north, and ask him if truly this is the way a Kanuri speaks English. Even just go and listen to Kashim again. Listen to this guy. Go and listen to Kashim and how he speaks. This is completely a different person entirely. And the way this guy is speaking, he's not even speaking as somebody who is a governor. The way he's speaking, none of them call each other a governor or your excellency or anything like that. The whole of that conversation. I don't know who, you know, our media in Nigeria, that space is polluted.
Hold on. The northern voice there.
This just fits into the stereotype, the southern stereotype, and that's just it.
Defending this state. Yeah, this person is Shetima, and that guy is the former, almost the former governor of Ogun State. So all these ones are defended. How will you believe? But you believed that Obi was that person saying yes, daddy. And here you can't believe this. Let's stop. You see why I say this country where we just
no. And where is the source of this video? Where is the source of this video?
Yeah,
has there been any fact check? I think there was a fact check on this video that was done by Premium Times. This same audio, and they refuted this. One man, use your computer.
All right, come in. Have the last word on that space, Akim, and then we'll move the conversation on. I want to play this snippet from the Port Harcourt banquet. Yeah, Akim, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I think initially before when I watched that video, the one you just played now, I sort of thought it was a real video until I started listening to Shetima himself on several occasions. One man, you can distinctly tell that was not Shetima speaking. Shetima's is more like a Calabar, you know, the way Calabar people talk, you know, with a lot of word inside their mouth. That is how Shetima talk. That person's talk was too clear. I kind of want to take the side of Hassan on that issue.
Yes,
that's because that's the truth, my brother. So Shetima doesn't have his front three teeth. He doesn't have them. He's using yeah. So the way he talks,
if Hassan says it's not Shetima, sorry, Hassan. If Hassan says it's not Shetima, let's take it from him. It's not Shetima. But Hassan, I want to quickly tell you this. I understand it's your right to be concerned by Wike and Amechi's fight, but I'm really surprised why you pick interest. Why if Wike and Amechi is fighting? But I want to believe.
Why not? Why would
hold on? Let me tell you why there is it. I want to believe because Amechi was the first governor, the only governor that bankrolled Buhari in 2015. That's what they see as Messiah. We know our good brothers. They always pay back good kindness, and they had that kindness on him for a very long time. So I won't be surprised if people are taking side for him because he and Wike is having fight. I cannot have big side for Kokwaso and Kanduje is fighting in the north. What was my problem about that?
I agree to what you say. Yeah.
You understand? We understand these people now. We should pick like for intelligence. So let's follow them the way they talk. Thank you.
No. That's not. I don't agree with that.
If you do not pick interest on Kano, me, I pick interest in Rivers as a Nigerian.
Yeah, exactly. So that's
it's not my case with you. I don't have any case. I don't have anything to defend.
All right. Let me play this. Let me play this snippet from the banquet. And by the way, war peace. I follow Kano politics. I follow all the politics. You know, I was wanting Benin to win. I'm not from Adamawa now. So as a Nigerian, that's what I want, and as a Nigerian, that's what I want. No. Let me just move on. No. Please, let me just move on. Let me play this clip and let Prince Daddy pick it up from there.
The comedian, I thought he was going to hit it. We had a place called Marako. As a law school student, you couldn't pass through that place. With other 41 senators.
Yes. To the people of Rivers, the treasure base of the nation, I say to the people of Rivers State government, as emblemed by Governor Wike, May the God be behind you. May He be with you. May He continue to uphold Rivers State government. Amen.
See the children crying one day. See the children crying one heart.
Well placed and well spaced.
To God be the glory. Mr. President, come 29th of May 2023, our own Asuwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Mr. Speaker, our host governor, other governors, all protocols observed. Mr. President, this is your first outing as president-elect. Very soon, your next outing will be that of President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We felt thank you. Well, Mr. President, tonight is for you.
All right. So I wanted you to say that. I wanted you to say that. So that's politics playing out in real time. So the one thing first, it really upset me that they didn't play that Baby Major or Ojekadoma Agbado. I was looking forward to them giving us the full rendition of that. But the person you are saying, I don't have to introduce him to you. That's Godswill Akpabio. And he was making a speech on behalf of the Senate, I'm presuming. But then suddenly, all of the senators gathered. They suddenly started to stand up to align behind him. So I want you to look at this. Yes, that's the image I wanted to land on. So they suddenly started to line up to stand up to line up around him. So they wrapped around him. So that's politics playing out in real time. And politics really playing out in real time. This gentleman that is to his left on your screen, that is Jubrin Barao, who was the person and still is the person that the North is championing. So is this a decision being made in real time? Tinubu is sitting, so this is choreographed and orchestrated. So is that our new Senate leader that we're looking at, Prince Daddy? Are you there, Prince? All right, Akim.
Yes, one more. Thank you very much. I think that is the story. Right, the story has been written right there because Barao himself has been seen to be like a strong candidate from the north. So if he is already aligning behind Akpabio, it means that that is the 1-2 there, the Senate and the Deputy Senate President you are seeing there now. That's probably the done deal already. Look, I think it's been speculating out there that this is the situation. It's not surprising now. But the only thing that was worrying before was this rumor that was going around that the Northwest wanted to hijack the Senate presidency, which wouldn't have been in line with the norm, because the norm is always that the region the president comes from, the Senate president comes from that same region, regardless of the vote total or how it happened. The Senate president and the president always come from the same region. So I think this is for me as a person, I'm kind of happy for Senator Godswill Akpabio. I think if anyone deserves it, he is. I think he performed very well as a governor, and he showed a lot of character while he was with PDP as a minority leader as well. So he has a good record, and I just hope that they understand that it's more about the people, that they are able to put policies together that will enhance and benefit or better the life of an average Nigeria out there, one man.
Yeah, but then what then happens then to Ojikalo? So what fits then Ojikalo? How does it play into this?
Ojikalu Lule is Lule Bidatu. Ojikalu Lule. You know, so that is how it goes. Everybody aspire for it, but not everybody's going to get it. The only thing I don't even think it can happen. I think this is a decision that has been made. And I'm not surprised because I've heard some northern senators on interviews a couple of days ago saying, they are supporting Akpabio. So if the senators, some of the northern senators are already supporting Akpabio, I think Orji Okalu he would have known already that he's not going to get it.
All right. Does anyone else want to come into that space? Because
yes. I want to come in. One man.
Can I say something, woman? I think the question you should ask is Orji Kalu in that gathering with other senators? Is it there or not? I think we should.
What would that lead us to? What would that lead us to? That question.
Yeah, that will have lead us to, if it's there and it's among those people that stood up and lying behind it, that means that he has hands down for that position to Akpabio. That means that it's already been settled among them by the party. But if it's not there and other senators from the East are there, that should tell us that he's still fighting for the same position with Akpabio. But whether we get it or not is the game.
Ajande Koko, what we're looking at is a decision being made right here. Tinubu is sitting down, Mr. President-elect to be, so he was doing all that. And then people just, it doesn't matter what Ojikalu, if it doesn't, they've stepped him down rather than him even having to step down. Is that not what we're saying?
No, hold on, one man. We have to look at the figures. How many senators are there in totality with Akpabio against 40? And
yes. They said they would have been 60, but they didn't give them enough aircraft. They are 40, and they don't see, and they said somebody have to speak on behalf of the Senate, and they called out Senator Akpabio, and they to speak on behalf of the Senate before this incident. So there is a clear indication. There is clear indication there that this is the next Senate president.
One man,
and after the whole speech, he led them to Tinubu and greeted Tinubu.
One man, can I ask this question? Are they current senators or the elected ones?
Elected ones. These are elected senators. Both
elected
NMPP,
senators.
Yes, both NMPP, YPP, Labour Party, all of them are here.
Yeah, Akpabio is an elect. Don't forget that Akpabio was not in the last National Assembly. He only just got elected now again.
No. What I'm asking is, those guys that came out, are they currently in Senate or the elected one to be swearing?
It's a mixture. It's a mixture of elected and the ones that are currently in Senate.
Currently, you find out the deal is done. Forget about it. Forget about it.
Hold on, people. You can't conclude that the
all
deal
of both Senator Alin Dume, all of them are there. They are elected senators, both from the north and the south.
Yeah, the figure, like you said, they are 40 out of 92, or how many of them? It's
out
not
of 59.
No, they are the total number in the Senate. I think they are 90. Is it 96?
No, it's 100. It's 109.
109. Thank you. So
109. It's only 59 is APC, so you can't expect the whole 109 to be there. You expect the APC ones to be there. That's 59.
That is what I'm saying. That is what they said. It's only 40 that are there. So 40 is not an intimidating number to me, as far as I'm concerned. 40.
He said that we are supposed to be 60.
Forget
but
about.
We didn't send them enough aircrafts, so that is why they were 40.
Well, forget about that.
He made the statement there.
Forget about that. They can make they can say all sort of things that they like to intimidate others. But what I'm saying, if Orji Kanu is not there, and other senators from the East, if they are not there as well, that tells me that Orji Uzokalu is still in the race. And he can parley with the PDP and other opposition party to counter Akpabio. So you can't.
It doesn't have the number.
But what matters here now is that. But what matters here now is that Tinubu has already given this man his backing. So there is a clear indication of that in this in what happened in this event. So
look, yes, Tinubu could give him his backing. Does that totally mean that everybody has fallen line? We don't know yet.
Babaja, please stop defending like trying to be rational.
2015. 2015. Buhari and Tinubu give Lawal their backing. And what happened? Saraki won the place. So don't say like that.
People that was a different situation. This one.
Look at what happened when Saraki won it. Look at the repercussion.
No, hold on. What we are saying, we're not talking about the repercussion now. What is saying?
You need to put it into consideration.
Hold on. Please hold on. What Ajako is saying simply?
No, I'm sorry. What piece? There's always a lot of
It's my son.
We know, but carry on. Carry on.
What Ajako is simply saying is that for the fact you have 40 senators with him here, and Tinubu has given him his endorsement, does not give you an automatic ticket to become a Senate president. He has to still go through the election. If the remaining 60 or 69 back Ojikalu will become the Senate president. But he has the edge, as he has 40 ahead. That does not give him the automatic ticket. That's what Ajako is trying to say. His point is they have to vote.
40 is a huge number. 40 is a huge number in this matter. And they just think about it. Umahi is there. Adan Soshomolo is there. And they didn't call them out. It is only about
the three PDP senators in Rivers will back Akpabio as well, because those will be Wike boys. So they will be backing Akpabio as well.
And I believe that people from Southeast, those senators from Southeast, you will have their favor more than any other person. I believe so.
Anyway, we have to keep watching.
Babajali Koko, one man, please let me answer. Ajali Koko, which kind of politics is Wike'S playing? Inviting Tinubu for banquet. What this guy? I don't understand him.
The smart politician. That is.
Oh my God! This guy is
opportunistic politics.
Yes, that is the way it is played in Nigeria. Look, the first official assignment of president-elect is in the state. He allow him to commission a project. He now held a banquet for him, and he's going to commission another project tomorrow. Look, that guy has positioned himself very well politically in that country, within the power that be. He has the power that be in Nigeria now accepted him. Tinubu is the most powerful person in Nigeria now, and you see him sitting down next, and they are holding each other, and he's talking to his ears, and they are eating and dining together in this occasion. And you say that nothing is at stake for Wike. Big thing is at stake.
So
He's
don't let him
he's
go.
the Ajali Koko, he's the president elect now. He must play to the gallery. That is one of the things that has changed for Tinubu now. He's no longer the Jagaban of APC. He's no longer playing party politics. He's now playing, he is a father to everybody. Anywhere he goes, whether opposition or don't he's going to sit down together with other governors that are in the opposition. He's going to hold hand with some. It doesn't change anything. My hands are crossed on this guy. I hope I'm already taking meaning from Tinubu's demeanor. This guy is not going anywhere.
Who is not going anywhere?
No, but I believe Wike will be relevant in this government. Very relevant in this government.
Yeah, like Amechi was relevant in Buhari's government. Yeah.
Oh, let's hear from Solomon. Solomon, you wanted to come in? Solomon. Did we lose you?
No, that was me.
Oh, all right, come in, yeah.
Yeah. What I was trying to say is that Wike. I think for me, I understand that people are saying it's smart politics, right? But Tinubu himself needs to be careful as well, because for me, I think he needs to understand that the needs of Nigerians today are far greater. So I'm not saying that he should not bring politicians into his government, but there is a lot of position outside the ministerial cabinet that you can, use as a food for the boys. But make sure you get proper technocrat, people who know what they are doing, and bring them into the government. If you start, because I saw the list that you guys were reading out yesterday, one. That list, I'm not encouraged. I don't want to see politicians filled every single position in his government. Go and get people who nobody knew. At least even Buhari brought people like Kemi Adeosun into his government. So go and look for people out there who are very good. I understand that the Wike's and all this, they spend money during election, they try to give you vote. Yes, fine. There's some area in NDC, NDDC or something. Look for areas like that where you can just put people. But when it comes to the critical sectors of the Nigerian economy, the critical sector in terms of health care, education, agriculture, Tinubu must, as soon as he starts naming ministers, one man, as soon as I start saying the name of his ministers, that is going to tell me whether there's hope or not. So whatever Wike is doing now, whatever favor or anything, whatever favor he's calling for, Tinubu must understand that Nigerians' need are greater today than ever.
All right, thank you. Now, this image that we're seeing here now, is this the endorsement? Because what we are seeing now is that Tinubu's team is taking shape in front of our eyes. So that was I think Dewale was describing it as a power move in the comment section. So Dewale now joins us. But Dewale, what we are seeing now, Arise My Son is what we are seeing now. So we already know that Femi Gbadebo almost certain to be the chief of staff. The Senate president now, Godswill Akpabio, but what sort of a relationship, what sort of government is taking shape in front of our eyes, Dewale?
Thank you very much, Woman. I've watched this video before, and I refer to it as a power move because I know for a fact, as a politicians that know what he or she is doing. You don't jump gun. You don't jump the broom even before they pour water on the floor. And what you see happening there, whether 5, 6, 10 numbers, that numbers already form quorum. Now, what that does tell us is that there is a consensus agreement for them to have uniquely lined up behind Akpabio shows there's a resolution within the party that they've taken a stand and they are showing it because they want to show solidarity. Whether Orji Uzokando agree with the party or not, what we are seeing here is a power move and they're trying to make a statement. Now, I don't think they're lining up behind Akpabio is more of sending a message because as it stands now, it's APC that will also be an obstacle to themselves if they choose to shoot themselves on the foot. Now, what happens in 2015 will not repeat itself. The reason why was because Buhari hand off the election or the selection of the hierarchy of National Assembly. But this time, and that was one of his failure, because he would have known that sometimes you have to have your people in place. Now, this incoming administration is evident. Akpabio was originally PDP, and as it is right now, there's a chances that he might decide to pitch his tent with the PDP in the future. So, what I see happening here is that Akpabio is going to line up with uh, administration of Tinubu with the fact that he has a lot to benefit, if he decided to play loyalty with the APC. At the same time, if the progressive governors also, support his candidacy, he tend to benefit more. And I'm looking at the body language of Ashwaju just sitting down there quietly, not really, making much of non-verbal language, but it shows that the party has made a stand. It's just a matter of making an announcement, or when the thing becomes yeas and nays in the house. Nevertheless, speaking of to the speech that he made during the commissioning of the bridge, I watched the video again. I'm not taking that statement serious when he said he has to lobby him. Remember, the guy Wike was laughing when he made that comment. Of course, they don't belong to the same party, and Fubara will be the one to do that link. And he showered praises on him. When he first met him, he said he come across as a good person. So he's looking forward to work with him. But if there's any agreement between the current incumbent administration and government of River State concerning this project, is between them. Any other one is subject to negotiation. Thank you. Are you the floor woman? Hello, can anybody hear me?
It's like one man is off.
No, I was muted. I was saying to you, Dewale, that was there anything else that caught your attention in the news cycle? Because this seems to be what is dominating the news right now.
Yes, woman. I don't want to take much space, but let me speak to that. This banquet is not just about banquet. This banquet is, Tinubu's visit to River State is significant in one way. If we look at it, I don't think there's any other project we can want to commission after this. This is probably going to be the climax of every project he has been, commissioning. However, it shows that number one is sending a signal. It's no way after this administration is already wound down, AFCC will be lying. It's possible that they might harass him, but it's also trying to pave his way and make it smooth so that they will have a smooth landing. There's a possibility that what do you call them? EFCC will be looking around the corner. By now, they must have opened investigation into him too. But for Tinubu to have chosen River State of all states to have, this such a significant outing shows that he aligned with the current administration in the River State, and the incoming administration also should be prepared to, have that bridge, across to the administration. If not, he's bound to suffer. So, and I don't think, what do you call it? Wike will, let that happen. However, I see Tinubu as also using this occasion also to, put himself out there as, the president to be, because these are the roles he's playing that he ordinarily would have gone to the president or somebody in a public office. So he's using that to his own advantage to let Nigerians know, look, when I become substantive president, I'll be in charge, and I'll be right there in your face every now and then. So get used to it. So it's more or less like a win-win. I win because I want my image to be laundered to people to start seeing me as the president, and also we are building bridges, and people of Rivers also will, will also have it at the back of their mind that they tend to gain more if they reach across and build the bridge instead of burning it. So that's what I see happening.
Yeah, on a couple of occasions, Akpabio, he called Tinubu Mr. President, and in some instances he called him President-elect. I'm not sure that is a slip of tongue. How do you think Buhari would? How do you think Buhari is responding to all of this? The cameras panning away from him and focusing on Tinubu. How do you think? Is he glad for it, or is there some resentment that I am still president till the 29th?
I can't read Buhari's mind, but let me take it as someone who,
Can I say something, please? 1 minute. I think maybe one man did not follow that statement very well. He said, "President come May 2029."
No, he referenced him as president a couple of occasions.
A couple of times, yes, he did.
Yes, I heard it too.
Oh, no, you can play it back.
No. He said that. He said that.
He
but
said president, and also president-elect.
Ajali Koko, that is not even necessary. I know Buhari has already in his mind. This is not what is concerning Buhari right now.
Do you think Buhari care? Do you think Buhari care?
He doesn't care. He doesn't
That's
care.
what I wanted to say.
Doesn't care.
I don't think by now he'll be looking at them and trying to like, look at this.
Buhari is already in London.
I will be surprised by now.
One voice, guys, hold on. One voice. Yeah, Udewale, carry on.
I will be surprised by now if Aso Rock would not be deserted by these praise singers and anybody in power people, because that is how it's always be. One administration is coming, another one is coming. They want to be around that person. So by now he will understand. He has been in the government, for the past almost 8 years. So he will understand how this thing played out. However, what I found really, amusing is the fact that he was referring to Tinubu as president. Sometimes people get caught up in the moment and trying to play, to the gallery, or trying to be fancy, or trying to, make it look good. And of course, they are basking in that moment because tonight they are winning. They are the one going to be in power. So, and I expect him to have, to have at least to some extent pay attention to what he says instead of just getting himself slipping into that overly praising, singing stuff like that. But I wouldn't want to call that as a slip of tongue. Because he was kept saying president, then eventually referred to him when he was trying to make reference to May 29. So yeah, it's how power is played. You're trying to, the person coming, into power, you're trying to hold them in that high esteem, in that position, in that regard, so that you'll be able to curry favor from them. But those things are not really significant, in terms of what we expect, because it's one of those things that happens. Anybody can call anybody anything, but it shows that he aligned with Tinubu for him to be showering him, calling him president, and all that. So, and I'm sure Buhari can't even wait to get out of that cocoon, the balloon, because being in power, even you as a rich man, let's say you are not a public office holder, you're just a rich man, you tend to live in a bubble, and you have a lot of sycophants always around you trying to tell you what you want to hear. And sometimes living a public life has its own disadvantage too, because you're not living like a real, regular person. And sometimes people crave this, and I bet that's what Buhari is looking forward to. So, yeah,
Can you imagine the level of last minute looting that is going on now? The last minute looting.
It's about to happen. Look at the what do you call it? The what do you call this extraction? What do you call it? Rescuing mission expenses going on. The 1.3 million being spent for hiring a boss to convey Nigeria from Sudan to Egypt. Just for one.
I think that's justified though.
Of course, I mean we can use that as an example. There's no way. How much is it? $30,000 to hire the bus, just to convey how many people in a bus? How many people can a single bus contain? And we're talking about 40, 50.
What Abikadabi said is that those bus services, because a lot of countries are trying to hire their fast service right now, so they hijack, Africans now.
Yeah.
We don't care,
but it's still a failure. It's still a failure of the incumbent. Why? Because diplomatic process would have taken care of all these. Probably Nigeria wouldn't have spent much if we had built, or was trying to strengthen the relationship with those countries that, Egypt is one of the powerful country in Africa. Right? So there's a way we could do this without even spending half of what we spent. But we neglect, as a matter of fact, Buhari failed when it comes to our foreign interests, our foreign so because number one, I haven't seen Buhari actually, unlike Obasanjo when he was a president, he was more or less like the president of Africa. He was gallivanting around. People mock him and call him all sort of names, but he was laundering the image of Nigeria. And the rest of the world caught up with him, and they took us serious to the point that was able to lobby and get out debt council. People can say that may not play a part, but to me, it played a part. And the fact that we've had a military officer, and yet nobody could advise him. I'm not expecting him to have experience in that area, but you are right, one man. Looting will be going on at the lower level and at the top level. It's bound to happen. However, what I foresee is going to happen on the first day, the president's going to sign an executive order to stop everything, all transaction or whatever is going on, to stop everything for them to have, even despite the handover.
Dewale, Buhari actually succeeded in buying these Tucano jets that Goodluck Jonathan tried for 6 years and could not. Everybody refused to sell Goodluck Jonathan arms. Everybody was selling Buhari arms. So you cannot say that he did not. It may be a different style, but he did his international relations, did he not?
What happens during the Jonathan issue is the fact it's still a power play, a power move. See, I could be an ordinary Nigerian, ordinary citizen, and wage a war against you that you are the president. It's all about my connection. Now, the countries that refuse to sell ammunition to Nigeria, what do they tend to gain or lose if they choose to sell it for us? It's about give and take, and they use this as a leverage. Now, that's the way you build diplomacy, or you try to strengthen diplomacy to the point that the other people or other countries will have no choice than to say yes to you, because you've built it to some extent, and you have some things you can use as a leverage. But when you sit back in your heart and you decided not to go out, there's some occasion you get involved.
Buhari is probably our most traveled president. There was never a time he even went to South Korea when we had that flooding that nearly overran the country. He was always doing international relations.
So let's do it side by side. What are these Ajala travel yielded for Nigeria, for the country?
Tucano jets.
Okay. One man, can I interject? On the Jonathan point, it's not the same thing really. There was no individual that used his connection against Jonathan to make the country refuse to sell Nigeria. It was a failure of the Jonathan government.
But America supported Buhari as a candidate.
America supported free and fair elections. That is just it. And if you were supporting Jonathan, then you would say America supported Buhari.
Okay. Let me tell you.
America supported Buhari.
Let me make it clear to you today.
No, free and fair elections. You guys, it's like you guys don't understand the way America even functions.
Okay. Please enlighten us.
Okay, do you think it is because America supported Buhari that he won? Didn't he get the votes?
Okay, I'm listening. I would like to learn from you.
Buhari got the votes. America supported free and fair elections. And that is what we needed. What did you expect a hegemon like the United States to do in matters of when the United States, you see the way a lot of people in certain spaces now, everything they call UN, US, England, come and do this, come and do this. They are doing us this, they are doing, and if they intervene, they will say they intervene. If they do not intervene, we say they did not intervene. There is no way you do anything in this Nigeria.
Can I ask you a question,
and it will.
Mr. Hassan?
I'm listening.
Okay. Now, during the election between Jonathan and Buhari, you saw the Secretary of State coming to Nigeria on the eve of that election, correct? Secretary, what's his name again?
John Kerry.
John Kerry, thank you. Now, did you see Secretary of State coming to Nigeria during this election?
Yeah, no, the situation is different.
No.
If you
what is the difference?
Of course, there are nuances in this discussion.
Hold on. I'm trying to draw something out. Maybe
okay.
I may not even ask question. Now let me.
Blinken did not come.
Sir, let me explain. This time around, they used a lower level representative. They sent the ambassador to visit all the candidates, but not Secretary of State.
Yeah, it's because the stakes. It is because of the stakes. The stakes were higher than. If you give me a chance to talk, if you give me a chance to talk, I will explain it to you.
Okay, please do.
Okay. You have to understand what happened during Buhari in the context of global affairs during that time. Barack Obama was still president of the United States, and he was dealing with ISIS, the Islamic State in Syria and Iraq, right? So the policy priority of the United States government at that time was to fight, any Islamic extremist group that at that time, even Boko Haram pledged allegiance to al-Baghdadi that was in Syria at that time. It was to fight all those people. So there was, a priority of the United States government to ensure that ISIS is no longer taking more spaces anywhere else in the world. Wait, let me finish.
Jonathan wasn't going to fight terrorists at that time.
You see, Jonathan's failure was one of the
So that means
you remember. Come on. No. Let me finish.
Let him land.
You fail and then you just push the buck to somebody else. You say, okay, because I fail, it's because the other person. No, it's not like that. You first fail first. You create the opening, the lacuna before somebody steps in. Ayo or Jiafo, the former CAN. What was the leader of the CAN? Was his position? Anyway, he had a company that had private jets, and his jet was confiscated in South Africa with cash, right? Now, a lot of people then will say it's because Jonathan wanted to go and purchase arms or something like that. So, if you were the president of Nigeria, with the kind of bad name Nigeria has had, we have had scammers, 419, fraudulent people. We've had leaders over there.
Have we lost you?
Wait. And then a plane sent by this same government was seized in another country. And then after that plane was seized, you come out and say, oh, you wanted to go and buy arms with that humongous amount of cash. You would agree with me that the PR, even if he really wanted to buy that cash, the PR does not look good externally. That's for countries like United States. And internally, being that jet was owned by the CAN president, the sensibilities of people who were Northerners and the kind of conspiracies that was around at that time, it still also does not look good. And don't forget, in the manner that election was when it was coming, it was postponed also. That kind of created an atmosphere for Jonathan that he was trying, even though that may not necessarily be the case. So but it created an atmosphere, and it gave that perception that these people are trying to do something. If you do not forget, the warning that was being sounded to Jonathan was not even from the Americans alone, even from Nigeria and from other countries, our neighbors in the ECOWAS, all of them were talking like that, in that manner. Obasanjo actually said that if Jonathan does not do a free and fair election, he was going to end up like the Cote d'Ivoire president that was that refused to. Who's that guy's name? I've forgotten. The one that Alassane Ouattara got the Laurent Gbagbo.
Is it Biya? Okay, go on.
No, Laurent Gbagbo.
Okay.
Laurent Gbagbo, he did not win, and he wanted to stay in power and things like that. So for me, really, and Buhari won that election. Anybody who tells you that Buhari did not win that election is because he was supporting.
Hold on. Buhari did not win that election.
2015.
No, it did not. It did not.
Wow.
It did not. It did
wow.
Not.
One man.
Wow. Good luck, Jonathan. Let it go because he did not want a bloodbath.
One man. You are too far away from Nigeria. Really,
I don't want us to deviate small.
No amount of Sahara reporters that you read there, one man, it will not.
I don't want us to
carry on.
I don't want us to deviate from
Buhari won. He won in the Southwest for the first time. That was what gave him the victory. Jonathan won in the Southwest as well in 2011. That was what gave Jonathan that victory. So Buhari won in 2015, clean and clear. So we should not say he didn't win. He won.
Speaking,
and it was the candidate of the West. The West doesn't want Jonathan to continue. Buhari was the best, was their option, better option for them against Jonathan. I'm not saying that they influenced the election, no.
But Ajali Koko, on that point, if Jonathan had won, do you think the West would have, still said Buhari won or anything like that? If in the ballot. Okay, come on. What are we talking about now?
No.
Jonathan.
Wait. Do you know that Obama invited them to White House? Do you know that they visited Obama in the White House before the election? Buhari and the APC people. Didn't you remember?
They went to the United States, but the White House meeting, I did not know anything about it.
Koko, let me ask you a question. And by the way, we'll come back to you, Dewale, for you to counter what Hassan said. Ajane Koko, do you know why Ibrahim Idris was made the Inspector General of Police in 2016?
No, I don't have an idea.
That because he was at the heart of how Buhari won that election. During that 2015 election, they were bossing people in from Niger Republic into Kano State. There were people as young as 12 were thumbprinting for Buhari in that election. And if you look at the margins of those that election, and Ibrahim Idris was the CP of Kano State then, and he facilitated that. And if you part that out with that was what that was why they made him.
You cannot defend that now. One man. You are too prone to conspiracies.
That was why they made him the Inspector General.
This is too simplistic.
But they did the same too. Now they did the same thing in the South and Southeast for Jonathan as well. There was a lot of overvoting, and they passed it through in the South and Southeast as well. So people, both of them, rigged in their stronghold. So that was, but the victory that Buhari got from the Southwest was what was responsible for
that
Buhari.
Is exactly the case, Ajay Koko. That is true. That is just the case.
Yeah.
All right, back to you, Dewale. You wanted to counter what Hassan just said.
Yeah, Hassan actually confirmed my submission. America doesn't pursue anything if they don't have any interest in it. They go after the interests of United States of America. And what are the interests of United States of America in Nigeria? Number one, Nigeria has to be stable for them to be able to operate. They have companies in Nigeria. They've been a big partners with Nigeria since independence. However, there's no nation, there's no country that America will send high power delegation in the person of the Secretary of State to go to the country on the eve of the election, general election, to broker peace among the candidates. That's never happened. And if it happens, that means America have a high stake in that country, and they want to make sure that what they pursue is successful. Now, you make mention of the Boko Harams and the ammunition, vis-a-vis ammunition. Yes, of course, they also fight terrorism. But the fact that Jonathan paid lip service and the fact that they've given advice in some sort of way, remember they were training a Nigerian troop there. But it seems everything, all the efforts that they are bringing to Nigeria has not been, the government of the day not really paying much attention to it. They decided they needed somebody, an ally, who would do their bidding, who would listen to them. They supported Buhari candidacy. Of course, they don't have to come out publicly to say, well, Nigerian, this is even to the president of the country to send a video to address the people of Nigeria tells you that they have
No,
a high stake.
that is common practice now.
Please, look. When was the last election in Nigeria? You see the president of America addressing Nigerian directly. When? This is not a regular. This is not a practice. No, I want you to, see that.
I cannot remember off the top of
Exactly.
my head.
That's why even this time around, did you see Biden? Because Biden was a part of, what do you call them? Barack's administration.
Okay, but
So
let me ask you this. Okay, if for example, when you talk of interests, do you agree with me that when you have a superpower that has interests, that interest of that superpower can overlap with your own interest as a country too? It is not always that interests are negative things. Sometimes the interest of a hegemon can be a positive outlook for you too as a country. Do you agree with that? If, for example, the United States is looking at crushing an insurgency, an Islamist insurgency in your country, and you as the president, say for example, I am president, and I have failed to do my duties several times, and you saw an opportunity, you then campaigned against me. It is fair and square. If you win, it
So
is
what
I
is
that
the
opened that
business of
lacuna.
United States of America coming to doing it? Why would they even come to Nigeria?
Really? Do you know what those Super Tucanos? Do you know what those Super Tucanos? The kind of difference it made they are delivering munitions. No, come on, man. Let's not be deceiving ourselves. How can you have a superpower and the United States in this world? They always have an interest. It is how you play your cards. And if you fail to play your cards right, you cannot just be pushing blame.
Please, let's make something. Let's learn something today on this platform. The reason why Africa remains what it is today is because of the influence of these powerful nations. You can't even trade without them saying yes to you. You can't even trade for you to even have a bilateral relationship with other countries, even
but this is
including
not
Africa.
about trade,
No.
is it?
I'm trying to explain how powerful these nations are. Now, if you want to go, hold on now. The only difference this time around is that they have an ally, but at the same time, they know that the incumbent administration is high chances, that it will hand over to another person from his party. That means they still have an ally.
Or better,
in this administration.
that the
Now,
incumbent has a history of being incompetent.
hold on, whether incompetent or not incompetent, it doesn't make any difference. It's going out of the power. It's given to another person that they believe that will be an ally of the West. Now, the bottom line is that America does not pursue anything without having their interests, considering their interests. That is the reason why America will send high-power delegation to go to the country, a troubled country, to broker peace. If they have no interest in those countries, there's no way they will go out there. I mean, look at it. American ambassador in Nigeria visited all the candidates and talked to them. It's not because there's no there's no interest at stake. It's because at this moment, their interest is still protected. There's no need to rock the boat. So we'll stay calm and let them do what they got to do because they know there's no African or Nigerian president ever elected or selected that America does not have a say in how that individual is being selected. I want you to understand that too.
Okay. Yeah, I do agree with some of the things that you said.
Did you hear that? Sorry, did you hear the theory that the reason why the Americans kicked out Goodluck Jonathan was because he signed the anti-gay law? Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that, but it was not only Jonathan that signed the anti-gay law. I mean, Museveni is also there. Nothing happened to him. Look, we are not an island, you see. There is no country on the face of this earth that the United States does not have one or two interests in that country. So making it look as if Nigeria, the kind of interest that America has in Nigeria is some sort of, like the first 2-3 interests that they have overall in the world over everything, No, it's not really like that. If you say that their interest was peace for our country, then yes. But you see, I didn't want to say this, but I must say this. On every time I've had this discussion with people who are from the South, they never seem to agree. It is because the conflict is not close to you. It did not touch you. You only read news and the fatalities online or on your phone or whatever. So you feel as if that is something that can be taken lightly, and it's not up to that. It's not at par to something that the United States should intervene. But for me, really, I know the way international politics work. It's a matter of interest. Yes, you cannot be oblivious to the fact that you're only as strong as your economy and your military. Nigeria is not that. What do we have really to be coming and here and be pretending as if we are some form of technological or economical superpowers? Now, no, that is not our case. Therefore, our reality was that our interest as at that moment as Nigeria, it overlapped with the interest of the United States, and it was a net positive for us. So if America ensured that Jonathan, delivered a free and fair election, and in that free and fair election, he lost fair and square, for God's sake, what are we talking about, people? Let me just leave it at that.
Hassan, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, go on.
You said your last statement that if Nigeria interests align with the American interests, so there's nothing wrong America interfering in our election. Is that what you just meant?
Interfere. I did not say they interfered. Don't put words into my mouth. They did not interfere. They ensured. Yeah, come on.
Okay.
When they ensured that we had a free and fair election, isn't that the goal? Even in our constitution.
No, it's not an American right to ensure we have free and fair election.
Oh, so you'd rather we don't have one because you wanted Jonathan to continue.
Hold on now, please now. Nigerian having free. Hold on, please. Let me know. The American ensuring we have free and fair election in a way is interfering in our election. If China ensure America is having free and fair election, Americans accuse China. Of course, we say they accuse Russia interfering in their election.
But China is not America, though.
Hold on. There's no country on this planet, not one single one, that America does not interfere in their politics.
I know. Yeah, I know. I want to build up to that. That's why I was taking in there. America interfere in 7 countries in the world, and they are accusing America for that, and they are denying
see. Oh, I want to respond to that, and then you can continue from where you stopped.
Okay, continue.
Okay, you see, for me, I don't mind the hegemon, the sole world superpower interfering or intervening or ensuring that what is right is being done in my country, if that is a net positive for my people. I don't want to live in an utopia. I know the world is not a utopia. So we can click to ideologies, but that is not the way the world works. You can continue.
Okay. Oh yeah, thank you. When you said America didn't interfere in our election, let me quickly take you back to WikiLeaks that prove it, that leaked information that America actually spent $18 million to make sure to undermine Jonathan coming back to the office. They provide logistics, they provide funds, they provide intelligence to sabotage Jonathan, which is an offense, intentional offense. That is one. I understood that you don't mind, but now let's check the mind you don't mind. In the 8 years of Buhari regime that America made sure they put there, what was the stability of Nigeria in total now? Economic-wise, security-wise, development, and the rest.
You see, hindsight sometimes, it makes, looking at reality sometimes blurry. For me, from where we were and where we are now, man, I'm happy. Yeah, especially on security, because that is the core of the country, really. If you are not secured, do you think your people, your family, people that you have in the southwest or wherever they are in the southern Nigeria, if they overrun Maiduguri, they overrun Kano, they overrun Abuja, they overrun Kogi, they cross the Niger, they overrun those places, they will reach you, they will reach your people. So the fact that that did not happen, alhamdulillah, I'm happy. And I think other Nigerians too should be happy, should not only be thinking about only the things that affects them directly for it to be Nigerian, if it did not affect somebody who is close to them.
I don't think the security challenges was meant. Sorry, I don't think security challenge.
Have the last word, and then we'll move on.
Hassan, I don't think the security challenge was met. It was only met on paper. Every day we see killings. Every day
no, hold on. You can't say that now. Hassan lives in Maiduguri and he has reported severally that the space has completely changed.
One man. Well, I don't want to label that, but let me just butcher my point. Is this don't feel, Hassan, that only in the north that people have a form of a kind of insecurity. We still have our form of insecurity in the south. We were having killer herdsmen. At one point, we couldn't even travel in our express. It was everyday kidnapping, murdering, and all that. Till date, all started or get worse in the Buhari regime. So the logistics America provided, I don't get it. The security only improved when they removed Boratai, just the tail end of this administration. So I don't know when everything started getting better and rosy.
See, if I go to the details of why that is so, I'm going to just take up so much time and will not move on to the next things. But your conclusions, let's just move on.
Yeah, let's just move on. But in another session, we want to go into the details because we did go through a heavy period of what we termed Fulani headsmen atrocities in the south, in the southern parts. There was a time that you couldn't even travel Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway is the most trafficked piece of road in the whole of Africa, and you couldn't travel it because of what we saw as headsmen. But we will open up that space in another session. But let's go to somewhat good news as we bring the prime dot into the conversation. So the prime dot on mute. What you are looking at on your screen is Alan Oyema delivering again. If they've not given this guy the highest honor that Nigeria has to offer, I am going to protest in Aso Rock. So what you are looking at now is 270, the first batch of Nigerian evacuees now landing in the safe shores of their own country. So the 270 Nigerians, the first batch, flight from Egypt to Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport. Good old boy, Oyema. What says you?
Hello, am I here?
Yeah, we can hear you.
To people like that, sometimes, I feel like seeing them and giving them a hug. You don't have to hold a political place or post if you have the capacity to be of help to your countrymen. You don't have to wait till when you hold an office before you do that. So much respect and love for him. And it's noted in the hearts of every well-meaning Nigerians, when it's time to come for more recognition, I hope the people will not forget his good deeds.
I wonder who carries the cost of all of these rescue missions that this guy, who carries the cost? Because to fuel an aircraft and take it to flight, we're talking about not hundreds of thousands, at least hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. Who carries the cost of all of these things from Ukraine to South Africa, now Sudan? This guy always.
I think we live in a country where industries have less social responsibilities. He has been awake to his responsibility as an industry operating in Nigeria, not solely to make profits alone, but also to give back to the society, which is extremely commendable. He is not compelled to do it, but he's doing it. So the cost to him does not outweigh his responsibilities, which he himself chose to do. And I think I'm grateful, and I think everybody is grateful to him.
Do you think he gets a tax write-off for this? Do you think he'll get a write-off against tax?
In other countries where things like VAT are being really taken seriously, I think his VAT should probably be removed from this particular journey and those similar to it. However, whatever the compensation he is getting, I think he has done more because this is more timely. He's saving the face of the country. That one of us, is living. It's not those kind of rich people that are oppressing the poor with their Bugattis and Ferraris. He's doing a good job. God bless him. That's just all I can say. Anytime I see the brother, I'm like, okay, may God give him more strength. And I hope he's a bigger mentor to some of us that will probably wish to follow in that path. For the tax, compensation, if it comes, I think Oyema is not looking at the tax compensation. I think he's doing it out of the goodwill of his heart.
Do you think it's a sad indictment on the Nigerian state that we need a private citizen to go and rescue our own family, our own citizens from troubled spots? Because he's been to Ukraine, he did it in South Africa, now he's doing it in the Sudan. So if you removed Godfrey Oyema from this narrative, what fate would have befallen these people?
In my own opinion, there's a difference between reality on ground and our desires. We don't even have, I don't think Nigeria has a functioning airline, fleet. So that is the state we are right about now. We're moving towards this kind of capitalism where everything is being given to private individuals to run. So the government of this country has failed in many phases, over time. So indicting them at this point is like, kicking a dead donkey. They are eating what it do only, that's the kind of people they are. So I don't want us to waste more energy on indicting the already indicted Nigerian government, not this particular government, but in the last, since 1960, let's just put it straight, they've not been awake to their responsibilities. So that is them.
Have we ever had a government in Nigeria by your reckoning?
To my reckoning, I think we've had a government. It was just a case of we lowered the pass mark. I, as a person, I don't like Obasanjo. However, he was able to get to the pass mark, a very low level of pass mark. Unfortunately, a lot of people haven't gotten there. I had high expectation of General Buhari. I don't want to grade General Buhari. I don't want to grade him because why I used the word General Buhari was when this man was elected, people were already moving their stuff. And the masses were like, the looters were already moving their stuffs, and the masses were happy that some level of sanity is coming into the system. For reasons best known to him, he chose not to follow that path. He has done his part. So far, so good. People can grade him. Those people in the Northeast, and the northern part of the country that he has brought some resemblance of normalcy to their life, they will grade General Buhari properly that, okay, he tried, he solved their major problem. And those people that, are using the infrastructure, they will grade him. Those people running at loss because of the Forex problems, they will like, okay, he fucked up. So I think let people grade General Buhari on their own terms.
What about Babangida? Just in terms of impact on the country, because the epithet of Babangida will be June 12, which I think his last 2 years it was a shot. He didn't even shoot himself in the foot. He AK-47'd himself in the foot. Because if you actually look at the Babangida era, there was a lot of, that the third mainland bridge, he built it, Babangida. That Abuja, he built Abuja more or less, Babangida system, Babangida. He structured the democracy that we are having now, but his legacy now seems to be June 12. How does it fall? Where does it fall for you in the hierarchy of Nigerian leaders?
The problem with dictatorship or military system of governance is it has some downside when it comes to the times of freedoms in democracy, but when it comes to getting things done, they get things done when they want to do it. If it falls within their interest, they get it done because the decision-making process is shorter, is smaller. People are not really practicing all kinds of crazy democracy. So in military regime, you tend to achieve more. Same with monarch. I was discussing with a friend, like he said, tell me that country in the last 100 years that has pulled out of poverty with democracy. It sounded so harsh, like, really? He said, because democracy is too problematic. People tend to argue for rights and they lost direction. So in the grade of Babangida, it depends on who is really looking at it. Those people that are keen on freedom see Babangida as the evil person that killed Elegiwa and all the other shenanigans that went with June 12th. While those that think about nation building, they see a man that has his own flaws, but did the little within his capacity. He built Abuja relatively. He built some infrastructures in Lagos before Lagos was really abandoned after the movement in the early 90s to Abuja. And he also introduced SAP, which was one of those things that my old man was telling us, SAP, wow. And it's almost like, oh my God, we have to start adjusting to our spending. So grading Babangida, the structure of system he functioned in is different. It's not a kind of democracy. It was the alpha with its few set of cronies. They make decisions faster.
If you are given a choice between democracy and development, which one would you choose?
It's a kind of cultural issue. You look at what the people really want. Do you really want democracy, or do you really want development? Look at a country like Dubai. It's not a democratic place, but there is development there. The Western world that uses democracy, it's like they just brought the finished products. They did not tell us how long it took them to marinate. And secondly, democracy hardly works in fractured ethnic system. I would have think a regional democracy, or like that of European Union, where countries keep their sovereignty, but they still work together. Because either we like it or not, we are different nations as a people. We should just get the understanding that we can still work together for common good. So if we really want to go by the standard of the West, what they've achieved over 500 years, and we want to achieve it in just 60 years, we're not getting the formula right. So if we really want development, we might need to jettison democracy. It's so sad, but that is just the truth.
Do you think the African continent, especially Black Africa, do you think is suited to the Western-style democracy that we're attempting at?
You know, I said I started with the people from the point of our people, we have this way of just thinking of today. We don't think of what will become of generations yet to come. So we are, we like to show off the little we've got. We want to oppress the next person with. So I don't think our lifestyle plus religious, stuff really permits the democratic development to come into us. We need a few African countries that have really excelled. Look at Libya. Libya was the pride of Africa under Colonel Gaddafi. Those are one of my few regrets as a person, because I supported the Western propaganda for the removal of Colonel Gaddafi. Look at that country today. It's a shame, But those that really knew that country back then, it was the pride of Africa. They had the kind of social system you find in Scandinavia. So I think Africans, we are strong people. In Yoruba word, so we really need a strong leader to get things done.
All right, brilliant. Look at this headline on your screen. So breaking: Labour Party suspends Kenneth Okonkwo, acting National Publicity Secretary, State Chairman, Secretaries. So it looks as though at a very heavy rate, the Labour Party seems to be imploding. And they're still talking about their stolen mandate, which Tinubu and his group have told them to shut up, that it's getting a bit too noisy. But now Kenneth Okonkwo falls to the internal squabblings in Labour Party. What are you making of that? Setting everything aside, it was an asset to that space, wasn't it? So Kenneth Okonkwo suspended.
Unfortunately, Kenneth Okonkwo it's a kind of asset that eventually turned into a liability. He's not too brilliant a lawyer. I'm sorry to just say it like that. I think he does well as an actor than a lawyer. So, and with the look of things, because, for example, let me just say, some days ago, I was watching one of his probably conversation on probably Chinese TV, and how they came into the party, the obedience came into Labour Party, and they want to take over everything because they came with the crowd. However, Labour Party once had a governor also in Nigeria. So they should also deal with those people they met in that place with some level of respect. I think that is what they should do. And concerning the noise of their mandates, it is clear that the North chose Tinubu. Tinubu was supposed to be a Southern project, but unfortunately, the division in the South allowed the North to make him like, okay, he's our adopted son. So those people saying mandate, I don't understand. The Northern part did not vote Obi because as much as he gained from going from churches to churches, he lost the confidence of the conservative North. The conservative North did not follow that trend. As much as we in the South, we are screaming, we don't want Ismailization of Nigeria. There is also something from the Northern conservative. They don't want Bobrisky nation. They don't want the country to be like Bobrisky nation. So he lost votes in that
But
side.
they have a Bobrisky culture in the north. They call it Dandaudu or Dandauda or something. They are the original Bobrisky people.
That was why I said this.
Hassan, carry on. I was trying to poke at Hassan, but it's not listening. Carry on.
Yeah, there's this conservative way of not. There's this thing in Yoruba. There's like
one man, I'm listening. I just ignored you.
Oh, all right. Carry on the prime.
There's this saying in Yoruba, like that translates to be like it translates to like, sorry, let me put it like that. There is nowhere they don't steal fowls at night. That is the conservative North. People do some things, but you don't have to spell it out and publicize it. It has just been anybody that has related with, a core Muslim place understand that culture. So, the kind of Bobrisky madness, I don't think Northern Nigeria wants them, wants those kind of things to represent them or become.
Do you think Nigeria is a nation of extremes that can never really truly converge? Because like you're saying, there's a puritanism in the north and somewhat of a piety as well. At least that's the public face that they present, a puritanic, pious sort of a backdrop in heavy conservatism and religion. And in the South, there's liberalism. The girls are half naked. We have boys dressing as girls, and everybody is wild and partying. So those are two extremes of our ideological strands and outlooks. So can they really truly converge in one agreed space at the extreme? Because there's liberalism in the North too, but the North largely is conservative and extremely so. But the South, there's conservatism, but largely liberalism. Everybody just at it all the time. Do you see a convergence? What's the pathway? Because we've been experimenting now for 70 years.
Yeah, in the real sense of it, that was why Britain left us with regional government, and we thought we were smarter than our teachers. If we've left the initial structure that the British people left us with, we would have a country where you can enjoy your summer and enjoy your winter all in the same country. That is the kind of something trend. If you really want conservative, you can easily go to the north. If you really want some level of liberal lifestyle, you come to the south. At the end of the day, somewhere we still know our differences. Like Samadu Bello said, like, let us not forget our differences. Let's just understand it and live with it. I think we can still live together when we decide to know the red lines and we just respect each other's boundary.
Do you think the I've often argued that there is nobody, not even Americans, that is more patriotic than Nigerians. They love their country. But do you disagree? You are already laughing. I think so. Because if we gather now, as we gather here, you will say, oh, you from the north, you from the south, oh, you Igbo man, you Yoruba man. Let a Ghanaian come in, or a Sierra Leonean, or anything. We will gather together and beat them up and throw them out, and then we go back to our internal. That's what we do, isn't it? We can diss ourselves, but we can't let outsiders come in to come and diss us. But I've lost that train of thought. Let me bring you this headline. You see, if this doesn't happen, it'd be a real shame, and it will tell us that we're still a long way away from where we should be as a country. So if this doesn't happen, then we're still very much vested within the third world. So there is protest going on now in Abuja. A fresh protest at Central Bank headquarters as Nigerians demand Governor Emefiele's arrest and removal. So it's still that Naira space, and nobody knows what the state. I mean, can you imagine, of all of the things to joke with and play silly buggers with, the country's currency? And the United Nations, by the way, is telling us that the Nigerian economy has taken a very heavy hit off the back of this silly bugger game that Emefiele has played. So they are protesting Central Bank now, demanding the arrest, the removal first, which is something that should happen immediately, and subsequent arrest of Emefiele. If Emefiele is not arrested, is that a real travesty, the Prime?
Funnily, I experienced the hardship in February. I was in Nigeria. Okay, in January, I was in Nigeria in January, and it was really hard because of the Naira issue. Concerning Emefiele, I think some level of questioning should be put to him. What is the intention of this thing? Because if I remember, if my memory serves me right, it was more like people are buying votes, people are doing this. I think it's more of election suppression of a kind of thing, because it really affected the outcome of the election. It was like the government putting its thumb on the scale in this election cycle. So if people demand him to be probed, I think it's not asking for too much, because what it did really affected the outcome of the election. That is what it disenfranchised a lot of people, if I might put it like that, because someone that's and it did the opposite of what he said taking the cash out of the system would do. However, if it's a cashless policy the government of Nigeria wants to follow, the infrastructures for cashless policy could have been made available first before trying to do that. And I think it could have been a gradual process. Even if someone like me that is not a banker understands these things, I think people calling for his day in court are not asking for too much. That is just the truth.
Do you think it will run before the 29th? Because the cashless policy was essentially an attack on Tinubu. Do you think it will run before the 29th?
In the last 24 years, I've also watched Tinubu. I've seen a man that turns enemies into loyal friend. So you never can trust Tinubu. He has that. I can mention a few names that, look at this man that was on the podium during Omisore. You remember a story with Omisore. Those were act enemy. It's only Chief Bode George that has remained his permanent enemy. So you never can trust Tinubu. Is that kind of man that turns enemies into loyal friend over time. Where are the likes of Jimmy Agbaje, the Koros of this world, and all those stuff? Even Femi Pedro. So you never trust Tinubu when it comes to that. Tinubu might decide to leave Emefiele. Tinubu might, he might just let him spend his time out, and just that's one of those things why I still like Tinubu. Like, okay, yeah, he's a man full of games. So does it. So, but if he thinks he has done so much wrong, Tinubu can also be brutal. So he should run if he thinks he has done so much wrong. Like if he thinks he did it in good faith, Tinubu is an understanding man. So that's where I see it.
All right. The presidential election tribunal commences hearing on the 8th. So that's in 4 days' time. So just as we thought we were escaping the obedience space, this will reboot. So this will be another round of but hopefully, how long do you anticipate that this process will last so that we can just reach a natural conclusion? So the presidential election petition commences in 4 days. What's your expectation of that space?
I think if there is no substance to what Obi is saying, it's going to last 6 months. If Obi has legitimate cause, it's going to last for the rest of Tinubu's tenure. Nobody's going to kick Tinubu out. That's what I really think. And for the obedient people, there are this irritating sister that you can't do anything about.
But is this going to be their last hurrah, though? This petition now, which I'm anticipating should not last more than 3-4 weeks. But this should be their last. After this, we don't want to hear from them anymore.
There are spices in democracy. We have to allow them to keep on airing their grievances. We can't silence them. Silencing them is a betrayal of the fundamentals of democracy. They should have their day, but I think people should be bold enough to tell them, you are speaking rubbish. Shut up. I think that is just what people should do.
All right. That little snippet that we saw from the banquet in Port Harcourt, the Akpabio space, which looks as though it was somewhat of a coronation and anointing. People were saying, why not David Umahi? So why not David Umahi, who is a smoother operator? He has a better record of achievement and impactful development. So why not somebody like that instead of just another, blood-fanged tooth politician like Akpabio?
If I may ask, is David a returning senator?
No, is Akpabio not the first time? Is Akpabio a ranking senator?
Yeah, I think Akpabio is a returning senator. That is why the contest was between him and Kanu. If I'm wrong, someone in the panel should probably just indicate. But I think
No, it's not a returning senator. Akpabio actually was a Senate. Actually won the Senate ticket, but he was nominated to be the NDDC.
No, you are wrong. Akpabio came to the Senate the first time. He was the minority leader. Then he lost his second bid to this guy that went to court and front and back, and eventually he lost. And he was now made the NDDC minister as a compensation. And then the Niger Delta, whatever.
Yeah, Bishop, let me refrain you. You know there was a rerun election for Akpabio during the time of Shomole and Akpabio talks so that Akpabio declined to rerun, but yet Shomole went ahead and ran on his behalf. That was a make and a gimmick on the national theater. That how can you be running for somebody that don't want to run? then he was made the NGCC chairman. So this is the first time he's really fully at this thing.
He finished his first term. That first term, he finished. He was in PDP then. And that was when he was made the minority leader. It was the second term that had issue. Then he now had to choose because when he was supposed to run against the guy again. But he had been made a senator. So he now had to choose to remain a minister that is certain or to go back and contest at that time. At the IGBOS state then, the APC was not very strong.
Okay.
So
he
missed
one term. Oh, thanks for the education. So if that is the case, if I may ask again, is it a standing rule that it must be a continuous term, or you can have it in aggregate?
If you were in Senate 12 years ago and you come back today, you are a ranking senator.
Okay, in that case, I think Akpabio, what we saw there was just a kind of middle finger to Kano, to Oji Uzo Kano, you know, because of its contribution to the platform. Sorry?
Just let me add one thing. I don't know if the news, I read a news flash this afternoon that a number of APC members, including Kano, were suspended, both in Alpia and Enugu State. I don't know if anybody had the details of that. So Kano was suspended from the party, and that means there's a lot of things going on within the party. I don't know if anybody can confirm that.
Okay. I think one man who will do the confirmation is more vast with politics.
I'll only just Google it. Well, carry on.
Okay, so if that is the case, because we saw what Saraki did in 2015, he almost tore the party apart. And I think, and he paid a big political consequence for it. I think if they don't give Kano, I think he has a personal relationship with Tinubu. He's gonna get something substantial because obviously the game he played in the election, other people saw through it. They were not happy. That's why I think they're not going behind him. I think if Akpabio, if Kano was able to deliver his own senatorial district, I think the case of the case could have been made more clear. So he worked less for the party, he worked more for himself. And I think other senators don't like nor trust that action. So I think Akpabio might be getting it, courtesy of also is from the the wallet of the country, and the country cannot.
It just seems such a terrible choice. You already have the anticipation of what to expect. He will just be stealing and signing everything that Tinubu presents to him. That's just it.
One man. You see, one of the reasons I also come here is there are many stations on the internet where people does traffic in innuendos, not substance, and the Nigerian politicians, they failed themselves a lot of time. So it's easy for us to always read evil intention to every of their actions. But however, I think we should always try to stick with facts and educate ourselves. They are terrible people, but let them commit first before we sentence them. Not for them to steal one and we had.
I didn't say that in abstraction, the prime. Okay. When he was the chairman of the NDDC, I can't recall the name of the woman. I'll search for her name in a moment. As soon as he came in, it was just demanding money to the point that the woman had to outcry to the public space. He tried to get this woman arrested. It was actually Yemson Wike that went with police functionaries, his team, to go and rescue this woman where they had barricaded her within her house, all because of
I remember this particular incident. Unfortunately, that is where politics comes in. If the people of Akwa Ibom, as deem it fit, for him to be their senator and they delivered for the party, we just have to respect their opinion, their views. That is how politics works, for us not to have rancor, because morale is different from law. If we want to go by morale, you know, a smoker will abuse a drunkard will abuse a fornicator, but none of them is really, really good in the real sense of it. So that is why we have laws as the functionary, you know, unit of society. If the people of Akwa Ibom and South believes Akpabio is their choice, at this point we have to work with the tools we have.
All right. What else caught your attention in the news? Sorry. What else caught your attention in the news cycle today?
Actually, I was a bit busy at work today, so I was just waiting for you to boost my knowledge of happening. So it is your conversation that has caught
there you are. That's the right answer. You can come back. You see, this is about this guy is a politician. Look at that. He's trying to jolly me along. Look at that.
This he said.
Yeah. Come in, Bishop.
Yeah, I want to take him on some few things he said earlier on, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you were rating the performance of our previous leaders, and you did say that the only person you can rate beyond a little bit above average was Obasanjo, and you rated Buhari as the fifth.
Sir, I never gave Obasanjo average. I said pass mark.
You said pass mark. Okay. My thinking is that pass 51%. I'm not using your.
Hell no. I don't like Obasanjo. That's just the truth. But when you look at the record, you know, the pass mark, and these things change with time. So please carry on, sir.
So, and that's the area I actually want to interrogate as to comparing achievements of Buhari to Obasanjo that made Obasanjo to have performed better than Buhari. That was just I just if it's possible.
Okay. In the case of Obasanjo, Obasanjo had security challenges. He had OPC, he had Ogbesu also, and all kinds of militants during his tenure.
Those were nothing compared to.
Unfortunately, those were the building blocks of Boko Haram and many other issues. Unfortunately, he was able to quench those things then with effort, meaning he had eyes on those things. So he kept the security of the country relative. That's one advantage he has over Buhari. Buhari built more infrastructure than Obasanjo. Nobody can deny that. Last time I was home, I was somewhere around Songo. I saw a massive bridge being constructed. So I'm like, okay, this guy is doing something good. So, in terms of infrastructure as edge over Obasanjo, in security, it's below.
Okay, let me quickly twist a few things in that insecurity. Now, the basic insecurity challenges we had under Obasanjo, like you said, we had an arrest about what do they call this, Sharia. That luckily, I mean, it was nipped in the bud. The issue I did mention a few weeks ago on this platform, my discussion, my conversation with a certain senator from the Niger Delta, and a House of Rep member, and they told me the origin of militancy, that it has nothing to do with militancy, that it was actually because of Obasanjo's insistence on stopping bunkering. Now, a lot of people that were in that bunkering.
Yeah, but that's an anecdote now. That's an anecdote. That's not anything. It's not substance now. What you just said, that's anecdote.
What is anecdote, please? Help me.
It's just them say, them say, them say, them say. That's them say now.
That's not the issue. The issue is that what now boomerang as the complex security challenge in the Niger Delta, and how it was solved, not by Obasanjo, but by Yar'Adua. That's what I'm saying. Because it was part of that challenge that led to the OD, which remains a stain on Obasanjo today. Because whatever we want to say, the senseless killing in OD was avoidable. Ditto what happened in Zaki Biam when those 6 soldiers were kidnapped. What happened there was avoidable. So those situations, yes, please.
I think under Obasanjo, 5 states of the country were not taken, and a terrorist flag was hoisted on it.
That was not under Buhari, under Jonathan.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. Like, under his watch, he kept the territorial integrity of Nigeria intact.
Okay, I'm sorry. The reason why I'm saying is that, and I said this here a couple of days ago, that the challenges they faced were not the same thing, but the one that looks similar, the way they were handled, and let me land this point. The way Obasanjo ultimately, it turned out that the way Obasanjo handled the Zaki Biam and OD were not the best of ways they would have handled them, because when they kidnapped Major General Alkali in Jos, and he was killed and dumped, and his vehicle dumped in a pond, in an abandoned pond. And even when they wanted to go and look for him, the women came. I know how Obasanjo would have reacted to that space. There would have been another OD and Zaki Biam. That's true. Unfortunately, even though we think Buhari was really not a Democrat, but he was more of a Democrat than an Obasanjo. Obasanjo single-handedly masterminded the removal of 5 Senate presidents.
Sir, the thing is this. I am not a fan of Obasanjo. If one-on-one, you will know I don't like Obasanjo. However, I look at I tend not to fall for this pitfall where we look at history with the eyes of today. We were just coming out of military era. The psyche of Nigerians were bastardized. Violence was prevalent in our society during Obasanjo's first term. So it was the beginning of our journey into this thing, and people were really violent. So I think over time, we should not really judge that period in absolute. Let's look at, did he keep the territorial integrity of Nigeria? Yes. Did Jonathan and the late Yar'Adua, did they lost the territorial integrity of Nigeria? I think yes. Did Buhari returned it to a very large percentage? I say yes. So that is just what those are the parameters I like to probably judge with, you know.
Okay.
So
the achievement I wanted to interrogate, but if that's the premise, then I think I concur.
Yeah.
Did you think that Buhari dwarf Obasanjo? Is that what you are hinting at, Bishop?
If you want to do line by line, bullet by bullet, I believe so, strongly so too. Even with the enormous challenges that Buhari had, that's nothing compared to what Obasanjo had. Yeah, Obasanjo did some good things. Unfortunately, with benefit of hindsight, should we have paid $12 billion cash
That's absolute rubbish. You see, in my own opinion, Buhari has his own flaws, but he's a man of good intention. He did what he could do. His priorities are different. Somebody felt that the vehicle for development into the future should be infrastructure. During the days of Obasanjo, it was more of, okay, let's stabilize this country. So the demand of those eras were really different. That was when the word nascent democracy was everyday news. So the demand of those era were different. To my own, Buhari, I expected more from him. So maybe I think he got the pass mark, but I expected more because, in terms of discipline, that will have less corruption and the whole thing will kickstart from there. But it is what it is. It's so unfortunate he had pandemic under his watch. It's so unfortunate he had almost a recession under his watch. So
It took us through 2 recessions, Buhari, 2 recessions.
yeah. So it's
and some of it as a result of bad economic policies. Most of it actually. Remember when he was running a 4-tier exchange rate when he first came in? Yeah.
But I think his economic problem started after this lady left, this Abiodun lady. I think that was when the steering of Buhari's economic ship went north.
But both recessions were not our creation. They were global. Both the 2 recessions and the pandemic, they were not Nigeria's creation. It was not as a result of what we did or what we did not do.
But there are countries in the world that had measures that they survived those things. So it's not your fault that rain falls. I think it's going to be your fault that you have a leaking roof.
Let me go to 2. None other than Okonjo-Iweala herself and Charles Chukwuma Soludo. When Charles Chukwuma Soludo said, Okonjo-Iweala said that particular month that they actually borrowed 800 and something billion to be able to pay salaries and wages and the rest. And Charles Chukwuma Soludo said, no matter who became the president, Nigeria was headed for a very turbulent future because of the state of our economy as at that time. And by the time, and as a matter of fact, even though they were trying to cover it, over 24 or 25 states were not paying salaries. So the first thing Buhari did was bail out for states to be able to pay salaries. It's like this recession came on us suddenly. The signs were there since 2014. Unfortunately, he inherited a terribly managed economy.
So the issue is this: in terms of Obasanjo Buhari's economic stamina, I think he overpromised, he underdelivered. He had major challenges that are valid, but somehow I think we've survived those bad days. So I'm even surprised it could go as much as he has gone in terms of infrastructural development. I give him kudos for that, and I hope we'll have a better nation under Shiwaju. I think
sorry, the Prime. Bishop, who do you think the best president we've ever had is? Who has been the best president we've ever had?
That's very subjective.
No, it's from your own perspective.
Honestly, if you give me time, if we have to sit down and do...
No, not a long, detailed explanation, or just give us a name, just so we know where your politics is. Buhari, yes, that's what I thought. Because all your argument was to suggest that. So Buhari the best. Okay, give us your top 3.
I will choose Obasanjo after Buhari. The reason is this: Obasanjo did some things that was able to stabilize our democracy and made it unattractive for coup plotters after he came in. That's the second reason why I will give him. I mean, that's for Obasanjo. And until until what do you call it? Until General Alkali's case happened. I thought the best, because I was in Port Harcourt and I knew one of the deputy commissioner or assistant commissioner of police out of the 11 police officers that were killed in OD. They were actually from Port Harcourt. I thought that was the best way they could have handled it. But when the soldiers were itching to go and raid that village in Jos, and Buhari said no, emphatic no. Now you don't go and punish everybody for the offense of just a gun. They must go and fish them out, no matter how long it takes. And they were actually able to go and fish out those people. I realized that with patience and painstaking effort, we'll have been able to get those Egbesu boys that killed those policemen in OD. Ditto, the same guys that kidnapped those 6 soldiers in Zakibiam, rather than going on an annihilation escapade, how do you call it now? A killing spree. Because so many people that did not know, even though they were hiding them, but some of them, it was not because of they wanted to hide them, especially the one in OD. Because sadly, after the whole incident, I saw the damage foster. So I realized that they could have, there's actually another way we could have dealt with this issue rather than the way Obasanjo dealt with it. When he did it, I thought it was the best. But I felt Obasanjo should have known better, having gone through the civil war and in a peacetime, he shouldn't have used that amount of force against those villagers. Yeah, they might be angry, they might have overreacted, they might be covering up, but if you live in some of those places, you will know that this environment really does not show the amount of resources that the country has gotten from that place. So that's one of the areas I really. Then the politics. Obasanjo was very dictatorial. There is no voice. You cannot say no to Obasanjo. And look at the way he dealt with party chairman. Obasanjo single-handedly was removing governors. So on the democratic credentials, if you want to put them on the amount of resources available to Obasanjo, Buhari did not have it. Go and check it. The amount of resources, but what we were able to see after the whole thing, Buhari has more to show for those for the little he got and the way he handled some critical time, even though he was so very much hated and two recession and a pandemic, a once in a century pandemic. I think he did better.
Bishop,
right.
what about the borrowing?
Right. Before you answer that, Bishop, let me just do a bit of administrative stuff. So just the super chats. I think people have abandoned the super chats, but Kulata has not abandoned it. So Kulata super chatted to the conversation as it was then. We may need to educate our people first before we are ripe for democracy. So that was when we were talking about democracy being suited for the African space or not, now Nigeria especially. Prince Daddy super stickers just to show appreciation, just a nod in the direction of the platform. Ken, he super chatted inviting me to kick somebody off so that he can come in. And Alexander de Gomez opened up the super chat space. However, that fitted in whatever slot. So thank you. But I'll keep the super chat. In fact, let me even abandon that. It's not as though you will. Let me acknowledge Ayo, who does as he always does. So here is and Thomas. You're taking over just now. So Thomas, I hope you're there. Thomas.
I'm here. Yeah.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So that's Ayo clocking in as he always does. The sponsor of the One Man Went to More platform, Ayo, he registers his presence. So thank you, Ayo. And thank you one and all. As the conversation carries on under the able guidance of Thomas. So to that question that Simba put to you, Bishop.
Okay. So put the question again, please, if you don't mind.
I said, what about the borrowing?
So what about the borrowing?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm asking, what about it? What about them?
If you remember, during Obasanjo regime, that was when we settled our debt before we started accumulating debt again.
And I said,
Now look at where we are. So if you cannot say, because Buhari borrowed a lot of money to get
yes,
some of the few infrastructure that we are talking about now.
yes.
So if you look at it that way, what would you like to say?
Okay. Now when you said,
Can we say that the amount of money that we borrow commensurated with the amount of infrastructure that is on ground?
I believe so, for two reasons. One, most of the major borrowings were attached to projects. Most of the borrowings, you can go and verify by yourself. We had some debts that we were paying today. When Obasanjo paid those debts, and we had over 100 billion in SS crude account. By the time Buhari came, the debt had risen to over 60 billion, and there was only less than 2 billion or 2.4 billion in the SS crude account. So we have depleted the SS crude account by over $100 billion, and there is nothing. There was nothing in infrastructure, and we had, I can mention 5 loans that we took that did not matter. I mean, we did not see anything. We took loan for Abuja CCTV, 470 million. We took loan for Lagos Kaduna Kano rail line. Okonjo-Iweala said she used her mouth to say how those monies were disbursed. We took a loan for one project in Port Harcourt, Maiduguri rail line. I want to remember number 4. So all those loans, the monies were not there when Buhari came, and those projects were not executed. That's what. Now, did Buhari take loan? Yes. Were they able, at least in the house, most of those loans, especially the one that came from China and some other countries, were tied to certain projects. Are those projects going on, or have they been delivered? The answer is in the affirmative. Yes. Then finally, as rich, Obasanjo said something when he went to China before he left. When he paid our debt, he tactically regretted that action. And this is what he said. He said when he went to China and he was talking with whether the president or whatever, the leader of the Chinese leader, and the man told him, he now asked him when they were discussing about their debt, that you have so much money in trillions in foreign reserve, but you are still borrowing. And the man said, yes, everybody is borrowing at a concessional rate, so it's good for everybody to borrow. Let me go and invest my money, but let all of it's everybody's money. And that was when Obasanjo realized that it was a big folly for him to have paid $12 billion in cash. There is a lot that year, that time, that 12 billion would have done to our infrastructure. We have been having infrastructural deficit. So is it good? Is it a good thing to borrow? Yes. America today is owing over 30 trillion. Listen again, $30 trillion.
They will not pay it now.
Okay, well, they are owing. So they will not
pay it. They will not pay it. They want to even take another 1 trillion plus now. They will not pay it. It is the developing world that will pay the money.
Okay, so is it good to take debt? Of course. If I see anybody that will give me,
I agree with you. It's not a good economy measure to pay debt. It's not a good economy measure to pay debt.
you keep reshuffling me and keep postponing it. I wonder everybody will get tired of it. Don't I give us $1 trillion
Simba,
loan today?
Bishop.
Yes, Thomas.
Yeah, Bishop, hold on. Simba, when last have you been to Nigeria? Sorry is this a personal question? You can answer it or not.
I was in Nigeria September last year.
Do you see any infrastructure where you go at the federal level?
I stayed in Kwara and in Ilorin. So yes, I could see, because the Ibadan Ilorin expressway, yes.
Can I just
because recently
I
I think now one of my colleagues is in Nigeria presently, and I asked her how long where she traveled from Ilorin to Lagos, and she was telling me that she did Ilorin to Lagos in 3.5 hours. I was surprised.
Simba, if you don't mind, let me just state the infrastructure that I saw. I was in Nigeria November/December. I came back in December 15th. So I can still say it's still current. Lagos Ibadan Expressway, I drove myself 45 minutes from Bega to Ibadan.
Okay.
So yes. No bomb. The only bad road is if you leave Bega, if you get to Kara, they are still doing some kilometers. But after that, my brother, oh my God, it was smooth drive down to Ibadan. This is not one way. This is not they told me. I drove myself, my wife, and my family. And even driving on that road, I had the security threat on my brain because what I've been hearing before I left Nigeria. My brother, every 10 kilometer, there is Amotekun, there is Mopo, there are police, there are the security threat that I have been hearing. I was so relieved. I was so safe when I saw all those police. Bishop, Simba, when your car spoil on that express, before 10 minutes, a soldier man or a force man will be there with you with your car. I saw that on that express. Smooth drive. If I say smooth drive, I've never seen Lagos Ibadan Express Road so smooth like that since I was born. I was born in Ibadan. To know how I'm close to Lagos Ibadan Expressway, I've drove on that street, on that road. I can't even count it because I work in Lagos. My family, my parents is in Ibadan. So I drove on that road almost every week.
Thomas, I agree with you. We are just doing. Well, the reason why I asked that question with Bishop.
No, let me finish.
I'm just trying for us to compare and contrast. That's what I'm saying. I'm not. It's not a. I'm not saying that what Bishop says is wrong.
No,
but I'm
let
just
me
doing
just finish.
comparison.
Let me finish, please. There's a rail from Lagos State to Abeokuta to Ibadan. Smooth ride. What do they call it? Train drive. Is it ride or drive? I don't even know the English as we say.
Right.
Bishop, my sister is the gospel singer. He always drove to Lagos every time. Since the train finished, she dropped her car in the train station in Abeokuta, catch a train going to Lagos State, drop at what they call it, Agege, or what they call this one, the one in Idemo, close to forget this place, close to what they call this place, our national theater. What did they call that national theater? I forgot that name. Igomu. Smooth train ride. You will cross your leg. There is executive, there is economy, there is the one that have AC 24/7. She will get down in Lagos, catch Uber to where she's going. When she finished, the Uber will drop her back to the train station, straight to Abeokuta, and it will took her car from the train station to her house. No stress of driving. No stress. What am I saying? No stress. I have never experienced this since I was born.
You see, Simba and Thomas, if Buhari had the kind of resources that we had when fuel, I remember when crude oil got to $142 per barrel. If Buhari had that kind of resources, oh my goodness, because he has vision, good vision, and it's because he was very, how do I call it, determined. If not, there's enough excuse for Buhari not to have executed any project. I saw that standard gauge from Lagos to Ibadan. I knew when it was started, when it was being started, when they started constructing that, the number of people that told me he will not do anything, that it's not possible, or not under this economy, that nobody can do it. But here we are in Kajola today. We are assembling wagons, Lagos, Ibadan. Except that for people that don't want you to work with insecurity, I don't know how Nigerians will be going to court. Where I live in Port Harcourt a few weeks ago, some people went and vandalized almost 10 transformers in the area, cutting cables and vandalizing transformer. Now, are we going to blame government for that also? So the attitude of Nigerians, apart from the fact that we're not building, we don't want to build. Even the little that has been built, some people deliberately and mysteriously going to sabotage them.
You know, I said something earlier that there is no country in the last 100 years that has really developed with democracy, because a lot of people can't just do the right thing. It's not in their DNA. So you need a strong leader, and democracy will always tie your hand when it comes to strong leadership. Otherwise,
different.
Yeah.
In fact, you are one of the reasons why I joined the platform this morning. Okay. Because this thing that you are saying, if Bishop can remember, we have discussed it before. And Fatai was on this platform, one that was trying to against when I don't know, maybe me and Kulata or Ola that we are saying, you remember Bishop?
Yeah. I actually wanted to contribute that day. Unfortunately, I couldn't get to interject. When I was saying, I wanted to call Babangida, when he was saying we need to develop our homegrown democracy. Unfortunately, I did not get time to contribute that day because I followed the conversation very well. That, look, we need to nobody can just come and give you a plan. They worked for them does not mean it will work for us.
Because we are different people. We are not of the same psyche. I think we have to get to a point where we have to determine a political class. It sounds a bit hard, but unfortunately, we can't do it if we don't really have strong leadership.
We even asked question that time that he should mention one country apart from the so-called Western world that democracy has worked for them. Nobody could mention one country.
The issue is this: if, for example, now,
and we mention countries whereby they were being ruled maybe by a family or by one for a long, and they develop.
Let me say something. If you look at the European Union, you will discover there is one unique thing about them. They don't merge different ethnic groups in large numbers. There is no member of the country that doesn't have a super majority ethnic group. Rather than that, instead of having those two countries, they would rather be independent countries. So it's always easier for them to govern. And these people have been for over 500 years as nations. You will see a nation that is 1.5 million. You will see a nation that is... So they have a common cause. Until we get to that point where, okay, we have to go into full regional government, I think our chances of developing with democracy is very blink.
And if you when one man asks you that, okay, who is the best president that we're over? Let's start from independent and look at what is actually happened to us. I think our major disaster was that coup that happened in 1966. Do you agree with me?
Absolutely.
I think that was the point where we
That
diverted
was when
from what
everything
we
went
were
scattered.
supposed to do. I think the British left us with the intention of European Union kind of government. Unfortunately,
Because if we continue that regional government, and our democracy will have matured by now, even if not at the European level or the Western level, and all these agitations by different ethnic groups wouldn't have come into place. And you look at it, to me, is very, this is a platform where everybody is listening. But if you look at it, the shenanigans of a part of a country is actually one of our major problems, and we are making it to look as if is a national issue. If these people are not called to order, it will continue this way, and everybody will be thinking that everything is upside down.
the problem, the thing is this: when you're doing something wrong, everybody, there's this. Okay, let me speak this in Yoruba. Wọ́n ní tá bá ń gúnyán fún gbogbo aráàlú, a máa ní ọ̀tá. Tá bá ń sọ̀kò sọ́jà, a máa ní ọ̀rẹ́. What that means is, if you wake up and you pounded yam for everybody in a country, in a village, you will have enemies. And if you throw stone into the market square, you will still have friends. Now, who are those that we mostly listen to? They are our own people most times. Because we are blended together, most times your own people do fail to call you out. So that is our major problem. So people can do shit and hide under their ethnic stock because they will not call them out. Those are the downside of our present structure. So until I think a more regional government might be a solution at some point in time. That is what I think.
I think that is what some people have been advising regional government. At least everybody should take care of their anything they have, their gold, their anything they have. Everything doesn't have to go to the center. Everything not
But
to go to the Abuja.
the problem, now if you are looking at, okay, we are talking about, because I've been listening and people are talking about regional. Which region do we have in Nigeria now? Because what we have now is different from what we used to have before. Now we have geopolitical zones, not region. Okay, we can talk about Western region, because even the old Western region include Edo and Delta. Now it's no longer, it's now, before they created before it became Bende State, it was actually called Midwest. Now we have the Southeast, which is not a region before, because the Southeastern region before included River State, Akwa Ibom, and Cross River. Now, if you are talking about region, that means in Nigeria now, if you want to create region, I don't know how we are going to do that. Can anybody give me how it, because now in the north now we have the northwest, we have the north central, we have the northeast. Are we going to say the whole north will become a region?
No.
I don't understand.
I think people have natural affinities. You understand? I think people have common similarities. It might
because we'll be
be
talking about region, but nobody, we have never thought of how is it going to fan out.
Hold on, that is just what I'm trying to say. If you decide, for example, you look at the West, it's easy in the West because we almost have a single language that goes across. The same thing with some part of the East, the North. So I think if we want to do that for administrative purposes, it's okay. And if we want to use this present 6 geopolitical zone, it's okay. It's just for administrative purposes. People with similar goals, like this is what we want to be. in the shortest time. That's just what I see.
Let me add to it by saying, I know it's going to be very difficult, almost impossible to do, but we need to redraw the map of Nigeria. And I'll tell you why and how. I don't know who and where they managed to decide that a large part of Kwara State, including the, what do you call them, the Yoruba and the Oku part of Kogi State, which by natural delineation are below the Niger. I don't know how they came about making them part of the North.
That one has been there even pre-independence.
That's no, it was not. It was the people that carved it out that made it North and made it stay, because a Oku part of Kogi State, the Kabaigiti, Ojumu, Takete, name it, or the other part of Kwara, or the other type of Kwara, Arodu, Omuaro, Ajasepo,
Ofa,
I don't know how those parts became North, and gradually they continue to alienate them from their kith and kin from the southwest. Now we're talking about Yorubas that were caught on the side of Benin Republic. Those ones even feel more at home with the Yorubas of Nigeria, of the southwest, than this one. So if we have to look at it very holistically, there are some ethnic groupings in Nigeria that are homogeneous, kind of a group of people that are knit together by culture, by tradition, by language, by faith and the rest. But now we've been over, the ambition of state creation, which was an offshoot of what happened after that 1966 coup, because that was one big error that messed up Nigeria. That 1960 coup, we have never recovered from it. And I don't know if we are going to ever recover. So if we want to now say, oh, how do we solve this problem? Honestly speaking, I don't know the way out. Other than, look, maybe if Nigeria becomes very prosperous tomorrow, people can say, you know what, can we think out with this? Can we think out with this? But I think it's going to be for the coming generation, not anything near this, our present generation.
Let me tell you one thing. To me, yes, it sounds good when you are talking about development, but the practicality of it, to me, it will be a major disaster. Believe me. Just say this is the region. Yes, Yorubas, they can cope with themselves, but I bet you, just give, somebody came here sometimes ago and said, okay, let's say you give the Southeastern, let's say you give them a region. That is, by the time you are dividing people, that's when they see their differences more. Look, no, just take a look at it. Now, I have a friend who is a Deltan. In Delta State, we have 3 major tribes in Delta. The Jos, what's it called now? The Shekiri and the Robos. Then, and even the so-called the Ika, maybe they see them as minority. If you see what is going on in Delta State, and as bishops, woman said earlier, in Nigeria, it's only when we are fighting a common enemy that we see ourselves together. But within ourselves, we see our differences more. In Delta State, give Delta State a country, you see that the judge will say they don't want the robots. And you see that no, that is it.
Oh my God.
But now, because they are together, that's why you see that they have a common enemy. That's why they can come together. By the time they don't have a common enemy, they will see themselves as enemy. So I don't know.
My brother, let me just say one thing. If you look at the European Union, I do come back to that. I will tell you there are many nations of this country that are way developed than Nigeria that are lesser than maybe even the Shekiris. There are nations of 500,000 in European
What is
in Europe.
Luxembourg? What is the population of
You
Luxembourg?
understand? So, and I don't think there are ethnic groups, major ethnic groups, or not like, let me not use the word major ethnic groups. I think maybe the Urobos that are not up to 2 million, 3 million. 3 million country by European standard are big countries. So we should worry less with that if we want to go on that
Okay, so
path.
you are not saying that if you want to do that, then we can be having like 40, 50
It
countries
doesn't
within
matter.
Nigeria or
Yeah, it
regions.
doesn't matter. Even if we have that much, it doesn't matter. It's sometimes you understand that either despite being an independent country, you absolutely need collaboration with your next door neighbor. When you become a
But you know
landlord,
the model of the Europe, you can see now that at least they have European Union, which is functioning for them. But do we have that one in Africa?
that is
You
what
can
I'm
see
saying.
even what is happening now. I can look at Sudan and Egypt. They were once a country. You understand? Now the Sudanese want to cross to Egypt because of the war. Egypt is asking them for a visa.
The case of
It's only in West Africa. Let me tell you, it's only in West Africa that you can travel across all the country of West Africa without a visa. If you want to go to Uganda, as I'm telling you now, you need a visa to visit Uganda in the same Africa.
Yeah,
in fact, if you want to go to get South African visa is more difficult than to get even American visa.
But the situation is this: people are just looking for escape from poverty, which there's nothing wrong with that. It's not the same motive with most European Union, so that's why they allow their borders to be open. Their borders are opened physically, but their borders are locked with laws. This is how they locked their borders with law. If a Belgium is coming to let's say Sweden to live, you are free to come and move around, live. But for you to live, you will need a job. So what is the method? What is the control mechanism that the Swedish people have from people, invading their place? For you to live, you will need a job. For you to have a job, this is the process. It has to be 3 months publication for citizens. If there is no citizen, then they consider probably another European. Unfortunately, most times, within 3 months, you will always find someone. So those are the kind of lock that they've made within their system. That is why you wonder how there are some poor European countries, countries like Latvia, they are poor, and they are free to
Bulgaria,
travel.
Belarus, there are so many of them.
But they are free to travel to a place like Sweden or Denmark. They are free to just visit there, just buy a ticket and go. But you can't live there permanently because you will need a job. And you are not going to get that job first class. That's just the truth. Except if it's in an area where they really need workers. That is where they relax those laws. So now, if we have different nations, if we do that, when you understand that you need this person for trade, you need this person for natural survival. Maybe there is a river that links you people. You need them for security. You will find it in your place for your own survival to easily make peace. And most of those countries will naturally merge. Then they just become this area. It becomes an area. However, I don't think there's going to be any political will to do that at this point. So let's stick with the Nigerian factor, and I hope.
Totally agree with you. Let me tell you, that country, we need to stay together for our own good. Believe me.
I think one of the problem with Nigeria, one man asked a question which probably my answer skipped my mind while I was trying to say it. It was trying to ask about patriotism and people, when people attack us, we come together and we fight. And when we start bickering among each other, it happens in almost any country. Unfortunately, Nigeria doesn't have those natural ingredients that forms nationalism, that makes people to be patriotic. One, natural disaster. We don't have natural disaster. Two, we don't have aggressive neighbors that are willing or hell-bent on our destruction. So there is no natural ingredient to give us that, man. We are fucking going to die if we lose God. Cameroon is going to invade us if we lose God. We've been at war with maybe Chad for the last 40 years. We don't have those things, so we can't be patriotic. There is no earthquake running from Oshogbo to maybe to Ibadan, to Inewe, like the one running in Syria. There are no history of that. So,
we are really blessed. We are really blessed.
So, unfortunately, our blessing has turned into curse. So, those are those natural ingredients that binds people together, and they forget their ethnic differences.
We are not blessed. I think we are spoiled.
You might say it on another form. So I think that is the issue. So imagine if there is an earthquake that runs from Kaduna to maybe Enugu or to Lagos, that splits the country into half. If there is documented history of that, then no politician will come and start saying, then people will say, hey, shut the fuck up. This thing is going to happen again.
Hey, mind the language. Mind the language, my brother.
Okay, so if there is a volcanic eruption somewhere that eradicated a whole village, we're not praying for something bad, but those are those things that binds people together, and they tend to build their nation at all costs. So
that is but because the natural disaster that is coming, it doesn't know Igbo, it doesn't know Hausa, it doesn't know Yoruba.
Yeah, the afflictions we have are man-made economic crunches that we can point blames and find a place to hide. And I've thought, I discussed with someone sometimes ago, like one of the other reasons is we have too convenient weather.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I say we are spoiled.
Yeah. So if you really look at it, if, for example, we have winter, there is no politician that is going to give you 5,000 because you're going to freeze in the next 3 months.
Prime, let me give you in the Middle East, sometimes the temperature can get to 48, 50, 52.
Yeah.
You cannot survive for 10 minutes without AC during summer. Believe me, you cannot. So in that case, there's no way people can survive without electricity. But in Nigeria, you can survive without electricity for a whole year, nothing will happen to you. And I think that is why.
Let me shock you. When I went to Nigeria, we transit at Qatar. That time they are doing the World Cup.
Okay, in
as
Doha.
soon as the Doha, oh my God! As soon as they open the plane door like this, I said, "Is it human being living in this country?" And they told us they are in winter.
No, that time it was winter. It was not summer.
My. Oh my!
So you are complaining that time?
I was complaining, of course.
It was cold. Now that time was cold.
They said this is our winter. I said this is your winter.
Simba, you need to see, people need to see the other part of. Let me tell you one story in Nigeria many years ago. I was in the north, in Maiduguri to be precise. It was during the hot.
How many people are talking?
Only me.
Allah, you can talk.
If you want to come in, you can come in.
To talk. So
finish your story. Let's hear.
There's an area we used to call Ruanzafi in Maiduguri, Borno State there. And a gentleman came and we ran water for him. He came from Lagos. So, Pastor Shema Jeon Ketu where so we ran water for him in the bucket so that the water can cool down by the time he finished it. So when the man entered the bedroom, he tried the shower. I saw that there was water in the shower now, so he opened the door on himself. Not joking, he ran out naked. The water from in that area it can make you a bar. In the tap, the water from the tap at that time of the year.
Oh my God.
That period of time with air condition, you will pour water on your bed. I live there. If Hazan is here, I don't know if he's still like that. You will pour water. You will practically put water, pour, not that you will sprinkle, you will pour water on your bed. And on your AC, you go out and, whether you want to go out and stroll, then you come back, the water so that's where you can now sleep and wrap yourself up and you feel, some. That's how. And so for me, that time, I believe air condition was not a luxury. It was a necessity. Those were the days that they would announce to people not to fast during fasting period. Because you go to Monday market every day, you always see somebody that's died as a result of concussion. Because they will buy ice block.
They will just collapse.
They will buy ice block and wrap it on their head. They will just collapse and die. They were picking. They will be. Then
they will die from heat stroke. That is heat stroke now.
Heat stroke. So people were. So electricity is a necessity, very essential necessity. In the south, Lagos and go to hell with that. If you then CSM vaccination, it must because of meningitis. I'm sure Sim know what I'm talking about. Meningitis was killing people in their number. Somebody's phone is.
Yes, I think Bishop's network is not that good. Hola. How many people is talking now? Hola.
I can hear you, but I'm not speaking.
You are not speaking. So why did you say how many people?
No, because I have not picked any topic that I want to speak on, so I'm just listening until I get the
just listening. Yeah, my time is my own section is deep areas. We can go anywhere. So
and let me give you an insight of how we get to it. We were talking about regional governments, and I asked a question. In fact, initially we talked about, I don't know, maybe you are the one that we were talking that time about when the primary is an issue during the time of one man that in Nigeria, he doesn't think that we are ripe for the kind of democracy that we are practicing. That he gave an example of where they have like an oligarchy system and the countries are developing and people are enjoying. And so I now I said that we have talked about something like that before, that we won't ask the question about the developing world that the democracies are not working for. That is only in the Western world that we ask for somebody to even mention one country that the democracy is working well in the developing world, and we couldn't mention one. So that is where we got to this way. So we are now talking about, okay, what is the solution? Okay, in Nigeria, we can have a regional government. I will ask, okay, even the regions, where are the regions in Nigeria now? Because before we have only 3 regions. Now, can we say is a 3 regional place that we can have in Nigeria now? So that's how we got to this place. And we are now talking about, okay, what are those factors that made us the way we are in Nigeria? That was when Deepran now mentioned that things that are supposed to bind us together are not there. That our weather is too convenient for us. We don't have natural disaster and all those things. And so that's how we got to these areas of talking about the north where they have high temperature and all those things. Just to give you a background.
Yeah, back to Nigerian politics. How do you see Wike, all these banquets with the president-elect? What is this guy end game in all
Don't worry,
this?
Wike will be a minister under Tinubu. Don't just worry yourself about that. He doesn't have anything to, after leaving the office. He's not a senator. He's not, so he needs a political appointment.
I don't think Wike will take me. Any Asha, never say that. Never say never. But if I were him, I will not take ministerial appointment.
So what position can they give him?
You know, he's been a minister before.
Yes, he's been a minister before. Yes.
He was a
is more
junior
than
minister.
Minister is more than governor. Am I right?
No.
Are you sure?
No.
Yes.
How can I say this? No.
But I know what you are trying to say, that a governor manage his own, territory. But what I'm saying is minister overseer over the whole nation. That's what I mean. Yes, yeah.
A minister is just like a commissioner at the federal level. You know, we used to call them federal commissioner before. In the Second Republic.
In the First Republic, yeah.
We used to call them federal commissioner. A minister is just like a commissioner at the federal level. That's just it.
No, Bishop, it depends on the way we look at it. So it's not a direct comparison that way, because a minister can still make life difficult for a governor in the state. Like, look at when Amishi was the governor. See the way Wike was harassing him, the way he wanted that time. So the way I see minister is this: they are representing the president. So they are representing the president. Like, look at all those federal roads in Lagos, and that Lagos state government will say they would like to work on. A minister can decide to make the effort of the state governor, render it useless. And at the end of the day, they still find a way to politically shift the blame on the state governor, despite that those projects were supposed to be federal. So to me, I don't want to do direct comparison, but it now depends on who occupies that position. The minister can stay with his power. It's not like commission. It's not like the commissioner is just within his own state, but the minister that is.
No, I said a minister is the commissioner at the federal level.
Yeah, I got what you are talking about. I got what you are saying. I was just only talking of the power they can wield. So I think you see, even some people will be saying, no, all those old people, they should go and retire. Are they the only one? Someone was saying it yesterday or 3 days ago. I was just like, see, if you're a good minister, you can even serve us to your last day on the surface of the earth, if you are doing the right thing. So, like, ministerial appointment should not be just because, oh, you support me and you just give to someone that will not deliver. It doesn't make sense, right? Look at the like of Adesina that time. I can't remember Adesina. See what he managed to do in that fertilizer thing now. See when Okojo was it.
Please, I want to beg you. I've had these things many times. I've had this debate with people before. What exactly did Adesina do as a minister of agriculture? I beg people begin to say these things. I've had this. I beg, please tell me, what did he do? Is it the telephone that is
Olaloma answer a question, yeah. Olaloma
he resolved the fraud around fertilizer subsidy.
He did not resolve anything. No. What did he resolve? Okay, let me tell you what was happening. I operated in the fertilizers circle. The number one leading fertilizer plant we have was NAFCON or NE, that was eventually sold to Indorama or something. Now, which produces urea. The two fertilizer we use mainly in Nigeria is urea and NPK. NPK is a derivative of urea. So urea is the principal and they mix it with other things. So we have some blending plants. There were less than about 4 blending plants that were functional. I think one went down. So we had 3 blending plants. So we were not even having enough fertilizer. Then NAFCON that was built by Kellogg's of America, they were supposed to do the second phase. It went down. So the urea, the gas that we were getting dropped. So they ran NAFCON down and sold NAFCON to Indorama under Obasanjo and Atiku. So they were importing fertilizer. Because of the importation of fertilizer, there was kind of subsidy on it, which encourages racketeering. So all the abracadabra they were saying, everybody will talk. He gave fertilizer seed, farmers phone to receive seed. Which farmers were receiving seed? Which farmers were receiving fertilizer? Our production in every area did not go up 1 bit. That's our crop production. Now we have 16. Let me say it again. 16 fertilizer blending plants that have been revived. Real farmer will tell you now that they never had it this good. Well, every time everybody mention, I like his bow tie. I like his spray Oyibo that I used to speak. Apart from that, in the agricultural sector, I keep asking people, what exactly did he do? They say he resolved the fertilizer. Did he increase the production of fertilizer? Did he build any fertilizer blending plants?
Bishop,
yeah.
This is the point. You see, federal government was budgeting billions of naira into fertilizer subsidy. At the end of the day, some people will corner the same fertilizer. It won't get to the real farmers that were in need of that fertilizer. So what did Adesina do? He brought it just like someone saying, no, Tinubu didn't do anything about the payroll system or e-governance in Lagos State. The first thing he did was to create a database with biometric and e-wallet, so that there will be no middleman between the farmers that need fertilizer and the government. So based on that, they were able to know the number of people that would need fertilizer, and they were able to access the fertilizer directly through e-wallet. Not that one big man will just come and carry several tons of fertilizer. At the end of the day, the fertilizer won't get to the farmer. Or at the end of the day, the heavily subsidized fertilizer will now be resold to some other people. So that's why I say when we are talking about it, I didn't talk about Akinwumi as a Greek minister in full. I was so specific by saying some fertilizer subsidy fraud. It's a well-known fact. See, apart from the one that Nigerian paper published, there are so many people in the academia that they've already used this case study of what Adesina did as a reason. So it's a thing that you can see on those ResearchGate and so many other places. So they even give detailed analysis how he managed to resolve that problem.
Okay.
You know, it was something of that nature that the likes of Jonathan were thinking that, okay, if we extend e-governance into all aspects of the government administration in Nigeria, not only that you have to reduce the level of fraud, but you remove that fraud from the root source, because you make even that fraud difficult to even commit. Talk less of now when you are now doing damage control, start sending EFCC. No, you don't even want people to even have chance of stealing from the beginning.
Okay. If the idea is that, okay, he was trying to, and he started with fertilizer to clean it up, but there was no effect whatsoever in our agricultural sector, both in output and in production level. None at all. If he wanted to be very serious about that, the first thing that they registered 14 million farmers, and they gave 40 million farmers phone. And I was looking for, because I'm a farmer. Let me say that. I'm a farmer myself. That's what I do in Nigeria. That's my discipline, and I practice farming before I get into some other things. And I know quite a number of farmers that are still very active. Both small, medium, and large farmers. So when people say these things, maybe that was what he wanted to do, but he could not achieve it. Because if you actually want to, as important as fertilizer is, what will impact that Buhari has been able to address agriculture very well is development of river basins and irrigations. Because of the climate, whatever, we have lost more than 2/3 of the farming area around Lake Chad. I know that place very well before, because Lake Chad keeps shrinking. And Hadejia, Jamare, Imo Ogwoshu River Basin, this one after Kwara, Kayama, what's the name? So a lot of river basins were drying up. A lot of places need to reactivate the irrigation system, which we were not doing. Fertilizer is very important, but NAFCON, which was the principal that was producing fertilizer, the kind of fraud, because you send, I used to get fertilizer into trucks. I have trailers in Port Harcourt there that I was sending to the north. Some people would just come and pay the whole money and take them across border. That is to Niger and the rest. So they were defending, just like the way people are smuggling our petroleum products.
And that were the subsidized fertilizer we are talking about. Right? That's what they get eliminated.
But Bishop, is the problem of the government or government of Nigeria?
Attitudinal. What I wanted to contribute the other time was that no matter amount of infrastructure, no matter the amount of economic boom that we have in Nigeria, if we don't reorientate ourselves and we don't change our culture, our attitude, the way we behave in Nigeria, if we don't inject some degree of patriotism, the love of nation, nothing we can do that will take us forward. Let them
so Bishop, that means the box is not stopping. Hold on, please. Hold on. Bishop, that means the box stop at everybody's table, not only the government.
Everybody, yeah.
No,
Thomas, can I interject, please?
Yeah, let's hear from Remy. We haven't heard from Remy. Remy, how about you?
I'm good.
Yeah, let's quickly interject there. Ola, you can continue. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody from here.
Remy.
Good morning from everybody from here.
Yeah,
I think
good
I
evening
agree.
from here.
First, we must also give it to additional. At least it did some reform, even if the output, like Bishop continued to enumerate about, is not visible that time. I think it did some reform, and that the only reason why I like Buhari is because it continued where Jonathan stopped. If everybody has been continue like that, our level of development will have increased a lot in that country. And if leaders were not unpicked, like Obasanjo unpicked Yar'Adua to become the president of the country, knowing fully well that this guy is not well, because he knows he just wants to control people. Okay, back to what you are saying here, I think we need total reorientation. When people always said we have bad leaders, I always concur that we also have bad followership.
Followers.
Because the followership are the biggest problem. Why the politician go there and sell money? I happen to be very close to a former secretary to the state government in Oyo State. And I know how many people come to his house every day for patronage. Come, how much is the guy's salary? He was a former doctor at UI and then later become secretary to the state government in Oyo State. He was a very popular figure, although he's now deceased. But what I'm trying to say is that the followership goes there with one complaint or the other. Come and see when they nominated this guy as a chairman of Nigerian Wire and Cable. Come and see how many people bring their people. And they influence him, some give him something, and some people also come for various things, like I need money for this. So they have
national
to, like,
cake. National cake.
So everybody want to eat from it. So we need total reorientation. And the Europe we are saying, or America we are talking about, everybody, let's say the truth, or even in Saudi Arabia, the tax system is very sound. You cannot escape. You have to pay a lot of tax. Can I ask everybody a question? Can they introduce the tax system in all these advanced countries to Nigerians? It's a question.
Well,
This
tax
tax system,
Remy,
yeah,
we have the tax system already. Wait.
I know we
wait.
do have tax system, but look at the VAT. For example, here in Finland, the VAT alone is 24%. There is transaction tax. The bank will remove. If you buy some sets of products, like you buy beef, you pay tax.
15%.
So if you buy some product like beef, you also pay tax. So many things that
Even if you buy bread, yeah, you pay VAT.
But the problem,
bread.
Hello.
So you have that taxation. We have that system. But one thing I want you to know is this: both formal and informal sector, even in the Western country, you still escape tax in the informal sector. For example, you need some meat now, and you go and meet some kind of a butcher at acreage. You pay directly to those people; they are not paying any tax.
Yeah, I know. But here they also limit to the amount of cash you can withdraw.
No. Where?
I mean, I'm living in Finland. They also limit the amount of cash you can withdraw from the bank.
They can limit the amount of cash. They can limit the amount of cash you can withdraw, but that's even not the problem. The problem is where you do not sow, you don't reap.
Yeah.
Because those governments we are talking about, there are ways that they help their citizens to even establish the business and to run properly.
Mm-hmm.
So there's the informal sector in Nigeria is too huge that you can't just go and start. Okay, you go to one Ekiti now, government doesn't even know how the farmer there, how they are even managing themselves, the soliciting farmer, and they want to sell their yam in the market, and you say you want to collect tax from them based on what?
So that means we totally agree that we need the total reorientation.
Because it's not a matter of your orientation program, because I see people, because we said this thing over time that we should change all those stuff. See, it doesn't happen that way, because what we are seeing now, when we say total orientation, we are simply saying clan control. That okay, we've already known how to do the right thing to the point that they don't need to teach you to do it, because even if you don't want to do the right thing, your people around you will say, oh, please, you have to do the right thing. This thing always comes from top down, not from the bottom up. That's where we are seeing those things.
Sorry.
Look, it's a nature. It's something in nature. I can give you an example of top down, whether from IT perspective, whether from the core leadership, whether from politics, whether from religion. Look at it this way. For IT guys, look at it this way. Your central server will dictate how your PC, every other thing there will perform. They can limit you, they can give you this asset, they can remove this asset from you.
Sorry, I just want to say something. I totally agree with you. It's more from top to bottom. But when you have generation, our youth, their mindset is totally different from yours. I know you are not a new generation. I mean, you are not born in the 90s or 1990s or year 2000.
Ola is a grandfather. Ola is a grandfather.
So those generation,
you can't use your mouth to make me old now.
So those, but I'm sure you are not born in 1990s or year 2000.
No, never.
You are correct.
So those generations will become leaders of tomorrow in Nigeria, and those generations live in technology. We are in technology age, and those generations believe in getting things done quickly without putting in a lot of hard work, especially in the South. I'm even afraid for Southwest more, because during our time when we are growing up, I remember that when I collect my term result and I fail maths and I fail English, I already know how many strokes of cane I will get from my father. If you fail math, that's a 12 stroke. If you fail English, that's an 8 stroke. So when you, and then my senior brother, they are going to put me at their back and stretch me very well so that he can put his kubuku on me. I dare not fail all these core subjects. But the generation today, if they fail, they have a reason for it. There must be excuse. They will say, it's my teacher, or they will just give you one. Apart from that, what about the social changes? Look at what is going on in the country. Even if the leaders change their way of life, no matter what you talk about Buhari, I know that he failed woefully in security. I must say, especially when we talk about kidnapping and banditry. But in decimating Boko Haram, he really did a wonderful job at the end of the day. But when you look at the infrastructure development, I live in China for a long time, and I see the development from their infrastructure. Today, as well, when I went to Shanghai, they have 4 subway lines, and in space of 10 years, they have 22 subway lines. I'm talking, we don't only have 1 in Lagos now, 22 in 10 years. And I'm telling you, most of my workmates are from America, from England, from everywhere in the world. The only problem they have in that country is that most Asia, their immigration policy is not total as giving you your resident permit or giving you citizenship easily. That is their major problem. But in terms of development and new city and new everything, to be frank, I think Europe is living in the old age, and even America. They have done wonderful work for their people. That brings down to orientation. An average Chinese believe. Listen, an average Chinese believe in hard work. They don't believe in.
China.
No, let me just finish this.
Ahead of the Western world, though. It's only that in a few years.
So I'm trying to talk about their young generation. They believe in hard work. They believe in putting in the work. That is the orientation they put to them. Although they are not practicing Western democracy, but at least they have a way to make them go to work. And they don't have all this incentive that we guys have. We have in Europe or America. You have to work. Although their pension is good, but you have to put in the work. So most people work and they complain less. Our people don't work and they complain more.
No, Remy.
No, I'm telling you the truth.
No,
From the perspective, I have been an employer also in Nigeria. Although I live in abroad, those people are employed. Listen first. Those people are employed, although it's not. They help me drive from truck. They always complain. It's said that they work 2 days or 3 days, and the next day they will tell me that their wife is sick or blah blah blah. There must be a reason in 1 week not to come to work. And when it's about end of the month, before the end of the month, they want to borrow money, and at the end of the month, they're already waiting for their salary, a full salary, without contributing maybe 24 days in a month. Let's exclude weekend. So the orientation have to change totally. It is true. It is totally true. Because I support that. If we can tax our people very well, capture more people to pay tax, and we make education free totally from primary school to secondary, make it totally free. And make it very good. Provide all school amenities, good environment, and everything like that. And then we can change orientation because our young generation today, they are not so patriotic. They are not. And to them, it's like, why should I live in this country where America is good? They always compare Nigeria with America without even comparing Nigeria with so lesser developing country. So orientation have to change totally. And the leaders must also show good examples. I totally agree with you. It's more built from the top. Yeah. Okay.
Remy, you know, sometimes I feel we are unfair to this younger generation, to be honest. You see, the first question you ask is this: how come that those younger generation, if they find themselves outside this country, all of a sudden they become hard workers? This younger generation we are talking about, you go to Fiverr today, you go to Free Nation today, you see all those areas where they can.
I'm not generalizing all of them. Sorry, mind you, not everybody, but
so
majority.
Because the few bad egg, because when you look at the bad egg among this generation we are talking about, I think because they are the loud ones. It makes it feel like, oh,
But
we have all
Ola,
those people.
I also want you to remember that during the 80s, we also suffer a lot. I mean, during the coup era, during Abacha era, we suffer a lot too, and still we are still disciplined. We suffer using
No, Remy,
so we even
Remy,
suffer a lot too. So
no,
it's not
Remy,
that it's
Remy,
so
Remy.
rosy and
See,
when we were
it's the
young.
opportunity around you that will make you go either way, whether you go bad or you go positive. See, this guy you are talking about today, somehow, some of them are smarter than us because they've been able to use the technology where they were born in. You see some
I
of them
agree.
making
I agree with
YouTube content and some digital content, and for
Yes.
just one useless older generation in EFCC to start ruining the life of these people, to start calling them Yahoo boy.
So, Ola, can I ask you a question?
Let me say
how
something.
many percentage of those ones that are using digital content or they are very good in IT, how many percent can you categorically put them into when you look at the old total youth in Nigeria?
No. The question is this: you know, the negative news spread faster, looms larger than the good ones. See, let me tell you one thing now. If there are 1 million people that are doing better, that they are honest in Nigeria, people won't talk. But if we just have like about 50 people that are bad, those will make headlines more than all those 1 million people that are doing good. I just want you to know. Because that's what I'm saying. Out of these people, because if our youth, if all of them are as this bad as we are talking about, I bet you nobody will be safe on the street of Lagos. Nobody.
I'm not saying all of them are as bad as that.
Yes, I'm telling you
I
that
ask you a very simple question.
No,
If you
I'm
put
telling you,
those one,
it's so difficult. It's so difficult to put percentage because if I've not done the sampling right.
Okay, I will also paint a scenario for you. All those our youth in Nigeria, when they go abroad, those jobs that they cannot touch in Nigeria, they have to do it when they are abroad.
Exactly. That's what I'm telling you. What's the return on those jobs in Nigeria? Because look at it this way. Whether you are a taxi driver, Uber driver, or warehouse worker, whatever the thing it is, you can get a mortgage, you can buy a house, you can live like even someone that is working in the oil and gas or in the bank. Now look at it this way. Now the odd job we are talking in Nigeria, some of them cannot even pay rent from even that type of job you are talking about.
Yeah, right.
So there are a lot of factors. So that's why I say sometimes it is very difficult to even blame these guys. Because some of them don't even have the skills. Just look at it this way. I knew when I was handling my own property, when I was developing my properties. Now, you engage some people locally. Not that they didn't want to do that, but they don't even have that skills. That's the problem. To the point that they will finish a job, you will have to go and look for someone else to come and repeat the same job. And you now discover these people are coming from Togo, from Benin, to just come and help us do the same job that we can't find the local skill to handle. Now, when you look at that, who is supposed to be responsible for training these people and transfer the skills? Look at this, for example. Now, if I want to go into, let's say,
I think the problem we have in Nigeria is that kind of job, people always learn it informally. But in advanced country, they go to vocational college, which is like technical college in Nigeria.
Exactly.
So
and our
how many people
college was working before these people?
But now I don't know why it's not working again. So
the government destroyed it. The thing was working, but they keep today that you have 354 654. Now tomorrow all of a sudden 6334, and the 633, the 33 element that they infuse into this thing is not working. So
I think we are not supposed to have how to say
one of my uncle, although he later went ahead to further his education, but then he was proud to be an industrial welder with Ajaokuta steel rolling when that Ajaokuta was fully functional. you know, and he went to technical school at Rekiti there and learned how to do wedding. It's from that place that he gathered money and just went back to school. Do you know one thing? That Ajakuta, the technical job he was doing the other time, he even gave him more job than even becoming a teacher again. So look at the situation now. Now the same technical school now, he even gave him more job than even becoming a teacher again. So
Simba, your system is echoing. Yeah.
When you look at that, when you look at it, so that's why I'm saying it is very difficult to blame the citizen that they are not doing the right thing. Okay, look at this way now. If I drive past red light,
Ola, you do not understand me. I'm not blaming the citizen. If you also blame the leaders, our followers also have a problem. We are practicing democracy. I use example of China. China used a kind of force to force their youth to do what they really want. In Nigeria, you cannot do that. You cannot force them to do it.
Before you can force someone, you must have something you want to. Okay.
I'm also telling you cannot force them because they will claim their right. And when they claim their right, there will be some lawyers that will go to court and start claiming one right.
Even right. They don't even want to go to court. We want to force our youth to learn skill, trade, to become trade people, right? You want to force them to technical school. You force them to that technical school. At the end of the day, they don't even have a hammer to even. They don't even have the mitre saw, all those things to even learn the skill they want to learn. At the end of the day, they will come out of that place not job ready. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, I totally understand. So that's why we said everything needs to be reorganized one way or the other.
Learning carpentry, learning mechanical technician job or whatever is as good as you are going to school too. The only difference
in 2014, I was traveling from Lagos to back to Shanghai, China, and on that plane, I met a lot of people from South. I think, is it 2012 or 20? I forgot. It was that time that Jonathan was sending a lot of all these agitators to Indonesia and also to Sri Lanka to learn technical skill. There were like more than 50 on the plane that day. Most of these guys, they are not well read. They don't even know how to go to the counter to do to check their next flight. So those people, they went there to study. I don't know what become of them when they return back to Nigeria, because that's a lot of money to send them out. These are skills that they can acquire in Nigeria. And when I ask them, they are saying, I'm going for wedding, I'm going for days, I'm going for that. And I know the corruption in that one will be so huge. The money they will, God.
Even me we work in the bank. The training that is meant for maybe entry level, you will see general manager, ED, they would like to travel because of extra coach. That's the level of poverty. I totally understand all those things. But some of those things we talk about today now. I'll tell you something. While in Nigeria, there was a time I had problem with my transmission. That time it was a muscle that was training, so I had transmission problem seriously without my muscle that time. And what the mechanic was doing was trial and error. The thing didn't work until after we changed it to up to 3 transmission, right? Now, why did I say this? When I got to Canada, the first car I bought from auction, it was actually a truck, not because of bearing. I bought it, and they were charging me like about $10,000 to fix it. So at the end of the day, because the cost was too much, I gave it to one Asian guy.
Ola, stop you for cutting you off. I want to carve it under 6 hours. If you guys don't mind, I have a meeting to catch up with. But there is sorry for cutting you. I'm very sorry. But there's something going on in Africa. Did you see the video of a military guard that shot the minister in one African country? I don't know, maybe you guys have.
I didn't see the video, but I read the news.
But you heard about the news?
Yes.
But that was so.
I think it
my heart.
I think it's in Uganda, if I'm sure.
Yes, maybe Uganda or someone.
Yeah,
non-African country like that.
Something like that will happen there, because the way The guy has been there for more than 30 years.
The guy said
And
because of unpaid salary.
And
But
that mean,
but
but how
that is
come you just
Remy? Orí gbígbẹ́ kọ́ lóògùn orí fífọ́ now.
But when you talk
Ish.
about that one, what about the one that happened in Nigeria in December? That the driver of a couple and organized with his friend, they killed the husband because the guy asked him to lend them money, and the man said no, he doesn't have up to this. He only have 1 million in the account. He doesn't have up to what the guy wants, and he has been their driver for 12 years. What happened? This driver organized 2 other people. They killed the husband, they killed the wife, and they also killed their adopted son in Abeokuta in December 2022.
Wow. And the guy,
they caught them after 3 months later.
The guy killed himself after killing the minister. They said he shot him many times.
I think it's out of depression, and a lot of people have mental issue or something like that.
Exactly.
I think the whole world has changed. The old world you know what I see in this world now? I said we are living in a confusion state, because even when you live in all this advanced country, there are so many things that you as a Nigerian, you cannot accept it, but just have to let it go and move on with your life. I have seen a grown-up man of 50, 55 years old coming to the same shopping mall every day, or anytime I go there, is the other side, and the gender is not straight. And he will be so proud to be showcasing whatever he's wearing like a woman. I just don't know. I just don't understand. Although I don't have anything against them.
Our Bobrisky family.
I don't have anything against them. But at the same time, I was not brought up in that kind of culture. So you cannot force that culture on us. At the same time, the religion angle in our continent or Africa or Nigeria, I even dislike it more, because the people are gullible. They are just using us to make money. So that is another thing that is not making our youth to be productive venture anymore. How can a grown-up strong youth believe in going to church like 4 or 5 times in a week? For God's sake, man. And those churches too, they are not even creating employment for their member. It's not that they bought like 20 acres of land, or they set up a factory for their members to be working. They're just interested in collecting.
The question should be, why will someone be going to church 4 times in a week? For example, if you work in a bank,
because he's looking for that miracle, because it's what the pastor sells to them.
If you give that person job, do you think we still go to that church 4 times in a week?
I'm betting you that is what happened to me. I gave one alpha a job for me to do, and because he used to pray for people all along, lead the prayer in mosques or whatever, he will leave Ibadan, go to Igbo, go to Elisha, and then now he himself that I gave job to, he now delegate the job to his 2 boys. At the end of the day, everything was messed up, and it's millions of something I invested, so I have to sort it up as a scrap at the end of the day. So it's not those pastors and those imam and those religious leaders in Nigeria. I think it's high time we do something about them. What they are doing to that country, they are killing that country.
You know the issue of religion. The issue of religion, it's not only a matter for Nigeria alone. Don't think it's only in Nigeria people think religions are the issue. Do you know this professor is late now, used to be one of the best professor at Harvard Business School, Clayton Christensen. You know that guy did a lot of, when you're talking of disruptive innovation, that was where the man specialized. He expressed his personal opinion about religion. The purpose of religion, that democracy, where democracy works, the religion makes democracy work, not the other. Because without religion, you will be dealing with more than criminals that you have on the street.
I'm sorry, Ola, I disagree with you. What about a country like China that they don't have?
What exactly are you disagreeing with?
I will tell you. In China,
no. Let me. What exactly are you disagreeing with? When you say you disagree, you
said religion have to do with democracy. Without religion, there is no democracy.
No. That's not what I said. I said without religion, you will be dealing with more criminals on the street now. Because of religion, some people willingly believe that, because they so much believe in God.
Okay, Ola, can I now ask you a question then?
Now, that's what I'm saying, that you've not even let me land it before you even say you disagree. At least you must get my point. Now, some people, because they are Christian, they are Muslim, they wake up in the morning, they say, oh, I'm not going to do the wrong thing just because Allah hates it, God hates it. So I'm not going to do the wrong thing. Now, if you take the volume of those people, you take them out of that religion, and they don't believe in religion, and they just want to believe normal, and they become a regular person on the street. That means that you have more potential criminals, that you need more police to run after. At the end of the day, we are not sure whether you will have enough police to run after them. So religion naturally takes some potential criminals off the street. Because
I don't, Ola, I don't, excuse me, Remy.
Go ahead, please.
I totally disagree with Ola. Believe me. Let me tell you, if you have, let me tell you, religion, let me give an example of Islam. In the Middle East countries, there is not because of the belief that their people actually behave very well. It's because of the punishment. And it's not the punishment from God. It's not as if you do this, you go to hell or you go to paradise.
It's
because of the capital punishment that they will receive. In the Middle East, let me tell you, if you fight in public, you are going to jail. Nobody will say you go to hell. It doesn't work. People don't.
Okay.
Yes.
In addition, Simba, Nigeria.
Let me just finish, Remy. If you are, so is the capital punishment. It's not about what you face in hell or paradise that is making people to conform.
Simba.
So let me tell you, if you take that one out, Ola, if you take that one out, let me tell you, human being everywhere. It take a conscious effort for any human being to be good. Our natural instinct is to be bad. So religion, just give me one example of a country that they used to tell me that their citizens conform or behave well just because of religion. It's not. It can't give me. Just give me one.
Simba, in addition to what you said,
Simba, you and Remy, you are still missing this point.
I'm not missing. I totally agree with you. You said because of religion. You said because of religion.
No, religion takes some people, some potential criminals. I'm not saying all.
I know. So you said some. When you say some, it does not mean majority. It can be minority. Because if you use Nigeria as a case study, Nigeria are known to be religious people, but still the rate of crime is very high because of the circumstances they found themselves.
We are not religious, Remy. We are not religious in Nigeria. It's just the circumstances.
Nigeria
we pretend, exactly. We pretend to be religious.
Everybody, because in Nigeria, if you are the type that go to mosque every Friday, or you are the one that go to Sunday, or the Monday you go to church service, or they can't say, oh, it's very good. You can go and marry people like that. They are blah, 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 like that. But what I want to tell Ola is this. When you go to countries like China or Japan, China have 1.4 billion population. And although they have Buddhism, but the state does not accept any religion in that country. Most of them, they don't go to church or mosques or even go to Buddha or whatever. They don't go nowhere. And I can tell you, they are well behaved. They know, and I can guarantee you that if you talk to 10 of them, 8 of them will tell you the truth. The one that will lie, said only 1 out of that 10 that will not lie outrightly. But I can tell you categorically, in Nigeria, if you put 10 people down, I can guarantee you 7 people will lie directly to your face, including
our religious institutions in Nigeria. They don't even preach morality again. They don't preach such things.
No, but they are preaching. They call it prosperity. Everybody is preaching prosperity, making money.
Remy and Simba, see, the thing is this. we can't
I just watched a video now. The guy is a pastor in a church. The guy came for prayer and he lost his passport. And the pastor said he should hold his legs. And the passport came out of the pastor's shoe.
No, that's magic.
Nigeria,
That cannot be
brain,
the result of
Africans in general. I don't know.
No.
How come?
Simba, Remy, this is what I'm saying. I know that there are some fake pastors. There are many fake pastors within the environment. That they don't preach morality in churches may not be totally correct, because we still have some Orthodox churches like Methodist, Anglican, Catholic, that they have their normal way of this.
How many people are going to all these Orthodox ones compared
You
to
know,
our Pentecostal
even
leaders?
Ola, let me tell you, no matter
I'm
how
an
you want to
Anglican,
paint
Remy.
it,
I'm an
no
Anglican.
matter how you want to paint it, Ola, it doesn't work for us. Believe me, totally. It doesn't work for us.
Not work for everyone. See, our problem in Nigeria, I'm still saying it, is not religion. The reason people go to religion is just because our government failed. Because when the government
We are
failed,
not saying our problem is religion alone, but it's part of our problem.
So if religion is part of the problem, I do not disagree with you, and nobody is going to disagree with that. So because the thing is this, once the government fails, it's a duty. The only thing you want to say is someone that give you, it's just the same way that a motivational speaker, they can tell you any jargon, any nonsense, motivational speaker will motivate you that you will drop your job and you will think you'll be next Dangote, when you know that you don't even capacity for entrepreneurship. So
now
some pastors, some of those pastors you see that you think they are men of God, they are just motivational speaker at the best. And just because some people, they have this oratory skill, they use it to corner people. I keep saying it here, and may funny to people. Someone said I'm confused here. If you preach tithing from now till tomorrow to me, we only pay tithes when
Thomas,
I'm so convinced.
please add Adewale. Adewale is asking you to add him, please.
Ola, you are right. But at the same time, when you look at our own people, look at just the new highway, Nigerian people will go and cut the railings. The cable of electricity, they will go and cut it. They go and sell it to other people. I think the whole system is breaking down because it's easier for the police or whoever to catch this set of criminals. I do not totally agree with you that religion take a lot of people from criminality. Like Simba said, anybody that wants to be a criminal, no matter what you do, you will still be that criminal. Because that is what is in your heart. No matter how they preach to you.
Remy, see, it depends on how you see religion. I will tell you something. Even look away from the Orthodox religion that we have. Let's even go back to our own traditional religion. Maybe some people shall go worshiper, some people will go worshiper. When they say, if you see this one, Ogun will kill the person. That fear. People carry those fear from generation to generation to make sure that, they never want to incur the wrath of Ogun, or they will not, because the religion has put that mentality that if you do this thing, one Orisha will strike you. Now, it got to a stage when poverty start pushing people to do the right thing, because Yoruba will say, even if there's inferno, if there's a flooding, there's someone that is hungry will tell you that I'm hungry. Even if you give, some people, the food they want to eat that time, if you have some kind of poison, they won't care, because they still want to satisfy that hunger. The lack of the poverty made people start daring a lot of things. You understand? That is where people become poor. That means that the government has failed in one of its duty, and people now look for who is going to help us to do this. Okay, let me give you an example. The religion we are talking about today, I know what religion body, I know what they do here. I know what they do here. For example, we are new immigrants. You just call church, she said that, I've just landed, I don't have where to stay. Papa, before you know, they are here. They bring you pots, they bring you food, they bring you a lot of things. Oh, there are some people that are homeless somewhere. Churches will go to that place to help them out. Some churches are doing the same thing in Nigeria. Look at the kidney center, or what do you call it? The kidney center that that Redeem Church donated. Look at what TB Joshua, even as many people will call him, oh, he's fake prophet. I told some people, call him fake prophet or whatever you like. But what this guy has done, when they will ship rice, food, clothing, and a lot of things to help people.
You are just looking at what they are doing. What they are what they are taking from the public is more than what they are giving.
And the havoc they are raising on the country. The havoc.
Forget about the fake
the reason why we are divided in this election in February 25, the anti-work of religious leader is also part of it. They are the one that divide that country. It's so humongous. I just don't understand.
Did you notice something in this religious cycle now? One thing you have to be very careful with is that now when you say God asks you to do this, God show you this vision. Now when
Thomas Adewale asked you to hide him, okay.
So even when they are trying to divide us, some of those religion leaders, especially those people that God did not send, that they send themselves, you understand what happened? They mocked themselves eventually. So the thing is this: give people food today. You and I that speak this way today, it's just because to some extent we've been able to eliminate poverty. When there's no poverty, when there's poverty, the next thing you are looking for is hope. And whosoever that want to give that hope.
Ola, if you are not religious, are you going to be committing crime up and down?
Thomas, I said something there the other time. Whether
no, don't go there. Just answer the question straight. If you are not religious,
I'm still telling you, even as a Yoruba man, without Christianity and Islam, we still met our own traditional religion that they use that one to model our society. Even before Christianity, some people were using Ogun, some people were using Obatala, some people were using Eshu. Different days. So whether you like it or not, we came, whether those people before us, we came when we have different type of religion that is used to build the society. It was all those Orisha Yoruba and all those things they used to build Yoruba society. Oh, when people say, okay, Ogun will reveal the person that did this. Oh, okay, Sango will catch the person that did this. So religion, the religion had been there before you and I were born. So it's not a matter of one hypothetical situation whereby this will you be committing. No, some criminals that you see today, some of them never plan to commit crime. They find themselves in a situation where they started committing crime. Have you not seen a religious person, okay, attended deeper life, did everything right, and immediately he got to school, that they will join the occultic group? And meanwhile, before that time, they were so bold that they did everything right. All of a sudden, they got to that place. Did they plan to do that? So the thing is this: if we get good government today, if we get everything right, people will be running after over time. Because there was a time I worked with Walmart here. People were practically begging for Nigerians, so they were practically begging to include them in the shift on Christmas Day, on New Year's Day. You understand? They were even practically trying to even do themselves. They said, no, I won't come on that day. Only for them to just come behind and say, I beg, please put my name here. I want to come. You understand? I'm talking of those people that answer Peter, that answer Samuelu. I'm not talking of someone that answered Shogule or whatever. So the thing is this: go and look at when our factories were working in Nigeria, when everything we were working, this thing, nobody needed to. When your supervisor, okay, okay, you are coming tomorrow morning, this thing. Even if some people preach to you that, okay, if you go to work on Sunday, you are going to hellfire, you won't listen, because you will remember that we pay your landlord, you are going to pay your landlord rent, you are going to pay NEPA bill. But today, when you have nothing to do, Yoruba will say, idle hand is the devil's workshop. You are not doing anything. Someone say, I saw someone that when he went to that place, so they did something good for him. You will want to try. Where you are trying before you know, you become part and parcel of those stuff. Like I told you now, here now, churches can give you food, they can give you furniture, they can even help you pay your rent. And you now invite someone now that is struggling now to come to church. Are you telling me the person will not follow you? But the person maybe is following you grudgingly. If you provide job for the person that is not something that the church is going to give to that person, you are likely to go for that job too. So the level of poverty on the street in the country will determine how they respond to different forces that want to attract their soul. So you and I, it's very easy for us to make the hypothesis because everything is working, right?
So Ola,
let me quickly say something. I said it publicly here in this forum one day that religion almost gave me depression. As someone that just finished from secondary school, I said it publicly here. No, so when people think when I talk of religion, people will think I'm defending. No, I'm not. I'm not defending that way.
No,
I'm not.
The question now is if there's a huge level of poverty in our country,
yeah,
what are the churches doing in creating employment for their huge followership?
Good. Some churches are now creating some kind of trade center whereby they train
the please
churches.
Forget about these people. I heard that
I was explaining something now. You say someone asked me a question, I'm responding. You say I should forget. See,
continue.
We don't waive something. Now, no, Remy, what you just said now is a good point. I remember writing something on that when my Facebook was active. I thought it was 2013 or 2014 that there's nothing wrong if churches can create like trade center. You know, if churches can help their members to stand on their feet. For example, someone wants to learn something like tailoring. You create some kind of center, you train people, and you back them up. You don't back them up, so I train you, I give machine. No, maybe you have some good sales people around you. Maybe you create some kind of company that along the line they work for the company, and over time they get it to their feet to the point that okay, they know how the industry works. They can start up from there. After all, the missionary that brought religions to Nigeria, they did
sorry to interject you. I am thinking along this line. If you go from Lagos to Ibadan, you will see a huge expanse of land the churches were using. I was thinking that these churches are super rich. Their pastors or their head lab 2 or 3 private jets. They continue to build university. I was thinking that all of this expanse of land, why didn't they convert it to factory? Producing, even it's as simple as harvesting maize and processing and whatever there, they will create a huge employment for their followership. They will be getting salary at every month. They can also produce in large quantity and export this to other countries. So that means the job will be secure for their followership and they will have means and their means of livelihood will improve. But when you talk about trade center, to me, I think this is just a minor.
No, I think what we should be talking about, even to production, is not establishing school and all those things. You establish school, your products, where would they work after graduating from school? All those things, I don't see them as something that improve the economy of a country. It's just like siphonic. Ola, you will not agree, believe me.
No, Simba. No, it's not a matter of being agree, but I just want to be analytical and logical about it. Look at it this way. I said it. I work with product from Babcock University, and I'm blessed to work with that guy because I happen to be one of the best that I've ever worked with. You see, the guy I'm talking about today is in Canada. Look at it this way. Universities, schools, they are into that industry called human capital development. It's an industry. Because when we look at part of economic production in that Nigeria, we look at production as manufacturing alone, but we don't look at production as services. School, they are services, and what the product? Human capital. They are developing human capital.
All this university you are talking about by the churches, most of their graduates, they end up being in Canada, America. You are just training them for another country. I know what I'm talking about. You and I were trained in Nigeria. Everybody here, we were all trained in Nigeria. And why should we? The question is, why should we continue to train, and then at the end of the day, these people continue to Japa, and then to now be working in Canada, America?
The question now is that the problem of the church?
So I'm trying to say, instead of the church talking about establishing schools, why can't they establish big factory that people will stay in Nigeria, be productive all over? That's what I'm trying to say. Not only churches, even the mosques, the big mosques.
Remy, wait. See, some of these things you can't be jack of all trades. You can only do what you can do. I keep telling you.
Why do you say you cannot be? There's a group of companies you can diversify. You cannot just say this is the straight one I want to do. There are so many. The churches are also diversified. There are so many branches all over the world. Why? Why are these churches interested in establishing their churches all over the country or going to other African countries? Why not? They are not interested in production, in setting up factories all over the country.
Remy, business doesn't work the way you look at it. I will tell you. When I say it is government, look at it this way. There are policies that will make whatever you are producing locally to be viable or not viable. You see, we are talking of Dangote today. Very easy to say, oh, Dangote is monopolizing. But for some of us that follow Dangote and some other guys that were given cement manufacturing, importation, and they were mandated to, within this particular period of time, you should have local factory so that you can do your backward integration. Now, government made that policy, right? And government did not follow through that policy until Jonathan got to that place. You said some people should create factory locally, and you are allowing people to bring cement from factory from China, probably at the landing cost of about 200, to rebag and sell to the population around 2,500 to 3,000. Now you want someone now to spend his multi-billion dollars on factory machinery.
But this multi-billion were collected from the members, right? The followership donate this money.
Remy, God the logic before you even interject. Now, when you bought your machine, you spend multi-billions to bring your machine this thing, and your cost of production is even more than the landing cost of cement from China. Okay, your local production cost now is like say 1,500. As someone is bringing cement from China with landing cost of $200, who is supposed to be responsible for restricting importation of goods? Now,
of course, it's the government. But what I'm trying to tell you, listen. You make a very good example, but it's not necessarily mean that they should go to more coordinated factory like cement production. They can do simple farming, with a large expanse of land, and then they can put their
Remy, Allah is even making it to look as if there are no other industry apart from Dangote, and some people, even Israelis, Lebanese, Chinese, they have businesses in Nigeria, factories that are manufacturing things, and you are making it to look as if the environment is not conducive for any industry.
They have everything.
And then they are not a one-man business. This money that you are talking about is a public money.
Simba, let us be realistic in our expectation. I give you, why did Unilever leave Nigeria shore?
You can't give me that shit, Ola, because even I have a farm in Nigeria, and it's running very well.
Why did Dunlop?
Don't give that. So as those ones are leaving, some other ones are coming. I know a Lebanese that
now. Okay, you say some people are coming with their factory, and ask you an example. What type of factory? That's the question I asked you. What type of
production?
Producing what?
Producing food that people are eating.
What type?
Producing domestic utensils.
Simba. See, let me tell you something. you see one thing about this forum is this. I will only say what I think I'm very sure of, and what I'm not sure of, I will put disclaimer because I'm being careful not to mislead people.
Okay,
wait. Unilever, when you see the type of company we are talking about, we are talking of a very big company that they have more the level of capital that they can bring, and these people, they are into commodity industry. When people are into commodity industry, it simply means that head or tail, their product will be in demand. This guy, they find out that the cost of production in Nigeria is not helping them against the open border that people are bringing product from China to do. These guys, they will pay worker salary. There's no electricity in Nigeria. They will run on diesel, and they will pay taxes. Come on.
Quickly. Let me before you just have a question. I have a question for you. Ola, I have a question for you. You are equating is totally different. We are talking about churches. We are talking about leaders of churches now, mosques. Can you tell me all those churches, they don't run on generator in Nigeria for their services? They also use generator. What we are talking about, we are not talking about established farms or established company like Unilever or Dangote. I am not trying, because you said there's a lot of huge poverty level in Nigeria. And most of these people go to churches and mosques. They have been going to these churches and mosques for several years, and their life never improved. As followership of these churches and mosques, what are their leaders willing to do for them to make their life better? It's not just going to church on Monday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. I'm just looking at it from that angle because some of these leaders are super rich. They have a lot of money. Instead of creating
Remy, even the money, the tithes and everything that these members are paying, where are they getting the money? It's from the few factory and the few.
Some parents give their children money to be. What I'm just trying to say.
I've even decided not to ask this question, but I will now ask it now because I was just looking for a free and fair thing. Who are the people attending all those churches we are talking about? What category of people do you think? Because when you talk of these churches, we talk about what category of people do you think attend those churches?
Majority of the people that attend these churches are Nigerians. Some of them do not have work.
See, let me tell you one thing. You said the people pay tithe, and do you know when you are talking of executive director of a bank, you talk of general manager, you talk of people.
How many percentage of all these executive directors are you talking about? Those ones that sit in the front. What about those people? A huge number of them that
that's what I'm saying. You are just guessing. Okay, look at
no, I'm not guessing. That is the truth. I'm not guessing.
Remy, wait. Now you see these church they are millionaires. At the same time, you are saying the church member.
You are telling us everybody that go to redeem is a millionaire.
No. I just want to see the contradiction. I just want you to see the contradiction in your argument. Oh, people that are attending these churches, they are poor, and yet they are able to raise multi-billion. How does that sound to you?
I'm trying to tell you. I think you are contradicting yourself now.
No, I'm not contradictory.
Listen.
Can people without money? Can poor people? Can they raise multi-billion? What are we talking about? See,
so that's because they have been going to churches for several years, and they contribute their own quota. Maybe every Sunday tithe or every Friday morning they contribute. All those executives you turn millionaire or whatever, they are just little percentage of the whole congregation. Even if this millionaire are contributing each sum of millions to these churches, why can't they use this money to create more employment for majority of their followers? That's what we are talking about now. But you are looking at it from economic angle, established. We are not talking about that. I'm talking about
how many creating. How many workforce do you think? I'm not a member of Living Faith Chapel, but I'm going to ask you a question now. How many people do you think Living Faith Church as and all subsidies? How many people do you think they employ?
I don't have an idea. But comparing to the millions or thousands of people that go to their churches, how many people do they create employment for?
Wait now. Assuming that Living Faith and is this thing. Assuming, I don't know the accurate figure. Assuming they are now paying 30,000 workers. How does that sound to you? You think
I
to
know that
maintain
you
that?
just is assuming 30,000 from 3 million. Calculate the percentage.
You can so no. Wait. So when you create when you personally create job, you employ the entire Nigeria. Are you not going to employ based on your capacity? See,
of course,
this argument is going wide.
Okay, you know what?
It's going wide.
If they create 30,000 jobs from members of their church, they are not the only church in Nigeria. If all the churches are doing that, that means the percentage of poverty level will be reducing, and then the
problem is that we channel an energy to the wrong places, and we are focused. No, I will tell you how we manage to challenge
because at the end of the day, you all boil down everything to government.
We are putting our energy in the wrong places. Okay, Remy Goka, look at this place. These are my typical example. I like using it. IBB in 1992, the regulated broadcasting sector. Do you know what happened when they regulated Clapperboard, AIT, Ray Power? They started it now. Now we now see the like of Kenny Music. They started developing our young artists.
Yes.
All these remedies they started coming. Then we have this guy, the Aja from you see Rem there for Group Entertainment. This Plantation Boys. Square, they started coming. Now look at how that single policy now. Look at how it escalated.
So should we deregulate the churches too?
Wait. It's not about the regulating churches. I said we are focusing on the wrong. We are focusing on the wrong area. We are supposed to focus on how our government can make life better, but we focus on how churches should be creating. Now, look at the job. Look at the job around entertainment industry today.
Have you been to Ikeja recently? Have you been to Ikeja?
Let me wait. At least let's just dialogue about this thing. See. For example, I may decide to join you along to say, okay, our churches are the problem. I'm not like that, but I will tell you, let us focus.
I did not say that. I said they are part of the problem.
I
did not say they are part. I never said they are the whole problem.
The thing is this. Look at
churches. I'm talking about churches and mosques.
Wait, Remy. Look at our telecommunication industry. United was holding everyone to ransom. And all of a sudden, a decree was deregulated. Now, those two industries that I mentioned now, they've created millions of jobs. Millions of jobs without any of them even going to go and establish factory. Our guys now, they develop themselves. Now, the same way, there are so many policies that we need to liberate our economy in that country. Rather than say, oh, churches will go and creating factory. We don't have electricity, for goodness sake. If we get our electricity right today, you don't need to talk to churches. There are some guys.
Are you sure that some churches don't have electricity installed in their capacity?
See. Tell me the country that is the religious sector that creates job for them. Even in America, even in the UK, that even brought this into us.
So what you are just trying to say now is that people should just continue to go to church and mosques and continue to donate as usual, and then the churches and mosques do whatever they like with it.
Look at it this way. Let's leave sentiment apart. Me that I'm talking to you. It was only last week Sunday for a very long time that I attended church.
Because you are abroad. If you are in Nigeria, will you do that?
What? Do you know how many years I spent in Nigeria without stepping into church? What are you talking about? See.
Okay, maybe you are one out of many.
I'm not a pretender.
No, I know. I understand you are.
I'm not a pretender. Even let me tell you one thing. Even a brother from Redeemed Church preached to me that they preached to someone as he was crossing, the one car hit. I said, okay, that's your sister. I said, I was even telling the brother, I said, who told you that I'm not even ready to die today? Who told you that I even want to? Who told you that I'm happy to stay tomorrow? So that means you go to take someone die to Shakara? No, you are.
Because your level of exposure and your education.
No. Because you may think. Because people sometimes will think I'm defending religion. That is where they got it wrong. I'm not defending because I told you that I'm not religious. I'm a Christian.
From what you have been saying, I can see you are not defending religion. But you are trying to say that the government should provide an enabling environment
So when people ask me that, who are you? I'm telling you, who else your religion? I will tell you, I don't have any religion. Then who are you? I'm saying I'm a Christian. What makes you a Christian? Because I believe in the two principles of Christianity, nothing more than that. So even if you tell me, if you see vision to me today, you are wasting your time, oh my brother. You understand? If you see vision to me that I'm going to die tomorrow, I will tell you, sir, who told you that I'm not? Who told you that? Who told you I'm not even tired? Who told you?
What I'm just trying to say is just simple. I am just trying to say that in this generation, everybody claim Nigeria have huge number of poverty-stricken people. What are everybody doing, including the mosques and the churches and our religious leader, to help? At least when you create enabling environment, create job one way, whether it's in service industry or production level, at least you are helping thousands of people to find means of livelihood. All those things you are talking about here today that you are comparing with why Unilever or down. I am not looking at it so deep.
No, Remy.
I just want a simple.
I see. Do you know why I like engaging in this type of argument? Because myself, I'm a business guy, right? So that's why I like engaging in this type of argument, and I will analyze it to you. If you see the contribution of religion to Nigeria macroeconomy, is very huge, my brother. Because people look at it from, oh, churches are doing this. Look at the entire structure of those universities you see. They will need engineers. They will need bricklayers. They will need electricians. They will need artists. They need a lot of people to set those structure for them, and a lot of people will maintain for them. Someone will supply generator. Someone will supply diesel. You understand? Someone will supply bulb. And in those universities, someone will make the furniture, someone will do the water for them, some people are the plumbers. So that's the way I look at those things. So do you look at the job creation around those things you are talking about?
But it's not enough. You and I know that it's not enough. And the people that go to this university are not ordinary people.
You must have done economics. There's nothing enough in this life. There's nothing in law.
But do you agree? Enough. Do you agree that these churches that have university, they have opportunity to also diversify to other forms of business?
See,
do you agree or you don't agree?
Churches can do a lot of things. Some churches are publishing the printing press. You know, it depends. So many churches do a lot of things. The fact that we do not know is we don't know. See, when churches build schools, because if you start looking at the department of every school at micro level, you start seeing a lot of things. The same school that we have computer science department, for example, that we have electrical engineering department, you understand? What do you think those people there? Those people that we handle all those things, who do you think?
So what we are just saying, all those universities you are talking about is also not for the church member; it's for the rich people. It's true. Or middle income earners.
If you are a professor in one of those universities, will you be waiting for churches to contribute money to pay your wages, or you want it?
I understand. What I'm trying to tell you is that means the church is a good service that at least they are getting some source of income from it.
There are missionary schools in America. There are missionary schools in America too, missionary universities.
But compared to their huge followers, that everybody go to church on Sunday or mosques or wherever, these people need job. You know that. You know they need job. The churches and the mosques can also help them. If they go to even food production alone,
look at it this way. Look at it this way. For churches to make all those millions we are talking about, you need members that are very rich to make those millions. Someone that is
those members that are contributing 200, 300 naira every weekend, they are not recognized. Is that what you are saying?
Wait. Let's assume you have a church that have 1 million followers, and let's assume all of them are so poor they don't earn more than 10,000 a month, and they want to contribute tithe. Please take 10% of 10,000 and multiply it by 1 million. How much do you think they are going to get? Now
before you go on, I quickly do a computation. I will tell you. let's assume that every weekend, each member of it, with a member of that church are 20,000 people, and they contribute about 200 per week. 200 times 4 is 800, times 20,000 people, that is 16 million naira.
I don't understand your calculation. 60 million naira within what?
Okay, I have 20,000 congregation.
Mm-hmm.
And each week, each member contributes 200 naira times 4. That is 800 naira per month.
Mm-hmm.
Times 20,000 people. 16 million naira.
Now, Remy,
I just quickly give you the low level.
I even made things easier for you because you are assuming an ideal situation. I made things easier for you. Assuming you have 1 million. Assuming you have 1 million, a member of the congregation.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there are any, because we are saying now is assumption now that poor people are the one that the churches are making to.
At least they can contribute 100 to 200 per week, right?
Let's assume they even contribute 1,000 a month. So 200. So let's all make a simple calculation. So 1,000 multiplied by 1 million. How much?
I will tell you now. Multiplied by 1,000. I think it's about 1 billion.
Okay, it's about 1 billion. So now, if it's about it's about 1 billion. Now, in a year, right? In a year, they will make like 12 billion. They make like 12 billion, right? Now, how much do you think it will? They will spend. How much do you think they will spend to run their diesel? How much do you think they will spend to maintain their building? And for those of them that will have university, how much do you think they will spend to maintain their university? The theory I'm still driving there is that
you hold on, Ola. The university, they collect tuition fee from their students. So don't equate churches, don't bring the two of them together. They are totally separate entity. Because the university are charging tuition fee every year. So they charge huge amount of money from 1 million to 2 million per session. So the university can take care of themselves. With 1 billion, I'm sure the churches are not paying 50% of the total amount of money on generator or church facility or whatever. I don't think they can spend 50% of their money on that. No, so what I'm just trying to tell you is that the lower level of people that go to the churches, even they contribute as little as 50 naira. Calculate 50 naira in a month from their pocket, that is 200 naira. And times 12, that is roughly 2,400. What am I saying? So you can calculate it. So what we are saying is that you are trying to say they do not contribute nothing to the churches. But I'm trying to give you that is a huge amount of money that comes from them also.
See. We don't need to go to serious managerial accounting there because you didn't really get the analogy that I was trying to push to you. What I'm trying to push is this. Those churches, people that attend those churches, they have very rich people that even by the time they drop the tithe, the tithe will be running to millions. And from those areas, if they need to do some things, that is where they do whatever they do. That's where I'm driving at.
But I disagree with you on that one.
You can disagree. I just give you a very example by yourself. Remy, wait now. I'm just being liberal by that discussion because I work in a bank and I know churches, they borrow money to build their business. Whether schools, it's very easy to say, oh, those schools are churches contribute. They borrow money to do projects. Don't think it's the contribution. So if Patrick is saying now he can support me because we work in the same bank, it is very easy to say something without something. Some of us that we work in the banking environment, we know that churches, they borrow to build churches. They borrow to build schools. They don't just go and tax people.
The question I will ask is that they borrow money to build, were they able to pay back the loan after several years?
Are they able to pay the loans after several years?
Were they able to pay back the money they borrowed after
some are servicing their loans? Some are still servicing their loan as we speak.
So did they deliberately connive with the bank manager to continue to service that loan? Not that they don't have the capacity to pay back the money.
How do you know that? So someone that have capacity
Because
to pay money.
because my brother also worked in bank for like 20 years, and he told me all these sharp practices you bankers.
What your brother told you? What your brother told you? Your brother told you. Good. I'm telling you about what I know too.
I agree with you. That's why I put the question to you.
When I said a person like Patrick is saying now, it will tell you more because he was a branch manager and a very senior manager for that matter.
But so my own brother is an internal auditor, even more than a branch manager.
Now. So a person like Patrick that I mentioned now, you understand, is a branch. So he was a full marketing guy that they will tell you when they book loan, all those stuff. So you know me, I'm just an ordinary IT guy. But the fact that I'm an IT guy, I still know what is happening, right? It doesn't mean I don't know what's happening. But what I'm telling you is this: from outside, it is very easy for us to criticize all the churches. But what I'm saying is this: energy we spend on advising churches, we should spend more of that to encourage the government to do the right thing. Is the church the reason that UI is not supposed to be competing with the Spain in America? Is it this reason that UCH is not fully functional?
Okay.
So we just have to look at so many things. Is it I church is the reason
you know
that
what?
we don't have stable electricity?
In this way, if you are looking at that from that angle, would you accept that tuition in most of these public universities that belong to the federal government should be jacked up and they give them their independence? Do you agree with that? Do you think they should go on that route? Because if you said, okay, fine, they do like in most of these developed countries, even from where you are, you know that all these Harvard and those big universities, they charge a lot of their tuition fee is quite high. So would you also accept that we should leave this university to be as autonomous so that they can raise money by themselves and we make education?
Remy, when you say it, you have to look at the peculiarity of your environment.
So, I'm not exonerating government. Government have a lot of work to do.
Now, I'm not saying they should not jack up or they should jack up or they should not jack up. That's just the point. Because what you are saying now, to me, is another point entirely. Okay, look at it this way. As I speak to you now, I have student loan that I'm still paying back. Right? I have student loan that I'm still paying back. The question now is this: when they raise tuition fee here, not because they raise it alone, but I'm able to pay for that tuition fee. Good. You want to raise tuition fee in Nigeria university. Will people have access to such kind of student aid?
Well, I hope Tinubu can do that.
No, wait, I'm going there now. Now, when they raise it, now, who should be responsible to make that affordability?
It's the government, you're right.
Exactly. That's why I say we should focus this thing. I don't have problem.
I agree with you. The only thing that you don't
look at how my student loan work. Let me explain how my student loan work. Do you know that by the time I finish paying my student loan, my student debt will be net zero? And I will tell you how. If I work, if I'm supposed to pay tax A to government, and I'm paying back X on my student loan. The amount I pay back on my student loan in a year, government will give me that one as part of my tax credit.
Yes, I know.
And I net it off. It's as good as I attended school free. You understand? But they make it, and they gave me the enabling environment, the mechanism for me to even be able to access the student loan to start with. Even whenever I cannot pay, I tell the government, I don't have money now. Okay, government will be paying the interest for me and they will suspend the loan till I get another work again.
So every country with their own peculiarity. Now I just finished one program already. Although I pay for the tuition, but if I want to go for another master degree here, it's totally free for me. I'm not going to pay nothing.
It depends on the school you attend and the amount you pay now. If you are paying,
it's a huge amount of money too, because if you want to go for
like $150,000, like $150,000, See,
You
there's
mean
some amount
for
of
the whole
money.
program? That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot.
So
that's a lot.
you understand? It's because it depends on how much you pay for school fees. You understand? Some people you go for
$150,000. Is that for a master or doctorate degree? That's a huge, man.
you will be shocked. You'll be shocked that master's degree are even more expensive than doctorate. Because doctorate, some of them are sponsored. You understand? Even you can even work as assistant, and they still pay you some kind of money to maintain yourself. So I'm just telling you. So the implication of government of those schools, and for those schools, if they can manage themselves, because our schools, they manage themselves. You understand? So it depends on, it depends on the system. So yeah, the university can raise their school fees, but affordability, or one thing is for you to raise your school fees, one thing is for students to be able to attend.
So I think there should be a gradual step towards that one, maybe in the next 10 years.
So to me, if government will do the right thing, you understand, all those fake religious centers you are talking about, they will be pleading to have member of the congregation. Some of them will never get, because they will be so busy running after overtime. You know where we are now, some of us will do 2-3 jobs.
Yes,
when you do 2-3 jobs, as you are doing one job, you are doing the other one.
You don't have time to go to any place.
Exactly. Even it's going to say, you say, okay, out of these 3 jobs I'm doing, let me even drop one. As some of us are talking now from system now, some people say, oh, how do people do that? Some of us are actually at work.
Yeah, it's
as
true.
we are talking now, some of us, we are solving problem.
I'm supposed to be at work today, but because my car has a problem and I have to pick it up tomorrow, so I couldn't go to work.
Even some like person like me, okay, we will see Patrick sometime, we'll be talking to you on the Patrick is actually at work.
Yeah, I know.
You'll be typing, you'll be doing some kind of strategy paper, I still be talking. So the thing is this: when you have like 2 or 3 jobs, that even got, okay, it's recently one of my friends just dropped one of, just say, oh boy, I can't come and die. I said, but that money is big. You said, to hell with that money. Say, I have my time.
Because your health is also very important.
Because when you are talking of a guy that is dropping job of additional job, when we add additional job of over about 100K, say, I can't keep myself. Do you understand? Additional job, not the main job, additional job of 100K. Say, I'm dropping it, I can't keep myself. So what I'm saying is this: a person like that doesn't even have time to even go to church. You understand? So,
but you are talking about a more developed environment.
Nigeria will reach there, honestly.
Yeah, I know. I believe Nigeria will reach there, because I will tell you one thing I like about each time I travel, and each time I went to Nigeria, I'm always very happy when I see Lagos. But because I stay in Ibadan, I hate the governor there. Because to me, I expect Oyo State to be at least 50% developed like Lagos. I do not see that visible improvement in Oyo State. So I'm always very hungry. How can I be coming from Lagos? I know in 2014, when I went home, it took me 2 hours drive from international airport to Oshodi. But the last time I went, several other constant time, the last time I went home last year, it took me only 10 minutes to drive from international airport to Oshodi, and take me about 1 hour plus on the highway to get to Ibadan, which I was quite happy about. But when you get to Ibadan, then you see dirt, debris, things were not organized. And I asked myself, how are people going to vote for this guy? Why do people like this guy? I think so I want my country to develop, because we stay abroad in a confined environment. But when you go home, you stay in your house, you can do whatever you like, you can walk around, you have that freedom. But when you stay in abroad, it's like, your life is just constant hustle. Like you said, 2 or 3 jobs, because you have a lot of bills to pay. And when you look at the system in all these developed countries, can we say we can introduce this in Nigeria? Can we capture a lot of people to pay taxes? Will the taxes enormous for the people? Will people accept? So many things. But I love it when people do good things. I'm so happy that Buhari was able to do some infrastructure. Although it might not.
It's not as if we accept to pay tax. It's only that the system will not. Okay, for example, if I didn't file my tax return before 1st of
then they will fine you more. They will
They will find me more. They can even prosecute me for that, right?
Yes,
for doing that.
especially.
Now, no, like I have my incorporation. I have nationwide corporation. That's the way I incorporated my business. And just because I delay in filing one of my, although the last year I failed to file it at the deadline, then this year I made the deadline. You know that the register already they unregister me immediately for that.
What I discover in this most of the developed countries that it's easier for you to open a company, but it's more difficult for you to close it down because there's so many documents, so many things you have to. It's not so easy.
You understand? So, no, on their own now, they just remove I've lost that corporation, so I have to go through that process again just for missing my return. Just for mixing my return.
They don't play with that at all.
You understand? You won't blame me because that part of the that part of the province, you understand, was not giving me that. So very easy for me to forget that I even have a extra provincial registration there. So very easy for me to forget. You understand? So the thing is this: the mechanism here will make you behave. You cross red light, your ticket will come to your box. If you don't pay that ticket, 20% immediately.
I almost the same thing ever. Hey, how about Simba and Prince Daddy? I hope they also want to join in the conversation. I hope we are not keeping them.
Yes.
Prince Daddy. Thomas.
Maybe when they want to enter, they're going to enter. So
I did now. Enjoy conversation in
So is the system okay? Look at that traffic system that capture. Do you know I managed to know? Okay.
Yeah.
In 2018, I was in artificial intelligence and an analytic class. So I look at this. Okay. Front analytics. We can use this thing now to. What if I develop one kind of idea, and I try to see whether someone knows someone in the government that I can push this into. So I now met one guy here. So we're doing some kind of during the summer, we used to gather ourselves for barbecue, all those stuff. So one of my friends introduced me to a lady that this lady was in the same class with someone who that what I said I wanted to discuss. You understand? When I tried to discuss with the lady, okay, the lady was like, okay, just bring the presentation, we do this. Do you know by the time I even move a step further, I tried to move a step further, that thing was already in Lagos already. The thing that I was even taking. It was that I'm telling you, it was already in Lagos. Where people will just say at the point of okay, your driver license registration will expire. Your plate registration will expire like this thing. Once the photo caches this thing, I send it to, this database we used to have autoreg.
Yes.
The thing is connected to autoreg. It will just alert you directly. And if you don't do the right thing, you are going to be penalized. The thing was already there. You know what? In Nigeria developed that solution.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
No, giving it to Nigeria. Nigerians, everybody know that these Nigerian people are
a lot of things. There was a time on our, I worked for a company like multinational company like NCR. We used to have some kind of issue then, and we were looking for solutions. Those times the guys in the Cyprus, the guys in the Middle East generally, they will try to cover their code so that they will say, you can Nigeria, you can't do that one with Nigeria. Some hot Nigeria that are very hot, they went ahead to develop their own. The solution that we were coming to sell to Nigeria like almost $1 million. Some Nigeria will develop it and we just sell for like around 50 million. Even if that 50 million is even carrying like maintenance for like almost 6 to 8 years.
Wow.
You understand? So, like in the bank I work with, you understand, we have what we call software development department. We develop a lot of application locally that would have otherwise cost like millions of naira. You understand? And so many guys are making fortune from that village.
So with all these things, why is it very easy for people to use? They call it IDD or IDD. Some people steal your money if they know your telephone number. You are not using that telephone number again, and then they now assign that telephone number to other people. And that person, if the bank continue to send your bank statement or whatever to that new person that used that telephone number. That person can still.
You see in cybercrime, cybercrime is mostly possible because social engineering is one of those areas where people manage to, because sometimes there are ways that some kind of criminals will get your data that you will willingly, without you knowing that you are giving them the data. And sometimes too, there are some internal collusion for some of those things to work. People look at the loopholes and make all those things work. So there was a time, that was 2006, 2007, when the card fraud was at the peak in Nigeria. Magnetic stripe. You are in Lagos, someone will be using your card to withdraw money in Kaduna. How do they know? Two things. Maybe several ways. Maybe where you last used your ID card, maybe your ATM card, maybe they have some kind of a cloning agent there. When you just put it there, so when the thing reads your card, they've had some kind of interceptor that read your data and they use that one to reproduce. So that mark stripe card was very easy to produce that time. Any goat, any dog could produce it that time, right? So we started seeing people when you go to all those Magodo area, you see people using BB cars, all those, because that time we're saying even some people you call Yahoo boys, these people were doing card fraud. There was a situation in our bank that time. We used to have one machine around the Adeola Odeku. What happened? There was this fraudster. He was using a e-transact card. His own period was around 12 a.m. He would just go to that ATM. He would balance on that ATM from that around 12 a.m. to around 2 o'clock. We'll be withdrawing money.
Wow.
It took time to catch that guy. You have to develop some kind of application that's okay. When this guy started his own dubious activities, it will trigger so that you'll be able to mobilize the police and arrest the guy. So the guy were making it there, withdrawing millions of just because of the loophole with it, because this guy was creating cards to do that GBT there. So, but later in 2007, we introduced this VEV card. What you call VEV card is ship and pay. So the chip on that card is just like a computer on its own. So it makes it difficult because when you are profiling it from the back end, you just instruct the back end that if this thing cannot recognize chip and pin, just reject the transaction straight away. You understand? That was how we managed to reduce the fraud within that system with that time. So because human beings build computer,
yes,
human beings are still the one that will still be defrauding people making use of computer. The only thing you don't praise is someone that made first class in cybersecurity or first class in computer science. You can only pray that person should not use his knowledge negatively.
Yeah,
you understand? So that's the way it is. Because the same people, one thing about Yahoo boys in Nigeria is that they are not that smart the way people think they are smart too. It's just because they are working with some people that aid them. That is why it looks like they are smart. You understand?
Not all of them, because it's a chain, right?
It's a chain, exactly.
Yeah.
It's a chain. There are, those guys that Yahoo boys, they have people within the security forces, they have people within the financial
They have
system.
even in the yeah, exactly.
You
so
understand?
That's why they were able to carry.
And there was a time we were using this ATM camera, and some people will just be coming to ATM. They will block the ATM camera. Some people will even dress like masquerade. They will cover their face so that even by the time they will withdraw the ATM camera, they will not be able to recognize the face. So it got to a stage. Okay, how are we going to resolve this problem? Now we started installing intelligent camera. Although I've left the banking system that time, but some of the guys that work together, right? They started installing intelligent camera that has like about 5 spots on that camera. Once you blow the camera like this, the machine will go out of service. So it won't even allow you to put in cards. So that's one of those solutions they found around that. So
yeah, I'm listening.
You said?
I'm listening to you.
So that there are fraud in Nigeria. Fraud is everywhere. You know, like I said,
Of course.
people made a mistake. They think Nigerians are the worst cyber criminal. No.
No, fraud and cheating is everywhere in the world.
Exactly.
But unfortunately, our media in Nigeria, they like sensationalizing news, especially negative news. That's what they are really interested in.
Yeah.
I've noticed that in almost of the developed countries, and even in China I live, they always sensationalizing positive news.
Yeah.
Negative one will be relegated, tiny. Sometimes you don't even hear about it.
No way from now to tomorrow. No way from now to tomorrow, Nigerians will beat Indians in cybercrime. No way from now to tomorrow that Nigerians will beat those people in Pakistan and those people and those people in China. There's no way from now to tomorrow that Nigeria will ever beat them in cybercrime.
Actually, China is good in AI
but
technology.
The problem with Nigeria is this: if an Indian cyber criminal eats $1 million, you won't even know that he has such.
No, Nigeria.
But if Nigerian Yahoo boy eat $5,000, they'll be noise everywhere. They will block the road. They will come to social media. They will pop champagne everywhere.
You know that in China, their AI technology is super good. That when you come out from your apartment, that you open your apartment door, the camera already carry you. Till when you get on the train or you take your car, everywhere there is camera. To me, I just say, why so many
that AI technology you mentioned, the thing they scary. They scare me, honestly.
No, if you go to China, there's nowhere for you to hide. I'm telling you the truth. Everywhere you go, they will monitor you to death. They don't need to follow you because the camera is everywhere. Even if you go to supermarket, there's no hidden spot. There is camera there. And it's like, I will give you an example.
I'm a little bit. I know I'm knowledgeable about in
AI. I just want to give an example of a friend of mine. This guy is now in America. He's in Indiana. He went to a bar and he had a drink with one Chinese guy who happened to be his friend. But because this Chinese guy is into, I don't want to say in English, or whatever they call it.
Yeah, I got your point. Immediately you mentioned.
And at the end of the day, do you know? The following morning, they went and picked up that my friend in the office where he works. They picked him up and they took him to their police facility there. The first thing they did was to shave his head because they want to do drug test, whether he's using or he's selling, or because it's also a black guy. They humiliated him, and at the end of the day, they found out that he does not do any of these things. Of course, they released him after the second day, but the humiliation of course, no apology. The humiliation they gave him was too much that the guy concluded that, hey man, I think I'm relocating finally. And that is one of the reasons he relocated back to US. So what I'm trying to say is that everywhere, that you don't need to put police on the road. Camera will catch you. If you break the law in China, if you break traffic rule, they don't care. They wait for you because yearly you have to check your car. It's when you check your car, they will just print out all those places you have break the rule, and they will show you, the camera will show you your plate number. You cannot dispute it's not you.
No. That's what I advocated for. You know, there was a time that I was saying.
But they do this yearly. They waited for it to the end of the when you want to check your car, a yearly check, and do not say, "Oh, you have break the law 10 times, 20 times." You'll be mad that you are going to pay a lot of money.
Just like that. I advocated for this thing in Nigerian policing system. You know, when I even was suggesting some type of policing we should use, you know, one of my colleagues, that one used to be in internal control, told me that you live in America, that's why you are talking that way. I said, they didn't even listen to me. You see, crime in Nigeria is very,
and that would have saved a lot of things. Even registration of citizen is also very important in the locality you live with, because it is because this politician. Okay, now that we can use beavers now, I don't see any reason why Nigerians should say, if you move to a new apartment, you should register with the local police. And police stations should have a functional computer system. If they are going to use solar, I don't care. But when you move to a new apartment, you have to register. So if everybody registered, it will be easy for us to trace criminal or something like that. And landlord or landlady will also know, okay, this guy already registered. Where does he work? What does he do? Where does he live? So many information you can get from from that angle. I think if we really want to do something, we can do it. Nigerians, sometimes we just kid ourselves unnecessarily.
You see that our censor we want to do, it should be beyond censors. Because okay, there's something we call a Service Canada here. I know that American we have equivalents. Now, see, all your identity, your registration, everything you are doing is on Service Canada. If you have student loan and you want to deceive government, maybe you collect student loan today. Out of that student loan, you know they will give you grants. So you now go and use that money to buy house mortgage. Immediately it's going to flag you. They know what you are doing immediately. They can stop your funding and start asking you to start repaying your loan back, all those stuff. Because as a student, as a student, you must have written something that may government give you some grants and loan together.
Of course. Yes.
So they will know your income for you to buy a house. You invest there. So what Nigeria need to do is this: if we can get our database right, even if we can get it up to 60 to 70% accurate, then the remaining 40% we can always evolve and manage it with time. Now look at this. I've said it. Police, we should stop putting police inside pickup. That thing is why they be able to. Our own system of corruption is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's so backward and they carry guns like that. It's so
exactly. But the AK-47 should be the last thing to come out. You should have done something like this. Let police officers let them start using private vehicle. Employ graduate because graduate they don't have job. Even you can make engineers.
Thank you.
So, buy them car. Don't put them inside pickup and go and gag up so that they won't be able to do roadblock. Maybe you have a police that is patrolling with his own car. You have another one. So you have no reason to gather, about 10 people.
Even that private car, I will not support it now. But even if they are in police car, I think they know that in a sedan, very nice one.
No, I'm not private car. I mean police car, not their personal car. Police car. That's what I mean by private car. So inside that place, you can give them everything they need. You can even give them that rifle that if they are bringing out their rifle, there should be a trigger.
They should also wear body cam like everybody does.
Body cam. So when you do that, police will be motivated to use the brain rather than use force.
Yes.
Because you want to gather, because you are not together to create a thing. Now to help them again, you must get the database of our people. For example, if you drive anyhow and the artificial intelligence camera, we call the photo analytic. Okay, photo analytic, because the photo analytic is what we call it. The photo analytic, they don't capture the corporate, they don't catch you. And because we get your database, we know your employer. So it's not the bad
thing. Run it very quick.
Exactly. If you have a policy whereby your employer will deduct your penalty directly from your source. And for all those people like IGBOS that are under MC Oluomo, you work with MC Oluomo to make sure that you will be able to penalize any of his boys that break traffic law. See, let me tell you one thing. If you start deducting money from these people, trust me,
everybody will shape up.
They will behave.
Yes.
The little people, the remaining people that are not behaving themselves, you will be able to catch them. But don't give police incentive.
So sometimes I don't understand why should we recruit police from. I had it's an experience I had. I was traveling from Lagos to Ibadan on a passenger bus from Ikeja. So there was one particular guy entered that bus and he was jubilating. And everybody was asking, why are you jubilating? He said he just finished 3-month police college training. And the way he was talking, you know that he's not really educated. I was thinking, I want to ask him a question. Did you apply through school SAT or through JS3 or something like that? And the reason why he was jubilating because it's time for him to make money on the roadblock. I don't know why we could not recruit normal people, like people that go to start from ONT to NCA to bachelor degree.
My brother, even if you employ graduate will still collect a good.
I'm not saying they should not collect. Of course, they will one way or the other, but with times, because they are highly educated, they will also be afraid to lose their job.
Because
if they wear body camera,
I work with NEPA. Good 6 years with NEPA. if I tell you, I never for once like what happened in NEPA, because to me, NEPA was supposed to be one of those areas that should be my pride, right?
Yes.
But man, I hate the situation whereby before I come up, people say I won't leave. Want to do road?
Of course, now.
People,
Yeah,
I
they
hate it.
will remove your cable immediately.
You understand? So I started. The slightest opportunity that I even got the least paid IT job, I switched immediately.
Of course,
because I didn't want to stay within that environment.
The stigma is just too much, man.
Stigma is too much, but will you become millionaire easily through NEPA? Of course, yes. Through corrupt means you become millionaire. Because see, the corruption in organization like NEPA, you'll be surprised that it's worse than that of police.
I know.
Because they collect 20 naira. NEPA know they collect 20 naira from you now.
You know what? All those ones collect 20 naira is a small money. Because there was a friend I knew that came to China to come and buy meters for Ibadan Disco. That Ibadan Disco is now dissolved already now. The business they did that time, everything they spent was about $10 million. But because my friend is an engineer, for him to pen the signature for that contract, he got $1 million. So look at that huge corruption there.
As far as 97, between 97 and 2003, I had one orga. You know, how did I know? How did I know is that if the man didn't mention that thing, we will know. I say, oh my goodness, and I make 25,000 naira every day. Oh, this one that they are not doing this, and how will I be? Well, what? Even with some of us within, I say, what? This man making 25,000 naira every day.
He already make like 2 or 3 people's salary that time.
You know what 25,000 means in the 90s? We are not even talking of when they raised. You know, minimum salary was raised by Absalam Abubakar in 98 or 99 to 3,500.
I think it was that time they also raised salary or something like that.
You understand? And for someone to be making 25,000 every. You know one joke about it, as at that time, his even salary as even a graduate was not even more than 50,000 as at that time, and he was making 25,000.
So you can see why those NEPA officials, they don't want them to introduce prepaid meters, because with prepaid meter you cannot carry out their wire anymore.
It's only wire you are even looking at. Wire na small thing. Now small boys they carry wire for NEPA. Now small boys, because that one are direct stealing. All those cable they are carrying are direct stealing. But normally, when you want to get NEPA service, NEPA was even supposed to be the person to give you cable, meter, everything free of charge.
They didn't give nothing.
Somehow those cable will disappear. Somehow those cable will disappear. The one you still buy with your money, because they will still steal the same thing from you.
I don't understand. My own cable will come. I bought it by myself, and you want to take it away.
Let me tell you something. Anybody that work with NEPA, we understand what I'm talking about. Okay, you see, when I was in NEPA, then every month they will give. That was when Ibrahim Zat was still the MD there, and there was a time they were doing this tax force in Lagos that time. They were using soldiers to do the disconnection, all those stuff. So when Mazda, it wasn't Colonel Mazda was the one that was in charge of the Lagos force task force then. So you know one thing is this: every month you will send 500,000 to the undertaking. Undertaking is just like an office within a region. You know, there's a service center, there's undertaking, and there's a regional distribution office. Every month, the money to maintain undertaking was 500,000. 500,000 should be able to equip everything, give a very nice environment. Somehow, that money will escape to individual costs. That money part of it was supposed to be used to buy all those ring units. When you are buying your feeder pillar, you know, bus bar chamber is what they know. And they call feeder pillar, bus bar chamber. Now, somehow when you have problem with your transformer, part of those money should be what they should use to buy cable and to maintain your transformer. The one that we say they will ask the street to be contributing. You understand?
They will never get there. You have to pay by yourself.
You have to contribute to do all those stuff, right?
Yes.
And This guy, they have some ways of collecting money from all those industries just to give them money, to give them light for a few hours. That's why you see someone making 25,000 a day, can be making 25,000 a day.
I just hope that we can solve, if we solve that issue of electricity, even by 80%.
But Ola, let me tell you one thing.
Okay.
You know, in my community, last week they went and vandalized our transformer. That we have to restore back with 500,000 naira. We in that place we fenced it, we put a gate and everything. They went and demolished everything and took away the cables.
500,000 they ship out for you. You are lucky. 500,000 really.
Hey, because you know what, they couldn't stay long because of the security that we have in our community. So they just went away with
so
it.
they should be NEPA official doing that.
No, they are the one now. Somebody that doesn't know about that will not just go there.
It's I voted or whatever.
No, Remy. Unfortunately, it's not always NEPA. You see, one thing is NEPA is this. Even within the NEPA, sometimes there are some guys that think they are NEPA, they are not NEPA. But if you're working with the NEPA guys, that we never know they are not NEPA. So
there are some people that they are on contracts.
We used
casual
to call them
workers. They call them casual workers.
No, we call them NEPA 2. Those guys, they are not even on payroll, NEPA payroll.
Exactly.
But those are the people. Those are the people
there are many. There are very many. There are very many.
Those are the people they use to do all those.
So what do you think about? For example, the solar power is very famous now. More and more households they are using solar power to generate electricity by themselves. I just hope that hello. I just hope that when Tinubu comes in, that we should be able to find solution to this problem of electricity. Because if we can find solution to that, I think that country will leapfrog. That's what we need, really.
I mean, that problem to NEPA is not difficult to solve, but the problem is that people don't want to solve the problem. You see, one thing about government business is this. Government business is an easy way to make money. Yeah.
Move it shut down.
Okay.
I have a meeting to catch up.
You've tried.
I tried.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Enjoy.
Thank you, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah. One man will start. Yeah. Okay, have a nice night. Thank you so much, guys. Yes. We have come to the end of the session again. Yeah. You guys have been amazing. Yeah. The comment section, everybody. Yeah. Thank you so much. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I say peace. You know where we are going. Yeah. I will give it to you as we normally do. Yeah. Thank you so much.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Thank you.